Live special. Get ready to party for Pride. We're celebrating love, happiness, and freedom across the country, looking to the bright future ahead while honoring the past.
I don't care who you are on this earth. You make your freedom every day. Nobody gives it to you.
Taking you to the Deep South and the so-called smallest gay town in America.
It's known as the town where misfits fit.
Plus, the powerful message of hope and resilience from a member of our ABC News family.
My hope in doing this is not necessarily to characterize myself as a hero, but to encourage people to be the hero in their own lives, especially queer black men like us.
And who doesn't want to just have a little fun? We catch up with the Queen of Allies herself, Cyndi Lauper.
I'm a bit of a drag queen.
You know, transformation. That's what we do. We transform.
We're taking you live to the nation's biggest parades, from New York City to Chicago and San Francisco. And you never know who might pop in to party. This is Pride Across America.
I've been waiting for you, waiting all my life. If you love me, baby, love me tonight.
Here now, live in New York City, Gio Benitez, Juju Chang, and LZ Granderson.
And that is how you start a Pride Sunday. Welcome to ABC News Live's Pride Across America. It's the loudest and proudest streaming event honoring the LGBTQ plus community. I'm Gio Benitez.
And I'm Juju Chang, and I'm so happy to be here with my friends Gio and LZ. And we are celebrating love. We are celebrating Pride 2024 from coast to coast. We're going to bring you the country's 3 biggest Pride marches this morning.
And I'm LZ Granderson, and we have 5 Pride-packed hours of live events bringing you to the center of the parties all over the country, and again, right to you in your home. But first, you know him from the hit FX show, What We Do in the Shadows. Here to help us celebrate is our special guest, co-host, Harvey Guillen. What's up, Harvey?
What are you doing here?
I was walking down the street, and I was wearing my headpiece, and I was like, what are you guys doing?
Wow.
Happy
Outfit is so stylish.
Thank you. This whole thing, Christian Siriano is just like, you know, the Pride Prince. That's what he calls me.
You
So
are
here
a
we
Disney prince today.
I am. I'm really excited to be here. Thanks for having me.
I mean, it's so amazing. I love, by the way, how casually he walks in a custom Christian Siriano.
Yeah.
It's like, come on.
Exactly. With his
one
Beyonce wind blowing behind him and everything.
I don't go anywhere without it.
What are you most looking? We're so excited to have you here. What are you most looking forward to this day being an experience?
Celebrating being proud, being out and loud, and living our authentic truth. That's what I'm excited about. Yeah. Happy Pride.
Happy Pride. Happy Pride. And we are standing by as crowds of Pride marchers get ready to hit the streets
Right here in the nation's capital. That's right. The nation's capital of New York City. We start the march on 25th Street and 5th Avenue in New York's Flatiron District and end on 16th Street and 7th Avenue in Chelsea.
And we are also less than an hour away from Chicago's Pride Parade. The 53rd annual parade steps off at Sheridan and Broadway at 11 a.m. Central. Alex Perez is right there, so we're going to go there shortly.
All right, and we're going to go from the Windy City to the place I left my heart. You know, we have to take you out to my hometown, Pride festivities in the Bay Area. San Francisco's Pride Parade kicks off in less than 90 minutes at Market and Beale Street. So let's get started. Let's get the whole party started with ABC's Christian Cordero right there, right smack dab in the thick of it where marchers are gathering. Christian, what's it like where you are?
I mean, guys, happy Pride, first of all. We have the best seat in the house because the parade only starts 2 blocks north of us. You can hear the music, you can see the smiles, the crowds are already out. We're so excited to be here. Once they kick off, they'll go straight down 5th Avenue where we are now. And it's just a party. I mean, we haven't even really started yet, and the confetti's already going. We got the fans, too, because it's hot out here.
The governor has started the party.
Wow, thank you so much, Christian. We're going to be right back and check in with you shortly.
And it's just 50,000 people, our closest friends here.
I mean, just a little thing, no big deal.
But listen, as you all know, New York, we love it very much, but it's not the only place in the country celebrating with a massive Pride Parade. Chicago, one of my favorite cities. Shout out to your North Halstead. Shout out to your Andersonville. They're counting down their parade as well, which kicks off in just about, a few minutes or so. So Alex Perez is there. Alex, what's going on in the streets, brother?
Hey, what's going on, LZ? Yeah, absolutely. The parade is kicking off here shortly. I want you to take a look behind me. People are getting ready. We're at sort of the kickoff area where the floats are coming together. The crowd is coming together for the big parade. You know, the Windy City, the city of big shoulders, we can hold our own when it comes to pride parades, and we plan on doing just that today. We're expecting about 1 million spectators to come out as this parade winds its way through the north side of the city, through Lakeview, and through the Lincoln Park areas here in Chicago. This parade this year, guys, is going to be actually a little bit shorter. The city officials, authorities are trying to keep it a little bit tighter because sometimes it goes on for hours and hours because people are having such a good time. So they're trying to streamline it a little bit. But I want to just give you a little look just around me here. The energy is in the air. You can see the flags just about everywhere you look. You see the people getting ready for the parade. I've been hearing music since probably about 7 a.m. this morning. All part of the energy, the spirit of this parade. For a lot of people, coming here, experiencing this parade is a moment in their life. It's something that they've been anticipating, expecting, wanting, building up the courage to do for a very long time. And I'm happy and I'm excited to be here and that I get to share all of this with you guys. This is my hometown here, Chicago. My first Pride Parade here was about 20 years ago. I'll tell you a little bit more about what it was like that first time that I came here, but I just wanted to give you guys an idea. We're ready to party here too and celebrate Pride, the city of big shoulders. We can hold our own when it comes to Pride, guys.
And you know what, Alex? On your shoulders, you always seem to wear the best shirts on Pride Sunday. So thank you for bringing it, my friend.
I try.
All right, Alex, we'll check back in with you very soon. And of course, Pride celebrations this month, they come at a challenging time in the campaign for equal rights, but there have also been significant gains this year, including a major milestone that many say is a reason for hope.
And to talk about it is our Devin Dwyer, who has been toiling, watching all of the Supreme Court decisions come down. But we want you to give us a sense of the landscape right now of the LGBT community and the legal affairs going around.
It's a tough year for LGBTQ rights. I mean, lawmakers, as you guys know, in several states have pushed restrictions on trans kids, health care, bathroom bans, access to all those important educational needs in the classroom, book bans and the like. But it's a major milestone for marriage rights that's lifting spirits and giving hope to a lot of people that progress is possible.
Their marriage 20 years ago in Massachusetts helped to change America.
What it changed was the ability of our friends and our family to celebrate that relationship with us.
It's a recognition by the state. You're entitled to be treated the same as the person that sits next to you at work and is in a heterosexual relationship.
After a historic legal battle, Maureen Brodoff and Ellen Wade were among the first LGBTQ Americans to legally wed.
There was widespread belief that it would somehow devalue heterosexual marriages if our marriage were allowed to happen and be recognized. And that's kind of mind-boggling, but there was a lot of talk like the sky will fall.
Today, they say they've proven the cynics wrong. More than 500,000 American same-sex couples are legally married.
I now pronounce you married.
And a groundbreaking analysis by the Rand Corporation finds the impact has been consistently positive, leading to more stable relationships, health benefits, and a decline in discrimination among LGBTQ families. And despite concerns raised by opponents 2 decades ago,
marriage cannot be severed from its cultural, religious, and natural roots without weakening the good influence of society.
Researchers found no adverse effects on the marriages of different-sex couples.
Is the right to marry on solid ground right now?
It is within the ability of the Supreme Court in a single day to roll back our rights of the last 20 years, 40 years, 50 years, right? So we have to be clear about that.
More than 500 anti-LGBTQ bills were introduced in state legislative sessions this year, but less than 7% have become law, in a major decline from last year.
As we go into an election year, the stakes are significantly higher and will play, I believe, very much into the national dialogue as opposed to simply at the state level.
On the campaign trail,
and I will keep men out of women's sports on day one. Sign.
Former President Donald Trump has targeted the transgender community, pledging to discharge trans military service members, roll back health care protections, and ban trans athletes from women's sports if he takes back the White House.
We've seen sports be a very sort of galvanizing issue for conservatives and Republicans.
President Biden vowing greater inclusion, promising to expand anti-discrimination protections and access to gender-affirming health care in a second term.
I want to send a message to the entire community, especially to transgender children. You are loved.
But it's LGBTQ Americans who are courageously leading the fight for equality every day, like Corey Briskin and Nick Majapinto, who brought a historic class action lawsuit seeking equal fertility benefits to start a family.
We are hopeful that whatever becomes of this, there will be a change for the better for people who are similarly situated to us.
Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey is reaching out to veterans kicked out of the military under Don't Ask, Don't Tell.
We're going to make sure that any veteran who served, who was discharged because they were gay, is going to be in line and receive state benefits.
And across the country, transgender elders who endured a lifetime of intolerance now leading a battle for inclusive senior services as they grow old.
I don't care who you are on this earth. You make your freedom every day. Nobody gives it to you.
For Maureen Brodoff, Ellen Wade, and their daughter Kate, living out and proud as a family is a key part of that fight.
If you know families like us, your opinions are more likely to change.
We really have a very boring life. I don't think...
Well, it's not that boring to me.
It's not boring to us.
Not boring at all, guys. No. Such a beautiful story. I was honored to interview them. And, you know, so many of these LGBTQ families are part of the fabric of our country. As you know, more than 700,000 now married same-sex couples. And one of the fascinating things I learned in reporting that is the public opinion with those numbers growing has changed so dramatically. You've seen the numbers. But 20 years ago, 4 in 10 Americans supported legalizing same-sex marriage. It's 7 in 10 and growing now. It's a great development to see.
I have to say, I always feel smarter after watching a Devin Dwyer piece. Better informed as well. But Devin, seriously, give us a sense of why the most recent survey about same-sex marriages and their impact is so important.
Well, you know, 20 years ago, there were all these hypotheticals thrown around about what legalizing marriages for same-sex couples would do. Those of us in the community knew that it wouldn't be damaging, but a lot of people weren't sure the impact. There's real data now. 96 studies over 20 years. This analysis is so significant, it dispelled a lot of those myths. Claims can still be raised, of course, but the data isn't there to back up some of those most harmful, apocalyptic, really, warnings.
And in the piece, you were talking to a conservative legal advocate, and basically they were saying that, no, there's no intent to roll back same-sex marriage. What are you seeing when you're talking to people out there, down there in the Capitol?
It was kind of surprising to hear that from a conservative group that's writing an agenda for former President Donald Trump if he wins a second term. She assured me that rolling back marriage rights isn't on the table. We'll see. And there's no legal case in the pipeline right now challenging marriage rights, but anything can happen. And there's a lot of concern, as you know, in the community about that concurring opinion that Justice Clarence Thomas wrote 2 years ago in the Dobbs decision, calling explicitly for the rollback of that precedent. We'll just have to see. But there's a lot of hope that won't come to fruition.
Yeah, it seems like her words were in conflict to the Project 2025 from what I've read. But my question for you is, when you think about the impact that the state laws have had in this conversation and the response to the state laws, there seems to be a slowing down in terms of introducing anti-LGBTQ bills on the state level. Is that because of the general election, or is that a reflection of the voting bloc's power?
Well, a lot of the analysts that I talked to, LZ, said it's actually more about the election being before us and that tabling this, that the push to roll back LGBTQ rights is not gone. It's not being tabled. There hasn't been that much progress, but we'll have to see. And that's why advocates, and you saw the Human Rights Campaign push it there, voting matters. LGBTQ voters are influential, especially in those swing states, Michigan, Georgia, Pennsylvania. 1 in 10 in 2022 were LGBTQ voters, and those numbers are only growing.
All right, Devin, thank you so much.
Great to be here,
You're the
guys.
best. You're always covering all things Supreme Court for us, so thank you so much.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, and enjoy your well-deserved vacation.
Thanks.
Absolutely. All right, thank you so much. And why don't we go ahead and look at what's happening right there on the ground? This party's well underway, folks, here. The big march March underway here in New York City. There we go with the New York State Attorney's Office there, Letitia James right there starting us off here. But the music's getting louder, the party's getting wilder, the dancing is very much happening here. It's a party.
It's fun to see the party rolling past us, behind us. It's so much fun to see.
Unlike Chicago, we won't be cutting it short.
We will not.
No, absolutely not.
And listen, would it ever be New York City Pride?
No.
Without the one and
oldest
only
thing in New York? Is that where we were going, Gio? Without the oldest artifact in New York.
Sam Champion right here. Oh my God.
Happy Pride.
Happy Pride,
Juju.
Happy Pride, Sam.
What's going on? I haven't seen you. When do I get to see you but here, right?
Well, you know what? This is a great time for us to see each other because it's a great annual celebration.
Yeah. Absolutely true.
It is. It is.
Now, you say dancing, but I haven't seen any of you get up and dance yet.
We were watching you dancing.
We're too wired. We're wired.
All right. Well,
see.
it's
but you've got a long day ahead because you're going to be on Channel 7 here in New York.
Yep.
But we're on Channel 7 right now.
We are right now, and you guys are between you and us, ABC has got this across the board all over the planet, so you have no excuse. You can watch it streaming. You can watch it on TV. You can watch it, I'm sure, on Hulu. I think you can watch it everywhere.
You can watch it everywhere.
There you go.
Did you guys coordinate the color today?
Of course we did. Of course we did. I don't know. I just thought everybody should stand out, right, in their rainbow attire, and so I just thought I would beige it down.
That's good.
What are you most looking forward to?
To me, I'm most looking forward to getting an entire new group of young people excited and out and about and talking about their rights and talking about their values and talking about how easily everything that has been earned can be taken away. So what I'm excited about is getting people on this route, getting them excited enough to go home, talk to their families, talk to their friends, and say, we matter, our rights matter, we don't want to lose any ground.
Oh.
So inspiring, Sam Champion.
Absolutely.
So
he always has the right words.
Exactly.
Always.
The wisest thing in New York is how
And the oldest.
More dancing, Sam Champion. More dancing. Thank you so much.
Come right next door and dance.
Exactly. Thank you so much for stopping by, though.
See you guys.
Love you. And we want to give a huge shout out to the incredibly hardworking volunteers and staff at NYC Pride. These are the people who are behind the scenes that are working tirelessly to bring events like the New York City Pride March to you at home here.
And clearly, without them, all of this would not be possible. So please scan your QR code at the bottom of the screen that you see right there. Support NYC Pride.
Good point.
Or go, there it is, right there.
Yeah, right there.
Or go to nycpride.org if you don't have your phone handy. And we're so glad, Sam, that you were able to join us. Thank you.
Thank you guys for the invite.
Now we have a jam-packed show ahead with far more pride, fun, and excitement. And the countdown is on with less than an hour until New York City Pride kicks off for March.
And coming up, award-winning author and activist Raquel Willis is here. Pride Across America. Oh, you know we're continuing right after the break, so stay right there. You're watching Pride Across America on ABC News Live and Channel 7 here in New York.
The Space Shuttle Challenger's 5 astronauts are sleeping now after a virtually flawless launch and first day. This is the 7th shuttle mission, and with no hitches, it might have been considered routine. But as the Challenger climbed today, it carried an American woman astronaut, Sally Ride, into space and into history. Lynn Scher has the story.
She was grinning with excitement even before she left the Earth. Even before the crowds here chanted, "Ride, Sally, ride," as Challenger took its supercharged journey into space.
And liftoff of STS-7 and America's first woman astronaut.
Whenever news breaks,
we are here in Israel, a nation at war after that brutal surprise attack by Hamas.
On the ground in Ukraine, reporting from Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine. Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
In rolling forth, this tornado tore through this little town.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
In Iceland, let's go.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines from southern Israel. Outside the Gaza Strip. In Beirut.
From the FBI.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is. We're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different.
The critics agree.
Hated the Brat Pack. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense?
I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything. Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium.
1985? I think we could have.
Babe Ruth, Hank Aaron, Shohei Ohtani, legends of the game. But now the list of greats redefined. From ABC News, Reclaim the Forgotten League, a side of the story of baseball you have never heard before like this. The award-winning podcast is back. Listen wherever you get your podcasts or scan the QR codes you see here.
Reporting from the Normandy coast for the 80th anniversary of D-Day, I'm David Muir. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
So say what you say, expect me to fade. I don't think about it, I don't think about it. Got work left to do, and I'm not close to
It would not be Pride without the good music.
That's right.
Welcome back to Pride Across America, the loudest and proudest streaming event honoring the LGBTQ plus community.
We are a little more than 30 minutes away from the start of New York City's Pride March.
That's right, and we could not be more excited this year. This Pride event has been so much history into it. The inaugural march took place in 1970, 1 year after the Stonewall Uprising. It has since evolved into an annual civil rights demonstration celebrated by millions.
It's unbelievable. It's been 55 years, so much history, and we are ready and in position to celebrate all things Pride with one of the women in charge of leading the way today.
Yeah, and earlier today, our Christian Cordero caught up with a writer, trans rights activist, and one of the grand marshals of this year's parade, Raquel Willis. Take a look.
Woo. Raquel Willis, happy Pride. You look amazing.
Thank you.
I gotta ask, how does a kid from Augusta, Georgia wrap her head around being a grand marshal here at New York City Pride?
Oh, I guess we'll figure out tomorrow. You know, it's so wild. I grew up feeling so isolated. I was in a very Catholic, conservative family, loving, but had no understanding of who I was. And to be here today, I just want all of my Southern folks, all of the people who live in places that get left behind or overlooked, to understand that you deserve to be here and you have a queer, brilliant future ahead of you. So don't let anyone knock it.
And you've done such important work in the visibility for the LGBTQ plus community, specifically for the trans community. Last year was a really tough year. There's no way around that, right? Unprecedented number of legislative bills targeting the community, a state of emergency declared. How would you place where we are now, halfway through 2024?
Wow, well, it's a difficult year. Of course, there are some major elections coming up, so definitely want people to get politically involved, right? And don't just worry about the top two in the presidential election. Worry about the local level, because we have people on these school boards who are making sure that queer and trans youth are having a difficult time, and we've got to get them out of the way. But I think it always goes back to community. So no matter what the haters say, these ignorant politicians, these washed up YA fantasy novelists and comedians say about us, it's always about community and mutual aid. We're the ones who feed us, who house us, and make sure we have the medication we need, and on and on.
You've had a lot of joy in the past year, too. Congratulations on your memoir.
Yeah.
The Risk It Takes to Bloom.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so The Risk It Takes to Bloom is all about my life growing up in the South, coming into my queerness, my womanhood, everything, and how my family evolved along the way. And I think that's something that people really have latched onto. Is like, we need more of those love stories, and not just romance in that way, right? But the love stories and families, so that people know that there are people who are shifting so that they can understand and love queer and trans youth and their families.
That's such an important message. What is your advice to someone who's like, that resonates with me?
Yeah. Well, I would say continue to find stories that speak to you, that reflect who you are in the world. Again, find community. I can't say it enough. Find those people who have similar values to you and have a similar vision of liberation, and who love you unapologetically because you deserve it.
You feel like you're surrounded by love today?
Oh, absolutely. And my mom and my sister are around here somewhere, so they're here, all of my friends and chosen family, and then, of course, all this community. So I'm really excited and honored to have been chosen to be a Grand Marshal.
Thank you so much. Happy Pride, Raquel.
Happy Pride. Thank you.
Oh, I just love Raquel. I just love her so much. It's just amazing.
She's a warrior, absolutely. And she just does it every step of the way.
Absolutely. I love the title of her memoir because it's based off that poem. And I don't want to screw it up, but it's basically the pain it took to stay in a bud was greater than the pain it took to blossom.
Right.
Wow.
So the title of her book is about her becoming herself because the pain not to be herself was greater.
That's incredibly powerful.
Yeah, and the risks you have to take to bloom is what she talks about, and the threat and the danger that to the trans community to this day is so powerfully profound.
You've done so much reporting on the trans community, and you've met so many folks.
Absolutely, and I think it just reinforces the humanity each time we tell these stories of the people who've gone through a trans journey.
And the right that we all have the right to blossom.
Yes.
We all have the right to blossom.
Absolutely.
Well, we have so much fun and excitement ahead. It continues with just about 30 minutes until the kickoff of New York City's Pride March, if you can believe it.
Yeah, and coming up here, one of the world's most well-known women's soccer players, two-time World Cup champion and an Olympic gold medalist, Kelly O'Hare. Pride across America continues right after the break here on ABC News Live and Channel 7.
How do you feel?
Gay as hell.
I love it here.
This is real.
100%.
I think you still look at me that way.
Are you mad at me? I want pageantry that takes months and months to plan.
My girls have
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. Police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
All right, let the dogs out, please.
I want to make sure that we all learn together.
We are so grateful. You changed our world.
It is a beautiful thing to see. As you rehabilitate the dog, you rehabilitate you.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
Hey, good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Are you ready? Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here this morning.
You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be here.
I am here and so happy.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
Michael, George, Clara,
Ginger.
Hi, I'm Andy. And I'm Sabrina. And we're moms, juggling tons of stuff every day, like all you moms out there. And you know what we love? Really love? Pop culture. So listen now to our new podcast, Pop Culture Moms, wherever you get your podcasts.
expect me to fade. I don't think about it. I don't think about it. Work left to do.
Welcome back to Pride Across America, the loudest and proudest streaming event honoring the LGBT plus community.
We are definitely the loudest and the proudest sitting right here. We're now less than 30 minutes away from the start of New York City's Pride March, and you see Congressman Jerry Nadler right there in the middle of it.
I mean, it almost feels like it already started, right?
Absolutely.
The energy out here right now. And our next guest is one of the world's most well-known women's soccer players. She's a 2-time World Cup champion and an Well, no big deal. An Olympic gold medalist.
But also she's become a queer icon after publicly coming out in 2019. She's here now to tell us all about her pride and what this month means to her. Joining us now from the Red Bull Arena in Harrison, New Jersey, where there's a game in just a few hours, please welcome Gotham FC defender Kelly O'Hara.
Woo! Woo! Welcome to the show.
Welcome.
Hi,
Kelly.
Guys. How are y'all?
Hi.
Hey there.
Happy Pride.
How are the vibes?
Kelly.
Happy Pride? How are the
They're
vibes
great.
over there? How's the energy?
Oh my God, listen, the music is going, the dancing is going. I mean, we're ready here.
Yeah, but Kelly, before we chat about that memorable moment, last month you made a big announcement. You said that the 2024 NWSL season in Gotham FC will be your last. How does that feel, closing the chapter of a historic career? What can you tell us?
Yeah, you know, it's definitely a bittersweet moment to come to retirement. Every athlete has to go through it, but I have nothing but, you know, a lot of gratitude in my heart, and I'm very thankful for everything this sport's given me. I'm going to miss the game, but it's been a great career, and you know, I can't imagine doing anything more, and I'm just thankful that I got to do everything that I was able to do.
Kelly, as if you didn't have enough going on, you've recently added executive producer, thank you very much, to your resume. You produced a short film called Ripe. It premiered at this year's Tribeca Film Festival. Again, no big deal.
No big deal.
It also won big. Can you tell us more about the film? How were you able to juggle all of this?
Yeah, you know, prioritizing sleep has been really important these days with a lot going on. But yeah, Ripe, first foray into executive producing alongside my fiance, Cameron Stanhouse, also a business partner, really good college friend, Luke Anderson. We all executive produced this film. It's directed and written by Tusk, which is Olivia Mitchell and Carrie Furr. And it's just this beautiful love story between these two girls that meet through soccer, and it's shot in Spain. It's gorgeous, and you know, like y'all said, it's been racking up some awards, so we're really proud of it, and you know, excited to make it into a feature hopefully soon. So if anybody's looking to invest, give me a call, because this is something we want the world to see.
Yeah,
that's what a true EP does.
Exactly.
It calls out always.
I love it, Kelly. Hit us with stuff. I love that.
You know? Yeah, exactly.
You came out in the most epic of ways 5 years ago, kissing your fiancé after winning a championship. When you look back on that moment, how do you think people process it, and how did you process it afterwards?
You know, it's funny. People are like, "Oh, you came out in 2019 when you smooched your girlfriend," and I was like, "Well, actually, you know, I feel like I had been living my life very out up to that point, but I guess not like on a public grand stage. And for us, the intention, you know, my intention wasn't to come out in that moment. It was just sharing this special moment with my person and my rock, and you know, the person who had gotten me through and helping me to win that World Cup. And I think it resonated with a lot of people that like coming out doesn't have to be this grand gesture. It can just be living authentically you and being yourself. And I've received so many letters and like messages since then about how that's impacted people, and just given people hope and, you know, the courage to just be their authentic selves, and to know just be able to be themselves. And I think that's super special, and I feel very lucky to have been able to impact people in that way.
Well, it seems like the perfect fairy tale ending, that you kiss your true love and all this magic happens. But Kelly, do you think that the world of soccer, or maybe even the world of sports more broadly, is becoming more accepting of the LGBTQ plus community?
Yeah, you know, I think that for me, soccer's always been a really safe and accepting space. I know sport hasn't always been that way, but I think that, you know, we're trending in the right direction. And I've always felt through my life and my career that it's been the place that's allowed me to, you know, be myself and be my authentic being, I guess. And I think that it's becoming that for more players and, you know, fans and people surrounded with the game. And I think that's what's so special about sports, is that it can bring people together and unite people, and hopefully, you know, create a safe space for everyone.
Kelly, something you said earlier was so impactful to me, because I believe that same thing. It's not always about coming out. Coming out, a queer person knows that they're who they are. They already know who they are. Coming out is for everyone else. I like to call it letting you in. And I think, Kelly, you've let us
Yeah.
in. You've let us into your personal life. And never say, the word
Really
coming
nice.
out has never set well with me. It's when other people find out what you really are, you're letting them in. So not coming out, but letting you in. And you've been so gracious to let us in about your wedding planning, right? You were engaged back New Year's Eve in 2022, and you said you were going to start wedding planning this year. Have you at all set a date? You want to share with us?
Oh, he wants
Oh
the
my
tea.
God. You guys are, well, first of all, I love that. I love that. Letting people in. Well, I'll let you in on a little secret. We haven't been wedding planning just because there's been so much on our plate with everything that we've been doing. We like keep looking at each other being like, when are we going to do this? But obviously with me retiring, it's gonna open up the schedule and give me some free time to be able to actually like pick a weekend, because we work weekends playing soccer. So, 2026, hopefully that'll happen. That's our plan. So we'll plan potentially end of this year into next year.
I'll take it.
Okay, I mean, he got a headline.
I know. Thanks for letting us in on all the tea. That's awesome.
Hey, Kelly, you've been playing soccer since, oh my gosh, you were 4 years old. Do you have a favorite moment of your career? That's just amazing.
Oh man, all of the moments and the big victories that everybody gets to see are so special. Winning gold in 2012 was honestly a childhood dream come true, because for me the Olympics was the first picture and visibility of like female athletes on TV, really. I remember watching the 1996 Olympics and watching the Magnificent Seven, the gymnastics team, and just how incredible they were. So for me, winning gold was super cool, and something that, again, lifelong dream. But I would say 2019 World Cup was also really special, just because I was coming off an injury, and we were going back to back, and there was so much pressure. But honestly, I've been lucky to be part of so many big wins and exciting moments, but truly the thing that I'm going to take from my career and the moments I'm going to look back on and smile are like the little ones that is away from the public eye and just between teammates, and those little mundane things that we go through as athletes. I'm gonna look back and really cherish.
Well, one of those little mundane things actually wasn't so mundane. It's free agency. And last year, you became the first player in your league to be a free agent signing. What was that like? And can you explain to viewers why it's so important that athletes do have that ability to become free agents?
Oh yeah, no, that definitely, I wouldn't say that was a mundane thing. That was a stressful thing, because free agency was like, it was the first time that we were able to actually have autonomy and, self-determination in terms of where we were going to end up and play. And I was the first player to sign with the team, to sign with Gotham, and it is really, really important for the sport. Around the world, that's how football is done. There is free agency, and players get to decide where they want to play. And just as humans, it's really nice and important to be able to choose where you get to play. Again, I was lucky enough to do that, the first player to be able to do that, and I'm hoping that our league is going to very soon allow everybody to be free agents and to be able to decide where they want to play, because you want to be able to be with your person or be around family or go to the city you want to play for the team that you want to play for, not necessarily where you get traded to or where you get drafted to.
Well, Kelly O'Hara, you said you're going to miss soccer, but I know soccer is going to miss you too. Thanks so much for joining us today, and good luck to the team.
Thank you, guys. Y'all have fun. We're missing out, but we're with you in spirit.
Oh.
Thank you. Thank you. And please be sure to scan the QR code at the bottom of your screen to support NYC Pride, or go to nycpride.org.
We have so much ahead of us. Okay, we'll be back with some special guests.
And coming up will be the owner of the Stonewall Inn, joining us for the history and legacy of the LGBTQ plus community movement. Pride Across America continues after this break.
You would think that a gay choreographer would get respect and credit a lot easier in an industry like dance and choreography, but it's kind of all the same thing. I've ran into a lot of just difficult moments being a young Black choreographer in that respect.
Whenever whenever news breaks.
We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike.
ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland, let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere.
I experienced a lot of rejection, a lot of heartache. I'm a tough woman, but it's not easy. You're gonna feel lonely. There was a lot of personal stuff in my life that was really falling apart. But Mom and Daddy didn't raise no quitter.
Not everybody makes it.
It's taken me a really long time to even get to this moment.
The CMA Award for Album of the Year for Female Vocalist of the Year.
Entertainer of the Year
goes to Lainey
Wilson.
That was a mic drop.
The
Entertainer of the Year, baby! What she is doing right now is changing country music.
I'm proud of myself. I really am. I have worked my ass off. Now it's time to see what's next. I do see the bell bottoms and the hat as my superhero outfit.
Babe Ruth, Hank Aaron, Shohei Ohtani, legends of the game. But now the list of greats redefined. From ABC News, Reclaim the Forgotten League, a side of the story of baseball you have never heard before like this. The award-winning podcast is back. Listen wherever you get your podcasts or scan the QR codes you see here.
Reporting from the iconic Hollywood sign, I'm Jacqueline Lee. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC.
What you say, expect me to fade. I don't think about it. I don't think about it. Work left to do.
Pride across America, the loudest and proudest streaming event honoring the LGBTQ plus community. We are so glad that you are with us today.
And we are just 30 minutes away from the start of New York City's Pride March. You can hear, hopefully, the energy behind us. And we're so thrilled to be here because so many people are popping in, right?
So many people, and this Pride would not be possible without the hardworking folks behind the scenes at NYC Pride. And this is one of them right here.
Absolutely. So joining us now is the Executive Director of NYC, Sandra Perez. Sandra, tell us about, you said you're already planning for 2026.
Oh, yeah.
What have you been up to?
We've been up to everything, all good things. This is a labor of love. We incorporate nearly 1,200 volunteers.
1,200 volunteers.
To lift up New York City Pride and make this and other events possible. So between this labor of love with our volunteers and our board and our staff and our community partners, there's a lot of work that has to be done. So we're always thinking about how to improve it and what's next.
What's the theme this year? I know that it's all about reflection and inclusion, right?
Right. Well, this year is the 55th anniversary of the Stonewall Uprising, and it's also the 40th anniversary of Heritage of Pride. So we are really happy to encourage people with our theme. Our theme is a call to action, reflect, empower, unite. So we want people to reflect on the past challenges and accomplishments of our community and really fortify themselves and empower themselves with that knowledge and unite to bring all of those learnings and accomplishments to the forefront so that we can improve life for other queer teens.
Today is such a loud and proud focal point, but I wonder the importance of Pride outside of the parade. That you do a lot more than just get ready for the parade.
Absolutely. A big part of what we do year-round is create safe spaces for people to come in, be themselves. Like I said, volunteerism runs very strong throughout our organization. So we have people who volunteer year-round to go to other organizations and serve. But one of the other things that we're really proud of is the fact that we are able to produce events like Youth Pride, which we held yesterday at South Street Seaport, a safe space for queer and trans youth. And then, we have family movie nights and all different types of programs for people to tap into all year round.
And you and I were talking about this earlier, but you were asking me if we enjoy doing this. And it's like, heck yeah, we enjoy doing this, because I think back to, teenage me and being worried about this part of me. And then now we're actually able to do this on ABC right now. And that's really a reason for you to do what you do.
Absolutely. I'm a native New Yorker, Bronx girl, Puerto Rican heritage. And I do remember when I wouldn't have even dared to participate in the Pride March. So, to be able to come full circle and see other people willing and able to celebrate themselves fully is really what it's all about.
What changed for you? You said you weren't before, and then something happened. What was that something?
Coming out is a continuous process, I think, for all of us, and especially for those of us of Hispanic heritage, or perhaps coming from cultures where it is not readily accepted. It is a challenge to come out and stay out. And that's why we dedicate ourselves to keeping that space open for people to come out and be themselves as they feel comfortable.
Oh, well, it has been such a pleasure to have you here. And you said you're Latina, so I'll say it the Latino way.
Please.
Sandra Perez.
That's so
Muchas
good.
gracias. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you for what you do.
Oh, and thank you all for what you do. We're very, very pleased.
Thanks for dropping by. I appreciate it. And of course,
everybody.
we are going to continue our Pride celebration with the history of an iconic landmark here in New York City, the Stonewall Inn. It is the place of a lot of history. Vice President Biden visited the landmark on Friday. So let's take a look.
This beloved bar became the site of a call to cry for freedom, dignity, and equality and respect. You marked a turning point in civil rights in America. You inspired the hearts of millions of people around the world. To this day, Stonewall remains a symbol of the legacy of leadership of the LGBTQ+ community.
Joining us now is co-owner of the Stonewall Inn and CEO of Stonewall Inn Gives Back Initiative, Stacey Lentz. Hey, Stacey.
Hi, happy
Welcome.
Pride.
Happy Pride.
So excited to be here.
Oh, I bet. It's fun.
I was at Stonewall last year for Soul of a Nation's Pride celebration, and it's a beautiful testament to the history. It's been 55 years since the Stonewall Uprising. I wonder, as one of the co-owners who helped rescue the historic landmark, what does the milestone mean to you?
Yeah, 55 years later, I think about all those brave men and women who stood up so I can have the rights that I have today. But I'm also reminded, we don't have full global equality. So that fight that started right there on Christopher Street in 1969, that battle's not done. So I think the milestone is a reminder for the younger generation, pick up that torch and keep that fight going.
And in 2017, you started the Stonewall Inn Gives Back Initiative, a very powerful program. Yep. What's that been like? Because you have such an incredible mission, but what has happened since then? Where are you now? What can we do to help?
Yeah, 100%. So we have a Safe Spaces certification program where businesses, bars, venues, even sporting events can become certified safe spaces. So places like the U.S. Open has become a Stonewall Inn Gives Back safe space.
Wow.
The New York City Marathon, a Stonewall Inn Gives Back safe space. Crypto.com Arena, where the Lakers play in L.A. So it's a way to really hold businesses accountable and say, if you're on the side of equality, you've got to put in the work. You just can't throw up that rainbow flag and say that it's LGBTQ friendly. There's a training component that their staff must go through. They can't donate to anti-LGBTQ legislators. And probably the most important, they have to support our community, not just today, not just in June, but 365 days a year.
Oh, wow. Ally 24/7. Interesting.
Crazy, yeah.
That's very, very crazy. I think most people understand now what Stonewall is. Can you describe the Stonewall Inn Initiative and what exactly are some of the things that have come from it?
Yeah, so exactly right. So making those safe spaces, then we take the funding from those corporations and we give it to grassroots organizations all over the globe. We've funded folks in Uganda, in Kenya.
Wow.
Here in the U.S., we're funding folks in Tennessee, Mississippi, Texas, the states where those horrific bills are trying to be passed into laws against primarily our trans brothers and sisters. So it's a way of taking that corporate money, realigning it, holding them accountable, making them be authentic allies, and then give it to the grassroots organizations that are doing the work on the ground for our community.
And trans brothers and sisters were so important at the Stonewall Uprising, and that has really come into sort of mainstream knowledge now, too. But I'd be curious, we were talking about this earlier about how Pride Month becomes work on some level because you're trying to lift up your community. I'm curious what joy is for you.
Yeah, joy is for me getting here to talk about, the Stonewall Gives Back initiative, a chance to dance with my chosen family. I'm very lucky. I get to do this work with a bunch of cool friends that have become my chosen family. I think for queer folks, chosen family is so important.
Sure.
So when we're done with this, I can't wait to go dance and celebrate with them. And again, do that call to action. Remind folks to get out there and do what they need to do to keep that fight alive. And for more information on us at the initiative, you can go to stonewallinitiative.org.
All right, there you go. Stacey Lentz, always such a pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much. Happy Pride to you.
Happy Pride. Thanks for having me.
Happy Pride.
Happy Pride.
Happy Pride. And we are now less than 10 minutes away from the start of the New York City Pride March.
So stay with us because Gio and LZ and Harvey and I are going to be partying up the storm throughout the day as Pride across America continues after the break.
This here is part of the Stonewall Bar because there were three of them, one in each corner and one in the center. And as you can tell, the prices. Champagne, $1.25. Then there was also another stand we had that had Pat's Blue Ribbon and Rango beer because those were the beers at the time. I would like to just live simply and be myself. And a lot more like empathy to people who are different.
All right, let the dogs out, please.
I want to make sure that we all learn together.
We are so grateful. You changed our world.
It is a beautiful thing to see. As you rehabilitate the dog, you rehabilitate you.
Get ready, America, every Friday.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes!
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA. You're going to love it.
There is a price to be paid every time a survivor shares their story. I will not be silenced.
Do you feel the church accepted abuse?
I wouldn't say accepted it as so much pretended it didn't exist.
Yep, that's him.
Yep.
Ready? Kira Phillips with ABC News. Does your church protect sexual predators?
The powerful new Impact by Nightline. Secrets of the 2x2 Church.
There's nothing pretty about hearing this.
Now streaming on Hulu.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions.
Nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag...
Not a tear in it.
How important it made the USA.
Great work. Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail? David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different.
The critics agree.
Hated the Brat Pack. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense?
I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything. Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium.
1985? I think we could have.
So say what you say, expect me to fade. I don't think about it. I don't think about it. Got work left to do.
Back to Pride Across America, the loudest and proudest, that's right, the loudest, hear those engines go, streaming event honoring the LGBTQ plus community.
Honestly, it's like on cue. The motorcycle engines are making sure we are the loudest right now.
Exactly, and that's why we are so excited because we're just minutes away from the start of the nation's largest Pride Parade.
So you know what? Why don't we go down to the street level there? Let's check in with Christian Cordero. Christian, oh my gosh, we feel the excitement. What's it feel like right there in the thick of it?
I mean, Gio, we have bubbles in our face. This sound feels like I'm home because this means it's about to start. Pride. Look, I've been to New York for many different reasons. Haven't actually lived here, but there are a few occasions where it brings people out to line up along the street, right? The marathon is one that comes to mind. And it doesn't get old when you just see layers of people on the sidewalks out here smiling big, having a great time, and here to celebrate. So, yes, we hear the engines revved up. We see the line of the different floats getting ready to step off this parade. They're going to make their way down Fifth Avenue, and we're just so excited to get going.
Well, as you said, Christian, we can hear you loud and clear. There's still a line of motorcycles behind us here. So much excitement. But let's go to Chicago and check in with Alex Perez. Alex, you're just minutes away from the start of your parade, too, right? How's it going?
Juju, the countdown is on. We are literally just minutes away, as you said, from our parade. You might be able to see the sort of the start line behind me here. Police officers will be leading the parade, and then all those floats will be back there. There's about 150 floats this year. And I heard everyone over there say that New York has a lot of loud people. Do we have loud people here? Happy Pride! It's going to get even louder than that, guys. We're just getting started. You got to remember the parade hasn't kicked off yet. This parade is about 20 blocks. It winds its way through the north side of Chicago. And there are people that really come from all over the Midwest to attend this parade. The theme this year is Pride is Power. And that's a nod to just how impactful this parade has been for so many people for now 53 years. I want to talk to someone here. This is your first Pride parade, right? And tell me your name again.
Rachel.
Rachel, okay, so tell me why you're here and how you're feeling. Your very first Pride
Yes,
parade.
I'm very excited. I'm super excited, yes.
What's it like to be at a place like this where there's 1 million people lining up to see the parade, but also to support each other?
Yeah, I love the visibility. So to me, Pride means that we're not like ashamed of who we are. We're not in the closet anymore. We're, you know, being who we really truly are inside and showing it to the world. And it's just awesome to see so many people here doing that, and even the allies, you know.
And some people don't quite get it, that being able to be your true, authentic self makes a big difference in your life. It makes a big difference in everything you do.
Yeah.
Explain that to us. Like, how would you get people to understand how important it is?
I mean, being who you are showing people the true side of you, and you are also allowing them to show you who they truly are, which I think, you know, that's what forms community, that's what forms true friendships, that's what forms like a true family bond, when you can love each other for your authentic self and for their authentic selves. That's really important.
Amazing, amazing. What an amazing message. Congratulations on your first Pride. It's just getting started. It's about to get really noisy in here. Out here very soon, guys. Kickoff is just a few minutes away. We'll check in with you a little later, but back to you guys in New York.
Well, thank you, Alex and Christian. We'll be checking back with you very shortly. That was wonderful.
So much fun. I know, amazing, right? But we got to go to break because we are just minutes away from the top of the hour now and the start of the nation's largest Pride March. Stay with us. Pride Across America continues right after the break. Stick around.
To change it, like who's going to, especially as the younger generation. Sadly, there's a lot on our shoulders to change the world right now, from like the environment to racism to disrupting the whole political system. And the younger people are fighting to change all of that. It starts with us.
Whenever news breaks.
We are here in Israel, a nation at war after that brutal surprise attack by Hamas.
On the ground in Ukraine, reporting from Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
In rolling forward, this tornado tore through this little town.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
In Iceland. Let's go.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines. From southern Israel.
Outside the Gaza Strip.
In Beirut. From the FBI.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different.
The critics agree.
Hated the Brat Pack. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense?
I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything.
Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium.
1985? I think we could have.
Babe Ruth, Hank Aaron, Shohei Ohtani, legends of the game. But now the list of greats redefined. From ABC News, Reclaim the Forgotten League, a side of the story of baseball you have never heard before like this. The award-winning podcast is back. Listen wherever you get your podcasts or scan the QR codes you see here.
Reporting from Capitol Hill, I'm Gio Benitez. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live. Welcome back to ABC News Live's Pride Across America. Oh, you know it is the loudest and proudest streaming event honoring the LGBTQ plus community. We are so glad to be here with you and so glad that you are with us. I'm Gio Benitez.
And I'm Juju Chang, and I'm so thrilled to be with you here in New York City. And of course, Chicago already celebrating in the streets. The New York City Pride March and Chicago Pride Parade both kicking off just moments from now. So you guys have to stand by. We have so much pride in the audience.
Absolutely. And I'm Elsie Granderson, and we have our special guest here with us, Harvey Guillon. And what an amazing way to kick off these celebrations in New York City and in Chicago. It's just so great to be here in general.
Absolutely. That's right. Thank you so much for having me. This is fantastic. I'm thrilled to be here celebrating Pride with all of you. It's been fantastic. And we are live from coast to coast, bringing you the country's 3 biggest Pride marches: New York City, Chicago, and San Francisco.
That's right. And New York City and Chicago, they're already marching. It's a little hot, folks. It's a little hot, not going to lie. But overall, the weather really is just gorgeous out. We have some cloud cover, and that is a relief.
Yes, thank baby Jesus for clouds.
Exactly.
And the grown one, too.
And our little mini fans, which you have right here. And you know, I, as a Bay Area girl, have to take you out to the hometown Pride festivities in the Bay Area. San Francisco's Pride Parade kicks off in less than 90 minutes at Market and Beale Streets as well. So much ahead. But also with us today is ABC's Devin Dwyer. Happy Pride, Devin.
Hey, happy Pride, you guys. I'm bringing some DC Pride up here to New York
That's
City.
right.
It's great to be here this year with you all.
No cherry blossoms with you?
Always.
Oh, nice. Well done. Well done.
Picked by my mom. Love you, Mom.
All right, and let's check in with how New York City's march is going right now. Devin, you want to do those honors?
Let's do it. Christian Cordero is on the march route. Christian, we were out there in San Francisco last year. How's it going out there this year?
Yeah. Devin, sorry, kind of cutting out a little bit. It's a little loud. We have literal instruments around us. But yes, I did catch what you said. San Francisco, New York City, being back here again with you, it's never lost on me the amount of history that we're seeing. Let's go ahead and listen to the band a little bit. So, like I was saying, it's amazing being in these places where there's so much LGBTQ plus history that has been made here. And oftentimes, in the case of San Francisco, in the case of New York City, the movement is born out of a little bit of trauma, a lot of trauma, right? And so to see the celebration that is today, humbled, of course, by remembering how we got here, but to see this many people, allies, people of the community who are just here to celebrate joy is really special. And I'm so glad that we got to share that last year as well, Devin.
All right, Christian, thank you so much. We'll be checking back in with you shortly. And you guys look like a great band out there. I love me a good marching band.
I know, wow.
You play an instrument, Gio?
I did know the recorder. I think everybody played the recorder. I don't know if that's much of an instrument.
No, it doesn't count.
Sorry to all the recorder fans out there.
I played the sousaphone, which is about the size of Harvey.
Oh, my God. Fair enough, fair enough. I played the tuba for like a week.
There you go.
Yeah, I didn't want to carry it.
I don't blame you.
I was on the other end of the spectrum. I played the flute, but I wanted to play trumpet. I just wasn't.
That was me, the trumpet.
Oh, see, there you go. Yeah.
Yep. All right. A bunch of musicians except me. The city of Chicago is also celebrating right now. Their parade kicked off just moments ago as well.
Yes, and our very own Alex Perez is there. Alex, how's it going, my friend?
Hey, good morning, LZ. Good morning, everybody. The parade just kicked off, as you said. You can see some of the Grand Marshals here behind me. We have a few pairs of Grand Marshals. Fortune Feimster is the main Grand Marshal. She's making her way down there. Everybody, are you excited for Pride? I think that was a resounding yes, guys. Everyone is very excited for Pride. This is the 53rd annual Pride Parade here in Chicago. And this parade is important not just to the Windy City, but it's important to the entire Midwest. People drive here from all over the place to experience this parade. For a lot of people, it's the first time they're able to be themselves, have a good time. We talked to someone just a few minutes ago. She told me it's her very first Pride Parade ever, and she's never been able to feel like her authentic self the way she's feeling today. So that is the energy, that is the vibe, the feeling in the air right now, and it's just getting started. We're talking about 150 floats, 20 blocks, gonna go at least a few hours. And guys, I know there's some sort of not perfect weather in New York. I hate to say it, the weather is kind of perfect here in Chicago, guys. We have about 70 degrees, partly cloudy, sun still poking through those clouds. We have good weather, and the parade is now underway, guys.
I feel like Britney Spears. This is great.
What?
I feel like.
Thank you, Alex. We'll back with you very shortly. Thanks so much for that.
All right.
All right. As we celebrate Pride across America, we are now thrilled to have our next guest with us. He is a former defensive end who played 7 seasons in the NFL, and he made history being the first active NFL player to come out as gay. I was at that game. It was fantastic. He was a hero of the game. Please welcome Carl Nassib.
What's up, everybody? How's it going? Happy Pride.
Welcome.
Happy Pride.
Now, Carl, as we just said, you came out 3 years ago, around your 5th season in the NFL.
Yep.
And I'm just curious, how did that impact you 3 years ago,
Yeah.
and how did that impact the larger community once they heard the news?
I mean, it changed my life, and it was one of the most meaningful experiences. I am so lucky of all the support, love, and respect that I've gotten over the last 3 years. And, you know, again, the reception from my coaches, my teammates, the fans, everybody. I couldn't have asked for a better experience.
Go Bucks.
Yeah, go Bucks, go Raiders, go Browns. Yeah.
Hey, Carl, what does Pride mean to you? How do you celebrate?
I mean, Pride is, you know, an ultimate celebration. I am very aware of how lucky I am to just exist in a time like this where I get to be myself. And, you know, just 25 years ago, it wasn't that same type of reception. And, you know, it is a celebration of all that we have. But I also feel like it's a reminder that, you know, progress isn't solely based on inertia. You need constant, you know, pressure. You need constant energy, and you know, it's also a reminder that we have a lot to accomplish.
I once interviewed Jeff Rohr, who played for the Cowboys, and then came out only after retiring, and he talked about that pressure to remain silent. But now that you are past your NFL career, you've now started a new volunteering app, which I think is so cool.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely.
Tell us about Raisa.
Yeah, so my company Raise, we're really trying to increase volunteerism and just philanthropy in general. Less and less people volunteer, and less people get back to charity. And so we're really trying to connect younger generations who grew up with technology with these nonprofits who are kind of run by people who are in later stages of life that don't know technology at all. So we're trying to bridge that gap. And it's really rewarding. We got big goals. We have a great team. We're based here in New York City. So it's going really, really well.
Yeah, you're also a big supporter of the Trevor Project,
yes,
right? So tell us a little bit about your involvement with that.
I mean, the Trevor Project and they can't get rid of me. I love that organization. I work through my company Raise, I work with some of the biggest nonprofits in the world, and they run incredibly well. I love their team. Obviously, I love their mission. It's incredibly important to me. And, you know, speaking of volunteerism, they have this amazing group of individuals volunteering for them every single day. I've met plenty of their volunteers. My friend Mary, hey Mary, she has volunteered every week for 200 weeks for the Trevor Project, and that is all for a good cause, and it's something that we need to continue to support. So support the Trevor Project, everybody.
Could be like Mary. All of us could be more like
Absolutely.
Mary.
Yeah, be like Mary. Hey Mary.
I want to put on my sports cap for just 1 second because you're still young, and you were a teammate of Tom Brady who retired and came out and played some more.
Yeah.
Are you retired, or are you thinking about maybe perhaps a comeback?
Okay.
So I really appreciate that. I remember when I turned 30 when I was in the NFL, there was an article maybe 3 days later, Carl Nassib turns 30. Is he on his way out? And I was like, can I breathe?
Right, exactly.
And then now I move into corporate America, and everybody's like, oh, you're so young. So,
there's no winning, Carl.
Yeah, there's no winning, right? And so, no, there's no resurgence for me. I love retirement. Life's been great, yeah. I appreciate it, though.
He tried. He tried.
I
feel like it's because he wants you to get back.
Yes, exactly.
Well, I can't lie. I do miss it. I was at Jason Kelsey's fundraiser for the Eagles Autism Foundation just a few years ago, and it was like all football players just chopping it up. So I do miss it a lot. But we're the best is yet to come.
Do you have relationships with them now that you're no longer a player? Are there former players who are or current players who you're still in communication with?
Yeah, absolutely. Got a lot of buddies. Yeah, I love watching my former teammates play. It is like one of my favorite things, just to continue to root them on. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, we will be sure to check out that app because it's very, very important what you're doing right now. Former NFL player Carl Nassib, thank you so much for
Thanks,
being
guys.
here.
Thanks, Carl. So much. Such a pleasure.
And happy Pride.
Happy Pride. Happy Pride.
And we, of course, want to give a huge shout out to the incredibly hardworking volunteers and staff over at NYC Pride. These are the people really behind the scenes. They are working tirelessly to bring events like the New York City Pride March to you.
Yes, without them, all of this would not be possible. So please be sure to scan the QR code at the bottom of your screen to support NYC Pride, or go to nycpride.org.
And look, is that Frankie Grande performing?
It sure
in the middle of Pride?
Yes.
We're hoping to have him on stage soon. He's coming up next, so stay with us.
New York City and Chicago Pride celebrations, they are just getting started. We're going to have so much more right ahead for you right here.
And I'm telling you, Frankie Grande on his way up here. Stay with us as Pride across America continues right after the break.
I'm Cody Rigsby, and I want to shout out one of my favorite drag artists and activists, Patty Gonia. She has co-founded the Outdoorist Oath, which is a nonprofit that gets LGBTQ+ IA people outdoors through education and community. She's a fierce queen who knows how to use high camp to advocate for the environment and get people talking about the climate. Happy Pride, Patagonia.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning.
To catch you up with what happened overnight, police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about, the migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
All right, let the dogs out, please.
I want to make sure that we all learn together.
We are so grateful. You changed our world.
It is a beautiful thing to see. As you rehabilitate the dog, you rehabilitate you.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
Hey, good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Are you ready? They are ready. Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here this morning.
You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be here.
I am here and so happy.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
Michael, George, Claire, Ginger.
Hi, I'm Andy. And I'm Sabrina. And we're moms, juggling tons of stuff every day, like all you moms out there. And you know what we love? Really love? Pop culture. So listen now to our new podcast, Pop Culture Moms, wherever you get your podcasts.
So say what you say, expect me to fade. I don't think about it. I don't think about it. Work left to do, and I'm not close to
Back to Pride Across America, the loudest and proudest streaming event honoring the LGBT plus community. Right now, marches are underway here in New York City as well as in Chicago.
Yes, and we're also a little more than half an hour away from the start of the San Francisco Pride Parade.
All right, a lot going on, and our next guest is multi-talented singer, actor, performer. I mean, you don't even need that much of an introduction.
The multi-hyphenate.
Frankie Grande. Welcome to the show. You recently produced and starred in the GLAAD-nominated film Summoning Sylvia.
I did. Wow, you're right. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you, New York Pride, for having me. I mean, listen, this is the gayest event of the year, so I just manifest. That's literally how it goes. Although I'm feeling really straight in these headphones. Like, are we NHL?
Think Janet Jackson's 1980s control.
Because I was like, are we like someone's got the fumble? Grab the soccer ball, kick it down the street. I don't know. Anyway, hi, thanks for having me.
Well, we love, by the way, that you said that you just had to like start performing right away on cue down there.
Yeah, so it's very difficult to hear because the parade is so loud and so gay, you know, which makes us all
we're noisy people.
Yeah, which is fabulous. But I didn't. It's very hard to figure out when to start the song. So all of a sudden the music went on. I was like, and we're on. Good. I feel like Kristen Wiig, you know, in the SNL. And 1, 2, and 3, and I missed it. Oh well, we're gonna keep going anyway.
Your outfit is truly the loudest and proudest outfit out there, no doubt.
Thank you, my stylist, Mondo Melendez.
Oh,
right
nice.
There. Thank you for dressing me, sweetheart. Thank you. You know, it is Pride to me is just something where we get to. For me, I'm very fortunate. I get to live my truth loud and proud and very, very gay, 365, 24/7. But for a lot of us, this is the month where we can dial it up, where we can really turn it to an 11 at our work, at places where necessarily wouldn't be acceptable every single day to walk in looking like this. But in June, we can, and so I turn it where I'm usually at a 10, now I'm at a 10,000.
And you know, one of the things that's so special about June for you, it's also when you celebrate 7 years of sobriety.
Yes.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
I mean, that's amazing. And I know that you credit your family for giving you all of that love and support to make that happen.
Yes, I do. And, you know, it's the greatest gift. Like, let me tell you something. If I was as much of a mess as I used to be, if this performance was 6 years ago, I don't know that I'd be hitting those A's screaming up there at, you know, at 12:15. You know, I'd be like, oh, no, I can't do it. I'll wait for the evening show. So, like, having this pure vessel and knowing that it was a gift of necessity, right? I always say to anyone out there that's struggling, like, I got to the point where it was either, like, get clean or you're probably going to get dead. So I told my family, and they were obviously so supportive of me. And I will tell you that I'm so happy now. I'm married. I'm gay married. I have a gay dog. I have a gay life, and it's all due to my sobriety.
How did the dog come out?
Oh my! Excuse me. Basically, we put a bow tie on our dog, and he chose the rainbow one. So we knew.
You knew. Yeah, that's the gender fix. Yeah. But you also have a gay podcast, iHeart Media.
Yes.
Does This Murder Make Me Look Gay? Which is an excellent title,
right?
Yes.
What a good title.
It's everything.
It's one of the funniest things I've ever been in my life. Ted Mallower, who also wrote Red, White, and Royal Blue, wrote this queer fantasy of Clue, like a gay version of Clue, and it's a murder mystery podcast. It has all sorts of wonderful Broadway royalty in it. Michael Urie, Nathan Lee Graham, Cheyenne Jackson, and it's very funny, and it's a murder mystery. So if you're ready for a gay old time, you will laugh out loud. I promise. You'll LOL.
Frankie, I've known you for many years. What I love about you is you always have this energy about you, that you're always Pride 24/7.
Yeah.
You're proud of who you are. What would you want to tell to the youth that's watching today about Pride Month and any message you want to tell them?
You know, you're beautiful just the way you are. You know, I feel like there was a couple years ago where I was like, I don't need to tell the youth anything. They've got everything under control. And then as I'm watching our country continue to deteriorate, and the fight that the LGBTQ plus community is currently engaged in being almost as strong as it was 30, 40 years ago, which is insane to me. It means stay strong. Stay strong. Stand with your community. We will have your back. We love you. And please, please vote. please vote.
Great. I love you. I love seeing you.
I love you so much. I'm so grateful to be here on this gay day.
And Frankie, before you go, I have watched the Wicked trailer 10 times, right? And I cried at each one. Like, hello. So tell me a little bit, because you must be so proud of your sister.
I'm so proud of her. It's crazy. Like, we were in the living room singing like Spam-A-Lot when we were kids. She was the Lady of the Lake, and I was singing, boy, once in every show there comes a time like this. And now she's Glinda. And I've watched this journey. So I watched how hard she worked to be cast. So when she told me, I was not surprised, but I was overjoyed for her. And I've seen a little bit here and there, and it just, I told her we're going to need an EMT and on standby when I see this movie for the first time. More for my mom.
That is so amazing. I would tell you, my arm sleeve tattoos are all show to me.
Yes.
And if you look here, it says Defy Gravity from Ricketts.
Oh,
I
my
cannot
God.
That's so
I have been changed for good. Because I knew you. Yeah, and that's going to be really gay, too. So get ready for it.
Oh, 100%.
Like, it's so cool.
I can't wait for your outfit to go see the movie.
Oh my God, I can't wait too. We got to start designing it. It's probably going to be pink. Listen, I'm fully Team Glinda now. We've crossed over to the other side. I think I probably was Team Elphaba, and now I'm obviously Team Glinda.
That's Glinda with a gaw.
Yes, exactly.
Frankie Grande, thank you so much.
Thank you
It's
so
such
much.
a pleasure. And be sure to catch new episodes of his Does This Murder Make Me Look Gay podcast on
See, you laughed even
iHeartMedia.
introducing it.
I know.
It's so good. That's a good time.
Does this murder make me look gay?
I always ask myself
So
that
it's
in
a
the
good
morning.
question. Frankie, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so
New York City and Chicago Pride underway. The celebrations are underway, rather. We have so much more ahead for you, so stay with us.
Yeah, so much ahead, because coming up from RuPaul's Drag Race, Nymphia Wind and Michelle Visage. Pride Across America continues right here after the break on ABC News Live.
Woo!
This is the best time of year, and I want to give a shout out to my favorite Joel Kim Booster, who's out there representing gay Asians like me. I love you, Joel.
Whenever news breaks,
We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike.
ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland, let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere.
I experienced a lot of rejection, a lot of heartache. I'm a tough woman, but it's not easy. You're gonna feel lonely. There was a lot of personal stuff in my life that was really falling apart. But Mom and Daddy didn't raise no quitter.
Not everybody makes it.
It's taken me a really long time to even get to this moment.
The CMA Award for Album of the Year for Female Vocalist of the Year
Entertainer of the Year
goes to Lainey
Wilson.
That was a mic drop.
The
Entertainer of the Year, baby! What she is doing right now is changing country music.
I'm proud of myself. I really am. I have worked my ass off. Now it's time to see what's next. I do see the bell bottoms and the hat as my superhero outfit.
Babe Ruth, Hank Aaron, Shohei Ohtani, legends of the game. But now the list of greats redefined. From ABC News, Reclaim the Forgotten League, a side of the story of baseball you have never heard before like this. The award-winning podcast is back. Listen wherever you get your podcasts or scan the QR codes you see here.
I'm Ariel Reshef in Norwalk, Connecticut. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
America's next drag superstar is Nymphia Wind.
To those who don't feel like they don't belong, just remember to live fearlessly and have courage to live your truth. And Taiwan, this is for you!
Nymphia Win, and for all of Taiwan, welcome back. That was, as you can see, a clip from our next guest from the 14-time Emmy Award-winning reality show, RuPaul's Drag Race. It was awesome.
Yeah, so fun. And earlier this morning, we got to chat with the crowned winner, the Taiwanese queen, Nymphia Win. Take a look.
Of the season, she is the Taiwanese queen, Nymphia Wind, in all her glory. Thanks.
Welcome.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
We don't want you to melt in the sun.
Yes, we have our rainbow fans ready to cool ourselves off.
We know you grew up in Taiwan.
Yes.
And started drag there and moved to New York. What has this journey been like for you? All of Taiwan was so proud when you talked about being proud of your country.
It's been so crazy, you know, coming from Taiwan. It's such a small country. It doesn't necessarily have the recognition it has compared to other bigger countries. So coming from a little island and coming to New York, the Big Apple. And then for me, the biggest surprise was everything happening so fast. I wasn't expecting to come here and then like a few months after audition and then get on. So, and then everything after that has just been on a level that I'm trying to catch up.
Congratulations.
But it's really amazing for this to happen.
And Taiwan, what's so special about it is in 2019, it became the first Asian country to legalize same-sex marriage. And you just got to meet the Taiwanese president because you made history.
Yeah.
What was that like?
That's crazy. I mean, meeting the president of Taiwan was not in my options or like in my dream or whatever I thought I could ever achieve, you know, and like being able to meet her after winning was crazy. So that was like, I could die in my deathbed and be like, I done that.
What does it mean to you to be a part of this with your country's history as it was with 2019?
It means so much because I feel like meeting the president of Taiwan, it goes to show how progressive Taiwan is as an Asian country. It's like the first Asian country to legalize same-sex marriage. So President Tsai really fought for our rights, and for her to like recognize my win on Drag Race, it's just like
she really embraced
lovely.
you.
Yeah. Like,
You're the golden child. I mean, literally the golden child.
Yes.
Exactly.
I like to joke about that I'm the national treasure of Taiwan.
You're the national treasure of Taiwan, but you're also the ambassador of the Taiwan Pride team here. This is your first time marching. What are you expecting?
I'm expecting a lot of Taiwanese flag and a lot of Taiwanese people to stand up and show out. So I'm very excited because this is my first ever New York Pride and I'm walking with Taiwan. So it's just monumental for me. So hopefully Taiwan gets to see how beautiful they are in New York.
Aww.
The outfits that you designed for the actual show were just amazing. I mean, we know that you have a background in fashion design. Okay, so what did you study at school? That was all you studied with school, fashion?
So in university, I studied a course called Fashion Atelier, which is more focused on the craft rather than design. So what I love to do is hand sewing and really, so I design by making it. So I design while I'm making it, if that makes sense.
As you go along.
Yeah, as I go along.
That's where I cook.
Right. You kind of create, like, you feel inspired, you go with the flow, and then you create something.
So this was something that you created on the fly like that?
No, I
Well, not this one, perhaps,
I
but
didn't think
on Drag Race. And you paid homage to the banana costume.
Yes.
And watching on the show, you were so great about incorporating your culture into every piece that you made. Was that something you did, you know, consciously? You wanted to always represent that way?
Because I feel like as an Asian queen and being from Taiwan, I feel like it was really important for me to represent this country and represent my people and to do it the best I know how and through my drag and to really showcase a culture of a rich Asian culture.
And you're not just representing your country here at the Pride, but also in the Paris Olympics. You're going to be marching in the cultural. Yeah, tell us about that.
So I'm going to be performing at the cultural stage that Paris Olympic has set up in the park. So I'm going to be representing Taiwan and performing on that stage. So it's pretty amazing that I was able to be that figure for Taiwan and to showcase the richness of the queer scene in Taiwan.
That's outstanding. Well, we pay homage to you, Queen Nymphia from RuPaul's Drag Race. Thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah.
Have a great Pride.
Happy Pride.
Happy Pride.
Woo.
I mean, how much fun is she? And that outfit.
Oh, my gosh.
Right? The idea that so many of the outfits that she has, she makes herself and designs herself.
Absolutely. But she was covered from head to toe, literally to the ends of her toes in gold. It was spectacular.
She called herself the trophy.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. She looks like a giant Oscar.
She's the Pride Trophy.
Come to life.
And our next guest is a judge on one of the highest courts in the land. And oh, she's supreme. You know that. Of course, we're talking about Michelle Visage from RuPaul's Drag Race.
Absolutely. We're staying on the RuPaul Drag Race theme, and she is RuPaul's right arm woman. She's also one of the grand marshals for this year's New York City Pride March. So earlier today, our Christian Cordero caught up with Michelle.
Michelle Visage, so great to see you. Happy Pride. You grew up in New York City. New York was the first Pride that you went to. What is it like now being a grand marshal?
It's otherworldly. Pinch me, please.
Okay.
Is it real? Is it real? Ow!
It's real.
No, just kidding. It's an honor. It's actually... I didn't think it could happen or would happen. So when they asked me, I was like, are you kidding me? Yes, of course.
You've been a longtime ally, but it's also personal for you. You have a queer child, right?
I do.
And you've used your platform to help elevate your kid. Help us understand how you're doing, how much this means to you with that layer built in.
Oh, having a queer child in this world, on this planet, when I will no longer be here one day, means everything. Listen, I've always been an ally, just like you said, to begin with. It's my platform. It's what I'm here on this earth to be and to do. But to have a kid who is also walking in those footsteps as part of the community and to be able to speak up to secure their future gives me more drive than I've ever had before. And it's super important. And we've got a lot of work to do.
One of the ways that you and RuPaul's Drag Race has tried to commit itself to that work is by urging its viewers to get out and vote and to register to vote. What do you say to people who maybe more appropriate for the moment are not necessarily like, I haven't registered to vote yet, but maybe you're deliberately thinking about sitting this one out?
Please don't. Please do not vote. When you do not vote, let me say that correctly. Please vote. When you choose to withhold or vote another way, whatever the situation is, you're handing a vote to the opposition. And you have to remember that. Our voice matters. Our queer voices matter. In particular, that vote is so important. You have to think of the future. You have to think of who you are putting in. Think of what we've been through. Think of where we're going. We need progress. We cannot regress at this point. We cannot. Your vote is so important. I understand that right now we need more than a two-party system, but this is what we have right now. You holding back is not going to change that. So you have to remember that.
Pride is so often where some of those conversations happen. You're sitting next to people you haven't necessarily before. We're also in the middle of watching RuPaul Season 9.
Yes, All Stars.
All Stars. Tell us about it. How
well, you're watching it.
Well, tell us where it's... You don't have to give us the secrets,
no, I will not, because I love my job.
What do we have to look forward to the rest of the season?
The rest of the season. You're not going to get anything from me. I'm going to be very boring, I'm afraid. But for me, it's about enjoying. You know, I'm never into spoilers, and I don't want to read the end of the book before I read the whole body of it. So for me, you have to enjoy the process to get to the end and see where it ends up. But these kids are killing it. They are amazingly talented. They are so gifted, so funny, so beautiful inside and out. And it's so amazing for me. I get to sit there and have a front row seat to the most amazingly talented humans on the planet.
You watch it with the audience.
Oh my, I do. Yeah. I do. I don't even watch edits of it. I wait until it airs because I want to see it just like everybody else.
That's awesome.
It's a great show.
It is. Michelle, thank you so much. Happy Pride.
Happy Pride.
Yay.
Oh.
And we were just talking about how she's been an ally for so long. She started in the ballroom scene here in New York.
And it's just incredible that she's always been such a supporter of the community for all of this time. And that you were telling me that's how she and Ru became friends.
Absolutely. And then to have a child be the mom to a queer young person is an incredibly powerful full circle moment for sure. That was a beautiful interview. But you know what? We also want to stand by and give a huge shout out to the incredibly hardworking volunteers and staff here at NYC Pride. They have been working all morning.
And we've been showing you that QR code right there at the bottom of your screen. Please go ahead and scan that QR code to support NYC Pride or go to nycpride.org.
And we have a lot more ahead. Stay with us. Pride celebrations are underway in New York City and Chicago, and we have much more ahead.
Coming up, Glisten's Executive Director, Melanie Willem-Jaggers, and actor and activist and Glisten Board Chair, and our friend Wilson Cruz. Pride Across America continues right after the break. Stick around.
Richard Ayoub. Richard is the Executive Director of Project Angel Food, now entering its 35th year of delivering meals to the homebound, to people with medical ailments, and people that just need a little extra help. Thank you so much, Richard, for all you do for the LGBTQ plus community. We love you.
All right, let the dogs out, please.
I want to make sure that we all learn together.
We are so grateful. You changed our world.
It is a beautiful thing to see. As you rehabilitate the dog, you rehabilitate you.
Get ready, America, every Friday.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes!
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA. You're going to love it.
There is a price to be paid every time a survivor shares their story. I will not be silenced.
Do you feel the church accepted abuse?
I wouldn't say accepted it as so much pretended it didn't exist.
Yep, that's him.
Yep.
Ready? Kira Phillips with ABC News. Does your church protect sexual predators?
The powerful new Impact by Nightline. Secrets of the 2x2 Church.
There's nothing pretty about hearing this.
Now streaming on Hulu.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions.
Nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag...
Not a tear in it.
How important it made the USA.
Great work. Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismael? David.
David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different.
The critics agree.
Hated the Brat Pack. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense?
Andrew? I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything. Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium.
1985? I think we could have.
So say what you say, expect me to fade. I don't think about it, I don't think about it. Work left to do.
And I love that song. Welcome back to Pride Across America, the loudest and proudest streaming event honoring the LGBTQ plus community. And right now, as you know, marches, they are well underway here in New York City and Chicago. What a fun time.
Too, because San Francisco's about to start in about an hour or so. But our next guests are from Glisten, and they are hard at work, right?
Yeah, that's right. They are moving the needle on creating a safe and inclusive schools for LGBTQ plus youth.
Absolutely, and they've been doing that kind of work for 30 years. They're called Glisten, and they've been supporting educators, conducting research and solutions for empowering students across the country, actually.
Yeah, it's such an important program. And earlier today, we caught up with Glisten's Executive Director, Melanie Willem-Jaggers, and actor, activist, and Glisten Board Chair, Wilson Cruz. Take a listen.
Our next guests are working to move the needle on creating safe and inclusive schools for LGBTQ plus youth.
It's true that for more than 30 plus years, Glisten has been out there supporting educators, conducting all sorts of research on solutions and how to empower students and young people. So here with me now are Glisten's Executive Director, Melanie Willem-Jaggers, and actor-activist, Glisten Board Chair, but longtime Glisten Board member, Wilson Cruz. Thank you both for joining us.
Good morning.
Thanks
Happy
for having
Pride.
us. Happy Pride, exactly. Well, I know we were talking earlier that you're the first non-binary executive director this is a very fraught time. Tell us about all the work that you're doing right now.
Yeah, so, at Glisten, like you said, we've been around for more than 30 years. We were founded in a moment where educators saw young people coming out at earlier and earlier ages and wanted to meet the boldness and bravery of those young people by ensuring that school could be a safe place for them. And so that work continues in the spirit of what we do, and we do it every single day, and we're proud when we do it.
Now, I'm old. So school,
you said it. I didn't say it.
I'm going to confirm it because I look at the school situations in terms of coupling and communications looks very different today than it did when I was in school. So, Wilson, what exactly are you seeing in schools today that still needs to be addressed?
Well, the fact of the matter is that, despite the fact that we have made so much progress in the last 50 years in our movement, we do find ourselves at a fraught moment in our history where the attacks are coming harder and swifter than they ever have in our history. So young people at school feel less safe. We are hearing from them. We have a national survey, actually, that we do every 2 years, and we're doing one now. And so we ask our students about their experience at school, and our work reflects what they say in that survey. And so we're asking people to go online.
Go to our website, glisten.org, and look for the National School Climate Survey. And it takes about 15 minutes to take it. We're looking for young people grades 8 and up, so 8 to 12. Let us know what school is like, what it was like this past year, both what was good about it, what was bad about it, what you think helps, and what will make it better.
Because when we're seeing that more and more people, and more young people are identifying as part of this community.
Absolutely.
And because of that, there are more attacks. And so we need our young people to take part in this survey so that we can help them throughout the year.
I know that one of the movements is about book banning, and I read a stat recently that something like 45% of the books that are banned are about or written by queer authors.
And people of color.
And people of color. And give us a sense then of your project, the Rainbow?
Yeah, Rainbow
Library?
Yeah, so we are reaching more than 6 million students with our Rainbow Library books. It's a set of 10 books. They're age appropriate between K and 12th grade. We send them out free of charge to teachers and librarians. And what we know works for young people is that when they see themselves in their curriculum, when they see themselves in what they're learning, when they see their communities represented with truth and dignity and respect, they learn more and they succeed in schools. And so our work at Glisten is to make sure that every single kid is respected, seen, and affirmed in their education, because we know that education is the cornerstone of democracy, and we're fighting for all the marbles right now.
And speaking of being seen, Wilson, I grew up with you being such a role model, and every time I've seen you've been so wonderful and encouraging. I remember my first event I ever did as an actor, you were there, and you gave me the biggest hug. You've always been such like a beacon of hope and support. And in this Pride Month, what do you want to tell LGBTQI students around the world this Pride Month? What do you want to tell them?
Well, I want to tell them exactly what I want to tell you, which is that I love you so very much, and I'm so very proud of all of you out there who are living your truth and walking your walk. And I need you all to know that despite how difficult this moment is in our history, we love you. We're here for you. Please come to us. Go to our website. Feel supported and know that there are people out there who are fighting to make sure that you are going to be able to live up to your potential, because we need you to be great citizens right now. And we love you. Happy Pride.
Incredible message.
That's a great message.
Great.
Such a great
I love you.
I love you. We don't like emotional over here.
So much love on this stage. I was fangirling about Star Trek earlier. And that the roles that you play on Star Trek are such a great example for people through storytelling.
We're so very proud of our 5 seasons on Star Trek Discovery, and literally the largest queer cast on TV, including non-binary, trans, our auntie lesbian Tig Notaro and Anthony Rapp and myself. And, I missed them all already, but we're so proud of the work we were able to do to represent our community.
Yay.
Well, live long and prosper. What is Glisten doing to celebrate Pride this year?
We are marching in the parade, and I'm so excited. We'll be with Deutsche Bank and Mercedes-Benz. If I could actually ask our viewers to do one thing for us, which is to go to glisten.org/riseup. Take the Rise Up pledge. It is a promise to young people across this country that you'll be exactly who Wilson is to all of us, which is a beacon of light, of hope, and support. We want to make sure that all of our queer kids see us, see the adults who have their back, see the adults when they are facing the toughness of their life, that they see people like us with T-shirts and lawn signs and bumper stickers. And they can also go on our map and see a little tiny pin where you've taken the pledge where you live, your zip code. So please do that. We've got mayors and governors who have taken our Rise Up pledge to stand up for and be visible advocates for LGBTQ+.
And truly, this moment is what is required is visible and vocal allyship for our young people, for this community, because we are under attack. And so our young people need to see that there are people out there who support and love them.
Well, Wilson, Melanie, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for the work that you do, and enjoy your Mercedes ride today.
I know. I'm not jelly.
I'll make sure to wave.
Definitely, Melanie and Wilson.
You were geeking out.
I was totally fangirling. But right now, listen, I'm just fangirling over the bands behind us. There's so much that's underway already, both in New York City and in Chicago Pride celebrations. We have so much more ahead.
So much more ahead. Coming up, the Daily Show correspondent and my buddy Troy Iwata's here. Pride Across America continues right after the break. Stick around. You're watching a very fun, colorful, vibrant ABC News Live.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Lee Ralph, and I just want to shout out volunteer Bert Champagne, who not only is the vice president of my foundation, but he also works tirelessly for Project Angel Food, and I just really want to say thank you, Bert, and Norman Waddell, too. So to everybody, it's Pride Across America. Enjoy.
Whenever news breaks,
We are here in Israel, a nation at war after that brutal surprise attack by Hamas.
On the ground in Ukraine, reporting from Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine. Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this little town.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
In Iceland, let's go.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines, from southern Israel. Outside the Gaza Strip. In Beirut.
From the FBI.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is. We're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different.
The critics agree.
Hated the Brat Pack. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense?
Andrew? I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything.
Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium.
1985? I think we could have.
Babe Ruth, Hank Aaron, Shohei Ohtani, legends of the game. But now the list of greats redefined. From ABC News, Reclaim the Forgotten League, a side of the story of baseball you have never heard before like this. The award-winning podcast is back. Listen wherever you get your podcasts or scan the QR codes you see here.
Reporting from Monterey Park, California, I'm Robin Roberts. Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
So say what you say, expect me to fade. I don't think about it. I don't think about it.
Welcome back to Pride Across America, the loudest and proudest streaming event honoring the LGBT plus community.
Right now, marches are underway here in New York City and Chicago, and we're less than an hour away from the start of San Francisco's Pride Parade on the West Coast.
You cannot help but start dancing here on a Pride Sunday.
True.
Oh, this music. Our next guest is one of the funniest guys I know, a correspondent on The Daily Show and known for his role on Netflix's Dash and Lily, Troy Iwata.
Hey, when you also debuted on Broadway, too.
I did.
Right?
I'm very
Absolutely.
impressive.
It's called Be More Chill. You are. You also have a new Amazon movie, Space Cadet. You got a lot going on. You're also part unicorn.
Yes.
Yes. And I've heard you described as mixed Asian.
Yeah.
Right?
That's where this comes from.
Yeah, part unicorn, part Asian.
Yeah.
I understand. And yet, you've also been able to express your sexuality in the roles that you've played. What's it like? What does pride mean to you today?
I knew someone was going to ask me
You
that
knew it.
It's such a pageant question, and I still didn't have a perfect answer for it. But I don't know. Pride means whatever you want it to mean. I feel like to me it just means loving yourself and loving others, and you know, even the parts that you don't necessarily love all the time. Just it's a never-ending journey of finding that love for yourself. That's right. My pageant answer. Thank you so much.
That's a good pageant answer.
You're like a multimedia star, right? Like you're everywhere. Do you feel like there's enough representation in media today?
No.
Well, that's a good answer.
Yeah. Troy, you joined The Daily Show this past year as a correspondent. What was joining the show has been for you? What does it feel like?
I've been telling people it's the dream job that I never knew that I wanted. Like you mentioned earlier, the movie Space Cadet, Desi Leidick, another correspondent, was in that movie, and that's how I met her. And so we were shooting for 3 weeks in Alabama, beautiful Alabama, but it was beautiful actually. And at the end of shooting, she just turned to me and said, "Would you be interested in auditioning for The Daily Show? I like the way you say things." And I said, "I don't know what that means, but thank you." And literally less than a month later, I got offered the job. There was obviously audition. Oh no, I'm losing my identity. Oh no.
That's what Pride is for, to help you stay strong.
Yeah. Okay, we're back. It'll fall later.
Did you always know you wanted to do this? Or, I mean, like, how did this all happen for you?
The Daily Show?
Everything.
Well, I started doing a drama when I was 16 because my older brother forced me to. Because he saw that I had no friends, and he was like, "You might like these weird people." And then honestly, it never really culminated as like, "Oh, this is what I want to do with my life." It's sort of, this is all I know how to do, and I know that I enjoy creative people, and so I've always just sought out that community, and so it's still working out, and so we'll see what happens.
And look at our friend Frankie Grande saying hello.
Oh my God, Frankie!
Hey, Frankie! Back there. Hi.
You've mentioned the film Space Cadet a few times. Can you tell us a little bit about what it's about and what is your role in the film?
Well, I have a very small role, but it was just that it's how I got the job on The Daily Show, so that's why it's special to me. But it comes out on Prime Video on July 4th, and it's starring Emma Roberts, and she plays this like Florida party girl who unethically gets into NASA space camp, and shenanigans ensue. And I just play one of the other space cadets. That's the title of the movie.
Good plug. That was
yeah.
And we're seeing video right there from it. You know, we're in this unique position right now to be live on ABC News Live right now. And you can just imagine there are probably young people who are watching this who may not be out right now. What message do you have for them?
Honestly, come out on your own terms. I feel like sometimes with Pride growing and, you know, becoming more mainstream, I feel like there's a lot of pressure to come out sooner and be loud and proud. And the reality is, in this country, I don't think that it's necessarily the safest option for some people. That doesn't mean that they can't have pride on their own and with close friends and family, but I would say, like, coming out and being proud is your own journey, and so do it on your own time and in your own comfort. I think that's what I would say.
That was an excellent pageant answer.
Thank you so much.
Very good. But Harvey was talking about it. It was like, you know, coming out,
it's not coming
letting
out,
people
it's letting people in.
Isn't that great?
Because when you know who you are as a queer person, you know who you were. You've been thinking about it. It's letting someone into your home, right? So when I let you in, what you do with my furniture, the painting on my wall, it's really sensitive to me. It's my space. So letting people in is what we're doing as queer people.
Yeah. Do you let people into your home and rearrange your furniture?
No, I don't. That's
okay.
I'll be by next Tuesday.
Just going by next Tuesday.
You see, this is what I mean. Like, it comes so naturally to him. He's just like, boom. He's just got it. Troy Iwata, you're a pleasure. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me.
Happy Pride.
Happy Pride.
And we, of course, are celebrating Pride from coast to coast today.
Absolutely. Tell your unicorn family we said hello.
Oh, I will.
Okay, everybody, stay with us. Pride Across America continues just after the break.
Happy Pride, everyone.
first thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning.
To catch you up with what happened overnight, police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about, the migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
All right, let the dogs out, please.
I want to make sure that we all learn together.
We are so grateful. You changed our world.
It is a beautiful thing to see. As you rehabilitate the dog, you rehabilitate you.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
Hey, good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Are you ready? They are ready.
Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here this morning. You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be here.
I am here and so happy.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
Michael, George, Claire.
Ginger.
Hi, I'm Andy. And I'm Sabrina. And we're moms, juggling tons of stuff every day, like all you moms out there. And you know what we love? Really love? Pop culture. So listen now to our new podcast, Pop Culture Moms, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Pride Across America, the loudest and proudest streaming event honoring the LGBTQ plus community.
And you can't help but smile when you see all the people out in colorful costumes, and we are so excited that you're enjoying Pride celebrations, both in New York City and in Chicago. Of course, we have reporters covering both, right?
That's right. Now let's check in with Christiane Cordero along the march here in New York City. Christiane, how's it going?
Hey friends, you know, one thing that's really striking to me is how many people are here to watch all of the participants. And we have 2 right here, Miwan and Keisha. You all took the train down from Connecticut. What brings you back to New York City Pride? The love. Do you not see this? Right. How can you give this up? We love it. It's our community. You know, I'm new to this, so it's bringing so much light. You know, from back in the day till now, it got so much better, so much bigger, so much more support. Just all love. And welcome to the community. You can't help but feel the love here.
Of course, yes. I've been in this community a long time. It's very overwhelming. Just every year you come, you see more and more people. It's just getting bigger and bigger, and I just love it. I just love the love. I just love the love. And I'm myself, and I've always been myself, so that's why.
We're so glad to have you here. Guys, it's electric. I'm lost for words, really.
I just love the love.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Christiane. Now let's check in with Alex over in Chicago out west. Alex, how's it going?
Hey guys, hey LZ. Hopefully you can hear me. It's a parade, so there's people kind of winding and weaving through everywhere, but the parade officially underway here in Chicago, just as it is there in New York. We have about 150 floats winding their way through 20 blocks of the north side of the city. Here we have WGN, Bozo the Clown. Everybody knows Bozo, a big Chicago icon for a very long time. And as you can tell, the music is very loud. People are enjoying themselves. People are having a good time. But also, they're getting an opportunity to be themselves. I've been out here talking to people, and the number one thing they say that they love about the Pride Parade, it's that day that they can just completely, entirely be themselves and enjoy. We're going to send it back to you guys in New York.
So much joy.
So much joy. Thank you, Alex.
LZ, God's Love We Deliver is going by right now. Such an important organization in this community, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That is so fantastic.
A lot of fun.
One of the reasons why I love Pride so much is because it gives you opportunity to remind you of everything beyond the partying, like the resources.
Yeah, important organization.
All right, and the San Francisco Pride Parade we see right there, 33 minutes away. So let's check back in with the Golden State. San Francisco's festivities are underway right now. All right, we will go to them very, very soon. But coming up here, we are celebrating Broadway with the cast of the award-winning musical Cabaret. Stay with us. Pride Across America continues right after the break.
I just saw them last night.
No, I always said when I grew up, I want to be just like Laverne Cox. Laverne Cox is there advocating. If you don't understand exactly what's going on, she'll let you know what it's about. Sis, I love you. You inspire me every day.
Whenever news breaks,
We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
from the scene of that deadly missile strike, ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland, let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere.
I experienced a lot of rejection, a lot of heartache. I'm a tough woman, but it's not easy. You're gonna feel lonely. There was a lot of personal stuff in my life that was really falling apart. But Mom and Daddy didn't raise no quitter.
Not everybody makes it.
It's taken me a really long time to even get to this moment.
And the CMA Award for Album of the Year for Female Vocalist of the Year.
Entertainer of the Year
Goes to Lainey
Wilson.
That was a mic drop.
The Entertainer of the Year, baby. What she is doing right now is changing country music.
I'm proud of myself. I really am. I have worked my ass off. Now it's time to see what's next. I do see the bell bottoms and the hat as my superhero outfit.
Babe Ruth, Hank Aaron, Shohei Ohtani, legends of the game. But now the list of greats redefined. From ABC News, Reclaim the Forgotten League, a side of the story of baseball you have never heard before like this. The award-winning podcast is back. Listen wherever you get your podcasts or scan the QR codes you see here.
Reporting from the floating pier off the coast of Gaza, I'm Martha Raddatz. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
I've been waiting for you, waiting all my life. If you love me, baby, love me tonight. Boy, you got me flying, never been so.
Welcome back to Pride Across America here on ABC News Live, the loudest and proudest streaming event honoring the LGBTQ plus community. Look at the scene out there. So many people out here celebrating life, celebrating love, celebrating each other. There's just so much happening here on the streets of New York City. I'm Gio Benitez. It is so good that you are here with us, and we are happy that you're streaming along with us all afternoon.
Absolutely, and the decibel level is through the roof. We are having so much fun. I'm glad to be surrounded by my friends. I'm Juju Chang here in New York City, and of course Chicago is already underway, celebrating in the streets. The New York City Pride March and the Chicago Pride March are underway in full swing, and they are partying hard.
Yes, Juju, and we're actually just 30 minutes away from the start of the San Francisco Pride Parade.
That's right. Roughly 1 million people are expected to attend this year's parade in the Bay Area. We'll check in with them a little bit later on the team on the ground in just a few minutes.
Yes, so much excitement here.
Absolutely.
Yes, it is.
And also joining us on this illustrious stage is Devin Dwyer. Happy
Good to be with
Pride,
you guys.
Devin.
The city is rocking. It's unbelievable. This is my first New York City Pride.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
You're a DC kind of guy.
I'm a DC guy. I've been to San Francisco, Minneapolis, of course, where I'm from. But boy, they do it big here. And the history this year, 55 years after Stonewall, you really feel it. And, you know, my colleague, Christian Cordero, who covered San Francisco with me last year, is out on the streets of New York City right now, checking in on the march. Christiane, I think, joins us. There she is. Christiane, give us the sense of what it's like out there on the street right now.
An abundance of joy is what it's like, Devin. I actually have a Supreme Court tie to you. So this is my second New York City Pride. The first time I came to Pride here in New York City was my first Pride ever, and it was the day after the Supreme Court legalized same-sex marriage. So it's amazing being back here, 8 years later, because I thought the energy was maybe unique to that moment, but it continues on. I mean, it's New York City on Pride weekend, and you can just feel it, the energy here and how much joy there is just all around.
So much joy underway right there.
So much joy as well. Thank you so much, Christiane. We're going to be checking back with you in a little bit, assuming we can still hear. It's so loud.
I know, that's the thing. Doing live TV out here is really interesting, right? Because there is so much energy, so much electricity. We are less than 30 minutes away from the start of San Francisco's Pride Parade.
Absolutely, but we should check in with our colleague, ABC's Zach Fuentes. He is along the parade route. Zach, I know you're a South Bay reporter. I'm a South Bay grew up in Sunnyvale. I'm so glad you're joining us, and happy Pride.
Oh, look at what he's wearing.
We are so digging your shirt right now.
You like the ensemble, as a famous gay icon would say. No, we're having such a good time. You said the parade doesn't start for another 30 minutes, but the party has absolutely already begun. We are at the staging area right now where many of the floats are going to make a left here soon onto Market Street. So many people out here early in the morning. Now they're about to get this party going. Our theme this year for this Pride Parade is Beacon of Love, and I really think that is something that the city of San Francisco, the Bay Area, has been for many, many, many years as it relates to LGBTQ plus rights and being a safe space for this community. This is something that I think we really want to promote out here, is that there are safe places for people who are not out, who might not feel very safe. It's not to say that every community here, every home here in the Bay Area is a welcoming space for those people, but right now we're all among family, and there are so many out here that are willing to share their experiences, willing to be that type of home for somebody who's maybe starting out their coming out journey or waiting to begin that. But out here right now, so many people. Hello there. We have some people out to the side here too. We have a lot of people out here just ready to get this party going. It's going to start in 30 minutes, go all the way down to Market Street, where it's going to stop at the Civic Center stage. That area is where we're going to have our celebrity grand marshal and headliner, Billy Porter. He came to San Francisco this year. I believe you had him in New York last year. We get him this year, and we are so excited for that. So the party is getting underway. We're about less than 30 minutes out from the parade beginning. Beacon of Love is our theme this year. And just some trivia, if you didn't remember, the rainbow flag, that came here from San Francisco. Gilbert Baker, commissioned by Harvey Milk to create that rainbow flag. So in all of our Pride parades across America right now, you have a little bit of San Francisco with you there as we speak. So we're going to come back out here and show you the parade once it gets underway. But right now, the excitement, guys, has already begun.
Yes. Oh, Zach Fuentes, thank you so much, buddy. And we will check back with you all afternoon long, because it's going to be a party there in San Francisco. Thank you so much. But why don't we come back to New York and the world of theater, just blocks north of us here, the latest revival of Cabaret. And it is amazing, this classical musical, what they've been able to do here with Cabaret. And it is taking Broadway once again by storm. Take a look at this clip here.
Oh, God.
We're amazing. Tony. Yeah.
Oh.
They were so excited to see themselves on screen. 9-time Tony-nominated musical is taking up residence at the Kit Kat Club inside Broadway's August Wilson Theater. And to say it's an experience, that's not enough.
I saw it last night. I mean, I saw you last night, and I was just like, joining us today are 3 members of the very talented cast. Please welcome Marty Lautner, Mimi Scadula, and David Marino. Okay,
welcome.
But first, Marty, I want to start with you. How does it feel to be part of this amazing amazing production. I saw it last night. You were phenomenal. All of you were. My jaw was to the floor. I was really just impressed by everything. But your appearance on season 15 of RuPaul's Drag Race, what's it like going from there from that iconic show to this iconic musical? What does that feel like?
I mean, I said it enough on the show. My roots are in theater, so it was such an honor to come back in a way that really reflects and accepts my identity, which is something that I felt like before Drag Race wasn't super prominent in the theater community. So I took some time away, and we're back, and we're queer, and we're better than ever.
And it's a reunion for us, because, I mean, I did judge the show. I did judge RuPaul's Drag Race, and I remember...
What a flex.
And it was a season, and I was just really impressed where, like, you were always true to yourself. At the end of the day, and look at you now. You're on Broadway. You're at Cabaret.
I know.
Life is beautiful in here, isn't it?
Sometimes.
And Mimi, I know that you say that this is your dream show. Why is that?
It is my whole life, kind of in the same way as Marty. Like, I loved Cabaret, but I never saw myself in Cabaret. It was always very different types of women than how I look.
Oh.
And so to go to this audition and feel so seen and so accepted as a big old girl and a big old gay girl. I just feel so excited to just walk into that space every day and fall in love with everyone and kind of see people fall in love with me, which sounds kind of like stuck up, but it's just exciting.
But
Let him.
I saw you. You were phenomenal last night. You were just like, my eyes were just on you the whole time. And your high kicks, the turns, everything, and the costume changes. Everyone's just like, you're right. For people of size like us, people who were queer growing up, we didn't see ourselves represented. And now those doors are opening. And so that's what Pride is, I think, to us, right?
Exactly, yeah. And I came out a lot later in life. And growing up in Southern Louisiana, I didn't always feel like this was a path I could go down. So now to be in New York City, engaged to the love of my life, and doing
Oh, congratulations.
It's the best thing ever, yeah.
On opening week, you got engaged opening week.
Oh my God, it's right there.
Y'all act quick.
They're quick.
Work.
Y'all better have it up, honey.
Oh, and David, not only do you play the role of Lulu, but you're also one of the understudies for the iconic MC.
Wild.
In all of those incredible poses.
Yes.
Right?
Oh, my God.
What's that like for you?
Well, we actually get to share, which is amazing. Having someone as close as Marty, like, we literally sit next to each other in our dressing room, and it's an honor to share the role with, honestly, all three of us. It's also, as everyone else has said, it's a dream role of mine since I first discovered the show and heard the music, and so getting to do that, the few opportunities that I have and will upcoming, it's very exciting and very fulfilling and very full circle for me as well.
Oh. We're the M-Sissies.
M-Sissies. The M-Sissies.
Well, this show has so much pride built into it. What does it mean to be a part of a production like this, especially during the time of this year? What does it mean to be part of Cabaret right now, today?
I mean, I think if you look at the slate of casts on Broadway right now, we are among the most diverse, which I think is really, really important. We have people of all varying gender identities, body types, ages, sexualities, races. Like, we cover the docket, which I think is really important and really refreshing.
And I think that, like, Pride was originally a riot. And, like, in this day and age, with our country in the shape it's in right now, to do that show every night is our own riot.
Yeah,
and it's a beautiful piece of activism for all of us.
And, you know, this production of Cabaret was the very first production of Cabaret I saw, so I didn't know until I saw it. And then I thought, oh, my gosh, so much is resonating.
Yeah.
So much is resonating.
So sad, isn't it? It's so sad to, like, that it's still relevant in the ways that it is.
Yeah, and for that to be your first production, you're so lucky, because that is by far my favorite production of Cabaret I have ever seen. I've seen that musical, I would say, at least a dozen times. So thank you for sharing all your gifts with us. It's fantastic.
Put that on the marquee, right? Harvey Guillen says this is the best one.
Immediately!
Cabaret at the Kit Kat Club, Tony Award nominated.
Yes.
I'm sorry, you performed at the Tony Awards too. What was that whole experience like?
A whirlwind. It's everything that, like, I used to, like, watch, even, like, sneakily, like, in my TV, like, watching the Tony Awards when no one in my family knew what it was, oh my God, cute. We're all obsessed with our own faces on this. And so, yeah, getting to do the Tonys and broadcast, like what we're saying, this diverse cast and the entire company, minus a few members, which was, like, it just was so uniting, and it felt so powerful to bring our colorful, glittery, clowny, beautiful queerdos onto national television. It was so empowering and fun.
Oh, well, did you?
It's just because it's been so cool to see like the response, like online, like young people like dressed up in their like Kit Kat outfits, like in their basements, like doing the choreography. It's like this. It's like you really feel the impact of what you're doing, and like the impact of something like the Tony Awards. In that, you see it like at the stage door, people dress up. Like it's cool to see the kind of ripple.
And you're giving that freedom to the next generation that's watching, that might be in a small town somewhere, watching the Tonys by themselves in their room, not thinking this is something they could be a part of growing up. And you're making that very clear that they can, they belong. Yeah. Thank you so much for doing.
Thank you so much, Mimi, Marty, David. Thank you so much. I feel like y'all needed your own show too.
You guys need to listen.
ABC, we are available next April.
Thank you guys, appreciate it. And you can catch the cabaret at the Kit Kat Club now at the August Wilson Theater. And coming up here, there's a lot more because we want to give a shout out here to the incredibly hardworking volunteers and staff at NYC Pride. These are the people who are behind the scenes. They are working tirelessly to bring events like the New York City Pride March right to you.
That's right, and without them, all of this would not be possible. So please be sure to scan the QR code at the bottom of your screen to support NYC Pride or go to nycpride.org.
All right, and we are celebrating Pride from coast to coast.
That's right. Coming up, we take a look at the LGBTQ+ community by numbers across America. Continues after this break.
What does Pride mean to me? Pride is an opportunity to reflect, a time to reflect on all that we have been working for. Equity, inclusion, and that is so important. And I know that I stand on so many shoulders, trailblazers before me, that has allowed me to be exactly where I am. So I am proud to be part of this community.
Whenever news breaks,
we are here in Israel, a nation at war after that brutal surprise attack by Hamas.
On the ground in Ukraine, reporting from Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this little town.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
In Iceland, let's go.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines from southern Israel. Outside the Gaza Strip.
In Beirut.
From the FBI.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different.
The critics agree.
Hated the Brat Pack. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense?
Andrew? I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything. Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium.
1985? I think we could have.
Babe Ruth, Hank Aaron, Shohei Ohtani, legends of the game. But now the list of greats redefined. From ABC News, Reclaim the Forgotten League, a side of the story of baseball you have never heard before like this. The award-winning podcast is back. Listen wherever you get your podcasts or scan the QR codes you see here.
Covering the very latest on the immigration front along the southwest border in El Paso, I'm Mireya Villarreal. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back to Pride Across America. Oh, you know it is the loudest and proudest streaming event honoring the LGBTQ+ community. What a day so far,
It's been so fun. Amp it up, guys, right? I'm so excited to introduce everybody who's here today. But right now, marches are underway, both here in New York City and in Chicago. And San Francisco, well, we're going to have it all covered live all morning long.
Absolutely. A recent Gallup poll found that 1 in 10 millennials and 1 in 5 Gen Z adults identify as LGBTQ+, and overall, 7.6% of all U.S. adults identify as something within the community as well. That number has doubled compared to 10 years ago.
And to break this all down, let's bring in 538 Politics podcast host Galen Druk. Happy Pride. Welcome.
Happy Pride. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. We all recognize that voice from the podcast.
Yes.
Galen,
absolutely.
Why are so many more people identifying as LGBTQ+? Like, are the numbers showing that there are more younger people? Is that part of it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we can look at this from a couple different perspectives. And the first one is that young people are identifying as LGBTQ at a much higher rate. I mean, if you look at one generation to the next, from silent, boomers, Gen X, millennials, and then Gen Z, you see a doubling of identification as we successively go through each generation. And today, now 20% of Gen Z identifies as LGBTQ, 10% of millennials. And I think we can chalk that up in large part to acceptance. You know, as a millennial, I thought I had it good, you know, but things are still a little bit tough in elementary school and high school. But now Gen Z, you know, they have it even better. And as you can see by the numbers, I'll also say, interestingly, a lot more people are identifying as bisexual. So you might not have thought that this stat surprised me, actually. The majority of the LGBTQ community identifies as bisexual.
Really?
57%. And really, again, it comes back to the generations. You know, young people are much more likely to identify as bisexual. As just one example, you know, millennial gay men, about equal parts identify as gay and bisexual. Amongst Gen Z, the number of men who identify as bisexual within the community has doubled.
Wow.
Fascinating. And you were telling me backstage, basically, that you're excited to represent nerds.
Yes, absolutely.
What did you say, represent nerds?
Because he told me that gays can be nerds too.
Absolutely,
of course. All of us that. So geeking out with you is very special right now. But also, tell us about the changing attitude of Americans over time, right? Because that's obviously a function that you look at as well.
Yeah, I said that acceptance has played a big role in sort of more people coming out and identifying with the community. And one good way of looking at that is through support for same-sex marriage over time. If we go back to the mid-90s, for example, well, this is another good example, what folks can see on their screen right now. If you go back even to the 70s, early on, you know, folks were pretty skeptical of LGBTQ Americans participating in many different aspects of life. Back in the 70s, a minority, just a quarter of Americans thought that gay or lesbians should be elementary school teachers. About a third thought that they belonged in the clergy. But now today, the vast majority of Americans support gay people and lesbians and trans and bisexual people in every aspect of American life, including in schools, in the clergy. Another, you know, important point here is that we have seen a sea change over the past 2.5 decades. You know, if you go back to the mid-90s, 70% of Americans said they did not support same-sex marriage. Today, 70% of Americans say they support same-sex marriage. We've seen an absolute reversal, and that's something that I think it's really important to hit home. In an environment where we oftentimes think of views as being really dug in and people not being particularly malleable and sort of being entrenched in their ways, actually, that's a really good example of people evolving over time, because as we've seen increasing acceptance and more people have come out, just more people know a gay or lesbian or bisexual or trans person, and that changes how they view us.
And the change is pretty dramatic when you look at when same-sex marriage was legalized.
Yeah, policy changes along with attitudes.
I mean, it flips in 2011. I remember 2011 was the year that same-sex marriage became legal in New York State. It was actually during Pride weekend that it became legal in New York State. That was also the year that Don't Ask, Don't Tell ended, which meant that people in the military could serve openly. And so there is sort of this almost snowballing effect of acceptance, which is why it's so important to do stuff like this.
So if there's so much of a snowballing effect of acceptance, where are the debates still? Where do they lie?
Yeah, you know, the debates are not over. As anyone knows who pays attention to politics these days, these things can be polarizing for sure. I should say just the most important data point I have is that over 70% of Americans, up to 80% of Americans, say they want to see LGBTQ plus Americans living their lives as they wish. So that's just the broad attitude today. Now, when it comes to debates about, trans women and women's sports or some other debates around trans people, Americans are a bit more skeptical. You see majorities of Americans who are skeptical of trans women participating in women's sports. I should also say, though, that when you ask Americans what are the most important issues to you, that doesn't really rise to the top. And you actually see in some polling that I looked at from the University of Chicago that somewhere in the range of 70% of Americans say they see these debates as a distraction from the more important issues facing the country. And so, on a day like today, I think it's important to note that we have come a very long way. Just us sitting here is an example of us all coming a very long way, but that there are still debates about these things in public life, no doubt.
All right.
And thank you so much for your colorful gay pride costume.
Well,
so
blue is my favorite color. I got to accentuate the eyes. Who knows who could be watching? Maybe a future boyfriend.
Oh, yes. Okay, there you go. It's out there on national TV. Caitlin Druk, you're such a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's been fun.
It has been a lot of fun.
And, of course, we are going to continue to celebrate Pride from coast to coast. Stay with us.
Yes, coming up, we've got Senator Mike Simmons, the first openly LGBTQ plus person elected to the Illinois State Senate. Pride Across America continues right after the break here on ABC News Live. Stick around, folks.
How do you feel? Gay as hell.
I see you. I love it here.
This is real.
100%.
I think you still look at me that way.
Were you mad at me? I want pageantry that takes months and months to plan.
My girls have a
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning. To catch you up with what happened overnight, police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about, the migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
All right, let the dogs out, please.
I want to make sure that we all learn together.
We are so grateful. You changed our world.
It is a beautiful thing to see. As you rehabilitate the dog, you rehabilitate you.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
Hey, good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Are you ready? They are ready. Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here this morning.
You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be here.
I am here and so happy.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
Michael, George, Claire,
Ginger.
Hi, I'm Andy. And I'm Sabrina. And we're moms, juggling tons of stuff every day, like all you moms out there. And you know what we love? Really love? Pop culture. So listen now to our new podcast, Pop Culture Moms, wherever you get your podcasts.
So say what you say, expect me to fade. I don't think about it. I don't think about it. Work left to
Welcome back to Pride Across America, the loudest and proudest streaming event honoring the LGBTQ plus community.
Right now, marches are underway here in New York City and in Chicago and San Francisco, and we have it all covered live.
That's right, and June, of course, is Pride Month, and this year, we are shining a spotlight on a small southern community that welcomes and celebrates LGBTQ plus people all year long.
Absolutely, and ABC's Christian Cordero traveled to Arkansas to visit a cute little town called Eureka Springs. It's a small town where the people have found mutual respect for each other despite their differences. Christian.
Juju, it is such a special corner of the country, a lot quieter than Midtown Manhattan, Lower Manhattan here on Fifth Avenue, but it's one where really important conversations are happening and history is being made.
I grew up in a small town and I feel at home here.
On a road that winds through the rolling hills of the Ozarks, far from the big city, you'll find a 7 stories tall statue of Jesus over a town dotted with pride flags year-round. Welcome to Eureka Springs, Arkansas, home to Zeke Taylor and Dick Titus.
What was it about Eureka Springs in particular that drew you here?
As an artist, I wanted to be with other artists. And of course, there are a lot of gay people in the arts.
Revered by the Osage tribe for its healing waters, Eureka Springs was considered sacred long before finding its place in the Bible Belt. Today, a commission protects just about every building within city limits, many considered historical landmarks. Keep it the same, Eureka Springs says, and by that they mean keep it very different.
It's known as the town where misfits fit, which I sort of like. I like that.
So how does a city of only 2,000 people make history if it's so set on preserving it? How does it break new ground? Just ask Jennifer and Kristen Seaton-Rambo.
It's so cliche, but it literally was love at first sight.
The lifelong Arkansans who live in nearby Fort Smith were 4 years into dating when Kristen got down on one knee in March 2014. 2 months later, a judge struck down a voter-initiated constitutional ban on same-sex marriage, and by doing so, legalized it.
When her cousin called, and he had said he'd gotten a phone call about the Carroll County courthouse opening up early in the morning, and you should probably get there.
Because my cousin said it could be a minute, it could be 30 minutes, it could be 10 minutes.
Before what?
Before they put a stay on it. And so they couldn't issue any more licenses.
So what did you do?
We got in the car and we drove to Eureka Springs. It was about 2:30 in the morning.
Jennifer and Kristen are friends. Were the first in line.
Doors opened at 9 a.m., but not for them.
When the clerk showed up, she refused to issue license to same-sex couples.
And why will you not issue our marriage license?
Because I have no authorization from anybody.
We have the ruling with us.
Did you feel like she was refusing you because of who you are or because of confusion over what was legal?
In my mind, I really thought she was denying us our rights because of who we were.
What's going on is this courthouse has not been given authority to give out same-sex marriages yet.
And our attorney was talking through the window and like, hey, telling the police officer, look, here's the court rulings, here's the paperwork.
The clerk who refused to issue the licenses later said her boss, the county clerk, was out of town, so she requested input from the attorney general. After not hearing back, she decided to close the courthouse. Hours later, and with dozens of couples in line, another clerk stepped up.
We're going to get our license.
It was like an angel walked through the doors, and she did what she felt she needed to do, and she married us.
Here's your pretty license.
Jennifer and Kristen became the first same-sex couple in Arkansas to officially say, I do. Widely considered the first in the South. Zeke and Dick were the first male couple.
It is my honor and delight to now pronounce you legally married. Congratulations.
What was it like to hold that piece of paper in your hand?
Emotional. I cried. Tears of joy that we were finally no longer second-class citizens.
A 2023 study from the Williams Institute found of the almost 14 million American adults who identify as LGBT, more live in the South than in any other region. That same year, the Human Rights Campaign declared a state of emergency on LGBTQ+ Americans, citing an unprecedented number of legislative bills targeting the community. Arkansas was the first to pass a ban on gender-affirming care for minors in 2021. A federal judge blocked it, then struck it down, and it never went into effect.
You can tell that there is a certain kind of mentality where you coexist. How is that able to work in a place like this?
I mean, it's a small town, so we know each other. And if I know you and I respect you and you have an opinion, I'm more apt to think it through and to discuss that with you.
Eureka Springs has proven how getting to know a stranger can change everything. It's part of what makes this place home for both couples, despite its challenges and because of them.
Our conviction is important, and there are so many. I cannot stress enough how many people are out there that we want to have the same kind of feelings that we're able to get, and it's not always. We've had troubles and we've had times where we've been refused or what we feel discriminated against.
The progression that I've seen, yes, it's been slow, but it's something that's encouraging to see, and it's encouraging to be a part of and to keep that growth growing to where we can get to that point to where equality is for everyone.
Both couples just celebrated their 10-year anniversary. They went where else but to Eureka Springs to renew their vows.
Christiane, that was such an emotional story. Thanks so much for bringing it for us. And of course, we're going to check back in with you throughout the afternoon.
Oh, the party is on in Chicago, and you know, our Alex Perez, you see him right there. He is there. Alex, how's it going? It looks like it's noisy because you're grabbing your earpiece there to make sure you hear us.
It is, yeah, there's not anything like in my ear. It's me trying to be able to hear you guys. As you can see, as you can hear, it is loud out here. It's Pride, of course it's going to be loud. There's close to 1 million spectators lining the streets of Chicago here, all gathered to celebrate being their true, authentic selves. And I want to bring into the conversation now someone very special here, Illinois State Senator Mike Simmons. He represents the 7th District here in Illinois. He is the first black person to be elected to represent the far north side of Chicago. He's also the first openly gay state senator in Illinois. Thank you for joining us, Senator Simmons. Explain to me, tell me why it's important for you to be here.
Well, thank you so much for having me. And as you said, I'm the first openly LGBTQ person elected to the Illinois Senate, first black person elected to represent my Senate district. And we're actually in my district right now. We're in the 7th district. This is what the 7th district of Illinois is like. As you can see, we are so proud to celebrate queer communities. And I'm so happy to be here today and celebrate because we have a lot to celebrate right now. As an elected official, I'm sure you've noticed across the country the legislation that's being passed that's attacking a lot of LGBTQIA communities. What are your thoughts when you see that, and what's the mission when you see that? Yeah, I mean, as you said, we've seen well over 500 pieces of legislation introduced in state legislatures across the country that target trans youth, that make it impossible for them to be athletes, that target book banning, that target our identities as LGBTQ plus people in a way that I've never seen in my life. So it's even more important that we come out today and celebrate what it means to live our authentic selves. I like to celebrate the joy and the struggle. I always say to pass legislation and fight for our communities is something I was born to do, especially for our LGBTQ plus communities. And so when we're out here today celebrating, this is what it takes to re-energize and refill our tanks. Senator Simmons, one of the things that really struck me about you in your conversations publicly is that you not only talk about equality, but you also talk about equity. Yes. What's the difference and why are they both important? Yeah, I mean, equity is really important, especially for LGBTQ plus communities, because when we talk about equity, we're talking about reckoning with our past. We're talking about reckoning with the injustices that we saw in New York when trans and LGBTQ people were kicked out of the bars by the law enforcement in the late 1960s, which sparked the gay rights movement, and which is why we're celebrating Pride every year all across the country. So it's really important that we hold on to that history, and it's really important that we push back on the hatred and the repression that we're seeing bubble back up all across the country. You're visible, I'm visible. How important is that visibility to make sure you're living your true, authentic self and also following your passion, in your case, politics? It's a great question. And for me, I think it's most important for the youth. So LGBTQ youth right now are growing up in a way that you and I didn't even, because it's even more in your face, I think, now than it was 20 years ago. I always tell people I've championed the Let America Reads Act. I passed a bill in Illinois that would outlaw book banning in libraries and our school classrooms, because we're seeing it happen in classrooms, we're seeing it happen in libraries, and that's really dangerous for democracy. When I was 15 and 16 years old, struggling as a gay youth, when I was bullied as an 11-year-old in the schools in Chicago, I was able to go to a library, and I was able to read James Baldwin. I was able to read Audre Lorde. I was able to read about Harvey Milk as the first openly gay politician in America. And our teenagers right now, our LGBTQ young people, that right is under attack. Literally what I was able to do 20 years ago, and I'm not that old, right? Our young people now it's just not something that they take for granted. So it's even more important to fight for those rights. It's really important to name what's happening and then to really attack it.
Chicago's Pride Parade, the 53rd annual. People come here from all over the Midwest, sometimes from even both coasts, from other countries, just to be at this parade.
Yeah.
What is being located where we are here in Chicago, this size parade? What does that mean?
It means that our community has a lot of support. It means that LGBTQ people are parents, they're veterans, they are pastors, they're young people, they're elders, and so they're all over our community. They're in every single county of Illinois, they're in every zip code, every state senate district, including mine. And so when we come out here and celebrate Pride, we see evidence of that. That this is literally probably, I think, the largest parade in Illinois, or one of the largest parades in Illinois. Shows that our community is strong, it's vibrant, and we have a lot of allies out there that have our backs.
Good, perfect. Thank you so much for joining us, State Senator Mike Simmons. Continued good luck to you. Thank you very much. Guys, as you can hear, the noise, the celebration, the partying continues here. And like the state senator just told us, this is about visibility, about being able to be your true, authentic self. And that's what we see happening here in this community, with the spectators, with the floats, just about everywhere we look, guys. I want to send it back to you in New York. And this parade here, not done just yet, so I'm sure you're going to check in with me again.
Alex, thank you so much. That was such a powerful conversation, and an important one. Thanks for sharing it with us.
And you can hear, by the way, the microphone going out and all that. That's because there are so many people here in all of these cities who are celebrating Pride together. And we want to give a huge shout out to what's happening here in New York, because there are some incredibly hardworking volunteers and staff at NYC Pride. These are the people, again, that we've been talking about. They are behind the scenes, but they are working tirelessly to make all of this happen here in New York.
Absolutely. And without them, no doubt, we wouldn't be able to put this on. It wouldn't be possible. So do us all a favor. Be sure to scan the QR code at the bottom right there of your screen. You can see it to support NYC Pride. Or if you don't have a camera handy, go to nycpride.org and stay with us, because there's so much fun ahead.
We are celebrating Pride from coast to coast.
And you know what we have coming up? Comedian and writer Fortune Feimster. Pride Across America continues after this break. Stay with us. Woo!
Aloha, it's Kaimana. Shout out to my sister Moira, a fellow Fa'afafine and Mahu trans woman who recently ended her almost 20 years of service in the United States Air Force as a captain. The military has not been the easiest place to exist for our kind. We see you, we honor you, and we are proud of you and all our military brothers, sisters, and siblings. Love you forever, sis. Mwah.
Whenever news breaks.
We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike. ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland, let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere.
I experienced a lot of rejection, a lot of heartache. I'm a tough woman, but it's not easy. You're gonna feel lonely. There was a lot of personal stuff in my life that was really falling apart. But Mom and Daddy didn't raise no quitter.
Not everybody makes it.
It's taken me a really long time to even get to this moment.
The CMA Award for Album of the Year for Female Vocalist of the Year.
Entertainer of the Year
goes to Lainey
Lainey Wilson.
That was a mic drop.
The entertainer of the year, baby. What she is doing right now is changing country music.
I'm proud of myself. I really am. I have worked my ass off. Now it's time to see what's next. I do see the bell bottoms and the hat as my superhero outfit.
Babe Ruth, Hank Aaron, Shohei Ohtani, legends of the game. But now the list of greats redefined. From ABC News, Reclaim the Forgotten League, a side of the story of baseball you have never heard before like this. The award-winning podcast is back. Listen wherever you get your podcasts or scan the QR codes you see here.
Reporting from the site of the 2024 Iowa caucuses, I'm Victor Okendo. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Those folks at Disney. Yay! Those are our cast members, our fellow cast members there at the Disney right here at Pride. Welcome back to Pride Across America, the loudest and proudest streaming event honoring the LGBTQ plus community.
And that Disney Pride float is just about a block and a half away, so we'll be looking out for it for when it passes right behind us. There's a lot of loud and proud going on around us right now. Marches are underway here in New York City as well as in Chicago and San Francisco. And of course, we have all of it covered live.
Yes, we do. And we're celebrating Pride Across America. We're also celebrating love, joy, and self-expression.
That's right. Fortune Feimster is a comedian, writer, and actor who brings people together with her confessional comedy.
And so her brand new Netflix special, Good Fortune, dives into love, relationships, sexuality, and shared experiences with her tales of good fortune, insecurities, and faux pas.
Just a few faux pas, right? Right now, we're heading to Chicago, where Fortune and her wife, Jack Smith, are the grand marshals of the parade. And you know our Alex Perez caught up with them. Take a look.
Fortune, tell me, today is the big day. You guys are the grand marshals of this parade. How excited are you?
Oh, we're so excited. Jackson and I met 9 years ago at Pride. So this is our anniversary weekend. It's a very full circle moment for us to be grand marshals.
Talk about how special the Pride Parade is, because people come from all over to this city to celebrate.
Well, Chicago has always been a beacon of love, and a lot of people here are so kind and nice. It has that Midwest mentality of just being cool and open. So I felt a lot of love here from the beginning of my career. It's a place I've always come to do shows, and I've been to many prides here, meeting my wife here in Chicago. I don't know, it's a special place for us.
What was it like for you? You guys met here 2015, is that right?
Yes, yeah. And I've been coming to Chicago Pride. I'm from the Midwest, so I've been coming for decades, and it was pretty special to meet her here, and then now to be a grand marshal is like
amazing, right?
Yes.
It's like the icing on the cake.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, Fortune, it's been a tough year for LGBTQ people across the country. A lot of them in some states are under attack. The community is under attack. Yeah. How does that make days like today more important, and how do you feel about all that?
I mean, that's why we have Pride. It's a chance to be together as a community, to show support for each other. We have allies here, people that say, we love you no matter what, we support you no matter what. We want you to love who you are, love who you love, be who you are, and that's important. These are the times where you go, we have each other's backs, because it's scary. It's scary, the legislation that's being introduced. People assume we made so much progress, but there's this 2 steps forward, 2 steps back, and you always have to be diligent and always have to be fighting for equal rights, and that's why we're very visible. We're proud of who we are, and are just very honored to be here and be grand marshals and keep waving that pride flag.
Yeah. You two and I, we're very lucky. We're very comfortable with who we are.
Mm-hmm.
We're very visible, but for a lot of people, it's tough. What do you say to some of those people who might be watching, especially the young people?
I mean, as a comedian, I've always told my story. I've told my truth. I've hoped that by sharing my journey and who I am, if it can help one person in their journey come out. It's hard. It's a hard thing to come out. It's a hard thing because it's scary. You don't know how your family's going to react. You don't know what the, if it changes your relationship with people. I understand the trepidation to be scared, because it's a hard conversation that straight people don't have to have, and people forget that. So we're just here being who we are, you know, sharing ourselves, sharing our relationship in hopes that if, like I said, if it can help one person feel more comfortable with who they are, then that makes us very proud.
You are so funny and you make people laugh. Laughter is sort of like medicine sometimes. Why is that important, especially for the LGBTQ community?
I mean, there's so much going on in the world these days. Like you've said, you know, hard times, people are going through so much, not just in our community, but everywhere. So laughter is that one thing that can heal, that can bridge gaps, that can make people that believe different things come together. It's just needed. We need it more than ever. So I love my job. I love that I get to make people laugh and just bring some levity to the world.
We love Fortune. We love to see a lot of Fortune. Any big projects coming up? Anything brewing that you want to tell us about?
Yeah, I'm filming season 2 of FUBAR right now with Arnold Schwarzenegger in Toronto. So I'm doing that all summer. My special will come out sometime in the fall on Netflix. And my podcast, Handsome, is doing really well. And just, yeah, cool things are happening.
Awesome. Closing thoughts as you head in for the big parade. 1 million people lining up to watch you and everybody else.
1 million people. We're just so happy to be here. We want to wish everyone a happy Pride.
We love Chicago, and we're so happy to be here.
Yeah. And yeah, we're just excited for the day. We got a freaking marching band here, balloons here. We're going to get our princess waves on. And this lovely convertible, so we're excited.
Amazing. Happy Pride, guys. We give hugs on Pride Day, right? Happy Pride.
All right, Alex, thank you so much for that. That was absolutely great. And I know that there's something you really wanted to do here.
Absolutely, because all day I've been trying to fan myself with this Pride.
It's on the finger and in the wrist. It's turn.
See?
Okay, ready? Here we go.
Oh,
ready on 3. 1, 2, 3, go.
Go.
Turn.
Oh, see, I got it backwards.
Yeah, there you go.
Like that?
I got that.
Look, I think we did pretty well.
We did okay.
I meant to call OSHA, though, because my wrist. Yeah.
And it feels real good right now. It's so good to wave these colors because we are celebrating Pride from coast to coast.
Absolutely, so stay with us. You just missed the gay and sober parade. That was awesome. And we have more coming up, including Cyndi Lauper for a conversation on allyship, something close to my heart. Pride across America continues.
Our queen ally at
Our
ABC.
queen ally.
Yeah.
Oh, me? Oh, go.
Hi, it's Captain Sandy Yon, and I want to do a shout out for my sister Michelle Dunham because she has always supported me. And when I came out, she was there for me, and she supported me through this marriage. And she's the most selfless human being I've ever met on this planet. She's a pure example of who I want to be.
All right, let the dogs out, please. I want to make sure that we all learn together.
We are so grateful.
You changed our world. It is a beautiful thing to see. As you rehabilitate the dog, you rehabilitate you.
Get ready, America, every Friday.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes.
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA. You're going to love it.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different.
The critics agree.
Hated the Brat Pack. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense? Andrew?
I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything. Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium.
1985? I think we could have.
We could not be more proud as we are celebrating Pride across America throughout the day. We are loud, we are proud, we are strong, and we are streaming this event, honoring the LGBT plus community, and we're having a lot of fun doing it.
Yes,
Too much fun.
Right now, marches are underway here in New York City and in Chicago and San Francisco, and we have it all covered.
Absolutely. Look at all the colorful people floating today throughout the parade. But we want to talk now about...
It's hot, though, isn't it? Can we just acknowledge that for a second? I got the little motorized fan. It is hot, and everyone is still out here celebrating because that's how much they believe in this message.
Absolutely, and that's why we're all here, is to share the message with everyone. In fact, one of the people who does it most strongly is basically a pop music icon, and ABC's Eva Pilgrim sat down with her recently. She is the one and only Cyndi Lauper, the queen of the allies, as they say, for a conversation on allyship.
That's right. Cyndi recently met up at Allure Restaurant and Cocktail Lounge right here in New York City with our Eva Pilgrim, and they discussed her career, her philanthropy, and of course, girls just want to have fun.
Girls just want to have fun. I was like, are you kidding? I'm not doing that. When I get a lobotomy, okay? But, you know, it was written by a man. And then they said, look, think about what it could mean. Girls just want to have fun in the end became personal. And I was singing in the key of a trumpet to trumpet out an idea to all girls that you are entitled to a joyous existence. And that was bigger than me.
Cyndi Lauper has spent her career fighting for something bigger than herself. Always a champion for the underdog, the pop superstar has spent decades advocating for the gay community.
I'm a bit of a drag queen. You know, transformation, that's what we do.
This year at WeHo Pride in West Hollywood, she's being honored as a Lifetime Ally icon.
Happy Pride! I spent a lot of my career trying to change the conversation.
Why put yourself out there like that? Why be a voice for those people?
You don't stand by and let your family or your friends get beat up and treated badly and not have civil rights. It was a crime when nobody talked about AIDS, and it's a crime people's civil rights are being stripped.
The AIDS crisis was personal for Cyndi. Her dear friend Gregory died from the disease in 1985.
When Gregory got sick, I didn't know what it was. Nobody did. It was AIDS. And nobody was talking about it. Beautiful, like a rainbow. When he passed, and I started working on True Colors, I was singing that because that was for us and for him. And the song that I sang became an anthem for his community.
That song became the namesake for her philanthropy. In 2008, she started her nonprofit, True Colors United, which works to provide housing and resources for homeless LGBTQ+ youth.
It's time for things to change.
It takes some courage to speak up for those people. Where do you think that courage comes from?
Getting fed up. I mean, I grew up in the civil rights movement, and it's still not quite right for me.
What would you say to those people who they have dreams, maybe they're a little eccentric and different, they haven't figured out their thing yet?
You got time. You're still here. It's never too late to do what you want to do.
Lauper certainly isn't slowing down. This year, she's looking back on her life and music career in a new documentary called Let the Canary Sing.
If you're doing what you love, magic.
She's also about to embark on a final world tour. The Girls Just Want to Have Fun farewell.
I'm so excited. I really am. It's a celebration.
What are you hoping that your music, this tour, what are you hoping that they remember?
Joy, celebration. You need to celebrate who you are. I could bring people together, and then we could all be happy together. And one last time, give them a big hug and say thank you.
It's gonna be fun.
Hence the name.
Cyndi Lauper is so absolutely amazing, isn't she?
She's got rock star energy.
Oh my gosh.
For sure. That's awesome. And we are celebrating that kind of rock star energy and pride from coast to coast today.
Yes, we are. So stay with us. Pride Across America continues after the break.
Well, hello, you gorgeous people. It's me, Carson Kressley from the original Queer Eye and RuPaul's Drag Race, and you're watching ABC, and we all want to wish you a very happy Pride Month. Now, go out and be proud.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different.
The critics agree.
Hated the Brat Pack. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense? Andrew?
I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything.
Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium.
1985? I think we could have.
Babe Ruth, Hank Aaron, Shohei Ohtani, legends of the game. But now the list of greats redefined. From ABC News, Reclaim the Forgotten League, a side of the story of baseball you have never heard before like this. The award-winning podcast is back. Listen wherever you get your podcasts or scan the QR codes you see here.
Reporting from Iowa on the 2024 campaign trail, I'm Mary Alice Parks. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're watching ABC News Live.
Welcome back to Pride Across America, the loudest and proudest streaming event honoring the LGBTQ+ community.
Absolutely, and the community is jumping. There is so much energy out there.
Look at all the people.
It's incredible. They estimate 50,000 people are marching today, and we are so excited and enjoying the Pride celebrations, not just in New York City, but also in Chicago. We have reporters, of course, covering all of it, right?
That's right, and let's check in with correspondent Christian Cordero along the march here in New York City. Christian, how's it going?
It's going great, guys. Yeah, the New York Area Nurses Association just walked by. I'm just trying to think of the number of different organizations I've seen in the past couple minutes. It's been a wide variety of companies. It's been some healthcare groups, some immigrants for equality. There are so many different reasons that are bringing people out here in New York.
Yes, there are. Now let's check in with Alex Perez in Chicago. Hey, Alex, how's it going?
Hey guys, we are here in Chicago, as you said, and we're going on about 2 hours since the parade started, and it is still going strong. We have about 150 floats that are going to make their way down the parade route. You know, my first Pride Parade was about 20 years ago, and I remember sneaking here and the energy in the air. Tell you what, 20 years later, the energy feels exactly the same. People are excited, they want to be here, and we're here covering it all. So we're going to have a complete look at everything that's happening here in Chicago in the show. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Alex and Christian. And we're going to check back shortly. But first, we want to go back to the Golden State where San Francisco festivities are just underway.
All right, and we've got a lot more ahead here on Pride Across America, and it continues right after the break here on ABC News Live. Please do stay with us, dance with us, sing with us, do everything you want to do with us, because we're coming right back.
Oh, yeah.
Hey everyone, it's your friend Karamo, and you're watching ABC. I just want to say happy Pride. Go out there, be prideful, love yourself, show love to others, and respect each other as well.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. Police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
All right, let the dogs out, please. I want to make sure that we all learn together.
We are so grateful. You changed our world.
It is a beautiful thing to see. As you rehabilitate the dog, you rehabilitate you.
Hi, I'm Andy. And I'm Sabrina. And we're moms, juggling tons of stuff every day, like all you moms out there. And you know what we love? Really love? Pop culture. So listen now to our new podcast, Pop Culture Moms, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to ABC News Live's Pride Across America. Oh, we've been having a blast out here. Look at all of the people on the New York streets here. It is the loudest and proudest streaming event honoring the LGBTQ plus community, and we are just so glad that you are spending your Pride Sunday with us right here. I'm Gio Benitez.
And I'm Juju Chang, and I'm so happy to be here with you, Gio, and with Harvey, and with LZ. And honestly, we are celebrating love, we are celebrating life, we are celebrating all that comes with Pride. Not just here in New York City, but also in Chicago and in San Francisco, celebrating in the streets. The nation's 3 largest prides are celebrating right now, and we are covering them all live, as we would on ABC News Live.
So let's check in now with New York City's march, which is going on. Christiane Cordero, is along the march route. Christiane, how's it going?
Thank you for being here. We're making friends. That's how it's going. Yes, I'm here with Deanna. Thank you for being here. So you've been here in New York for 8 years now. Does this ever get old?
Never. It can't get old. We can't get over this. This is never enough.
Okay.
Never enough.
Yeah. And you're here you moved here from Eastern Europe, from Latvia, yeah? What is it like being a queer person in Latvia?
It's not like anything. You don't want to be a queer person in Latvia, but please, I'm honestly speaking, when you come to New York, when you come to America, you feel free. You feel like you deserve to be loved and to love who you want to love instead of being forced to love who you have to, supposed to be loving.
It's one of the things I love about New York City is the diversity, the many reasons that bring people here. Ariana, you grew up in New York, is that right?
Yes, from Brooklyn, New York. Yes, representing my beautiful, beautiful city.
How proud are you of this city right now?
Proud. It's the only place in the world where people can come together no matter where you come from, that we're one no matter what. I'm proud. Thank you so much for having us today.
Thank you. Happy Pride.
Happy Pride, my love.
Back to you guys.
The happiest of Pride. Thank you.
Wow. Well, beautiful message. Now let's check in with Alex Perez in Chicago. Alex, how's it going?
Hey guys, it's going well. Like Christiane, making friends here in Chicago and really just feeling the energy. It continues to increase as the parade continues. Rather than decrease, we're getting more energy. I want to talk to some of the people here along the route. I spotted you guys a little while ago earlier, and I was talking to you, and you guys have an interesting story, right? You're sisters, you're part of the LGBTQ community, and you're here supporting your sister, right? So let's start with you. How important is it to have your sister here with you?
It's really great. This is the second year that she's been here, and it's really awesome to have her here.
And what's it like as an ally to be here to support your sister, but also the community? Because a lot of people here are allies.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, last year was my first year, and just to see like all the love and everything that everybody has here is amazing. And the fact that I can support my sister and her girlfriend here, like, it's amazing. I love it.
You know, sometimes a lot of families are not as supportive. So what's the advice? How do you handle it? What do you want people to know about supporting your family and why it's important to accept them as they are?
Because it's they can love who they want to love. Like, you know, as long as, I tell my sister all the time, as long as you're happy, that's all that I care about. It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. Like, I love their relationship, and I've seen it from the beginning, and my sister's been nothing but happy, and that's all that matters to me. As long as my sister's happy, that's all that I care about.
That unconditional support and love, I've felt it. It means a lot, doesn't it?
It absolutely does, yes. Very important.
What does it mean? Does it make you feel complete? How does it make you feel?
It really does. It really does, because it wouldn't be the same to not be able to share my love with my family and have them appreciate it the way that they do. So it just adds like an extra special part to it.
And this parade is massive. 1 million people gathering here. People from, oops. It happens, it's a parade. Hopefully he's okay. Somebody just fell down behind us, but it looks like he's okay here. 1 million spectators watching this parade. People come from all over the area, all over the Midwest. Why do you think that is?
Just because Chicago's great and we show the love, how it's supposed to be.
The love, huh? How about you? Why do you think that is?
I mean, Chicago's the best place to be, and we really show up and show out, and people know about that. So they come and they want to be part of that.
Perfect. very much. Tell me again your name, sister.
Liz.
Liz?
Megan.
Liz and Megan, thank you so much for sharing your story with us and for inspiring others to be their true, authentic selves and support their families. We appreciate it. Happy Pride to you two, both as well. Guys, that's just one of the many stories that we're hearing here on the streets of Chicago during this parade. I've seen small children, I've seen big children, I've seen siblings, I've seen entire families, people coming out, coming together to support the community, to support their loved ones, and really to just show everyone that being yourself, being your true, authentic self, is very important and something you should always do. That's the ladies here from Chicago, guys. I'm going to send it back over to you.
Oh, Alex, thank you so much. Christiane, thank you so much. I mean, such great stories here. Yeah. We've been to the East Coast. We've been to the Midwest. Now let's go to the West Coast because Pride celebrations are also underway in San Francisco. Let's take a listen now to a special message from their community grand marshals, Tori Teasley and Nicole Adler. Take a look.
Hi, I'm Tori Teasley, the San Francisco Pride Grand Marshal Public Choice, and I feel so honored to be your Grand Marshal. And my message for you is to love yourselves and to love each other more than the hate that is against us. And we shall overcome and become a beacon of love.
Happy Pride! I am Nicole Adler. I am very proud to say I am making history. As the first ever Grand Marshal with Trisomy 21, also known as Down syndrome. It's a huge honor to represent both the disability and the LGBTQ communities. Happy Pride, everyone! Thank you.
Oh, we love those messages. Thank you, Tori. Thank you, Nicole. Really just, it's great what we're seeing across the country, really, from coast to coast, isn't it?
Absolutely. And, you know, we've been shouting out the volunteers all morning for New York City Pride. But I know that even hours before the parade began, as we were driving in, I saw New York City police officers, right? Thousands of them lining the street. There's a lot that has to be done in order for this parade to get underway, and it's just such a wonderful marvel to see. And without all of the volunteers who come year after year, this parade would not be possible. So take a minute, if you can, and scan the QR code at the bottom of your screen. That way you can support NYC Pride, or if you don't have a phone nearby, you can go to nycpride.org.
That's right.
It's a lot ahead.
And
stay with us.
Pride Across America continues right after the break. Stick around. We've got so much more to cover. Look at all that.
Wow. Everybody's having fun.
Coming up, the party.
When I was a kid, my dad used to let me stay up late. He snuck me in to watch Laugh-In, and I was in love with Lily Tomlin. And I thought, oh my God, you could be like goofy and a class clown like I am and make a living. And I just want to say, as a member of the gay community, she inspired me to be fully yourself and also to make a living being funny. So thank you, Lily Tomlin.
Whenever news breaks.
We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike. ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland, let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there. You're streaming.
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere.
I experienced a lot of rejection, a lot of heartache. I'm a tough woman, but it's not easy. You're gonna feel lonely. There was a lot of personal stuff in my life that was really falling apart. But Mom and Daddy didn't raise no quitter.
Not everybody makes it.
It's taken me a really long time to even get to this moment.
And the CMA Award for Album of the Year for Female Vocalist of the Year.
Entertainer of the Year
goes to Lainey
Wilson.
That was a mic drop.
The entertainer
what she is doing right now is changing country music.
I'm proud of myself. I really am. I have worked my ass off. Now it's time to see what's next. I do see the bell bottoms and the hat as my superhero outfit.
Babe Ruth, Hank Aaron, Shohei Ohtani, legends of the game. But now the list of greats redefined. From ABC News, Reclaim the Forgotten League, a side of the story of baseball you have never heard before like this. The award-winning podcast is back. Listen wherever you get your podcasts or scan the QR codes you see here.
Reporting from the Federal Reserve, I'm ABC's Elizabeth Schulze. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Can't go to Pride because I live in the middle of nowhere. My community doesn't offer a Pride event.
It's important to me that my queer joy is seen.
Safety Harbor, Florida.
Somerville, New Jersey.
Maybe North Carolina.
Bradford, Vermont has Pride.
Hulu brought my town to the parade.
It's a giant screen. How can you not love that?
Queer joy is living authentically and being proud.
We got Pride. How about you?
Took so long for me to see it. Feels so good to be yours.
What a great commercial right there. And Hulu has Pride, and oh, they showed up in a big way at Prides all across the country. And over the years, Hulu has streamed Pride parades so everyone across the country could watch and celebrate no matter where they live.
Clearly, queer joy is everywhere, and you can see it on display. And they did it again this year. They had a parade float at LA Pride. You saw that the screens on the float showed how people celebrate Pride all around the country, from the beaches to the mountains to the farmlands and everywhere in between.
There's LGBTQ plus people from everywhere.
You better get those letters right.
I know, I can't. I don't have room for any more. I do not have room for any more. Feel the love. Hulu has Pride. And Harvey, you joined Hulu at the LA Pride March, and you know what? You were also on the float. How was that?
It was amazing. I mean, I've been celebrating Pride across the nation this whole month, and to wrap it all up, being here with you today has been the highlight of this whole month. So, and teaching you how to actually open this can.
Yes, I know. I keep messing it up.
There you go.
Oh, where'd mine go?
You got it. It's in the wrist. And then
no, I had it backwards. It still came.
There you go. You did it.
You, Harvey. I will forever remember that.
Next year, she's going to be completely fierce with that. She's going to be double-handed.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to practice for 364 days.
Harvey, what's it mean to you? I mean, you're so forward-facing, right? You're in this very public platform. You've done so many different projects, and you must be thinking of that little Harvey, right?
Yeah, I was thinking about that the other day. You know, I grew up watching parades and shows that didn't feel like they were inclusive to me, you know? So now being on a show, What We Do in the Shadows, we just finished our final 6th season. Last year was the first time that we had a parade in the show. So we actually had our own parade, our Pride Parade in What We Do in the Shadows, where Guillermo gets to be part of the parade and live his authentic self and his gay, you know, self out loud. And it was really wonderful to see them. The writers were great about that. Watching myself on TV now is not something that I expected when I was 5 because it wasn't something that was available to me. But now look at me. We're celebrating Pride in New York City, the greatest city in the world, with all you people, and just like the energy is intoxicating. It's so wonderful.
And Harvey, look at you. Look at your outfit.
Oh,
you are known for your fashionista, you know, joy. Tell us about why you speak out about fashion and fashion positivity.
Yeah, so this is something that I worked up with Christian Siriano, who, you know, usually doesn't dress men. He does amazing gowns for women. Sometimes, you know, Billy Porter got dressed up in an amazing gown for the Oscars, but he doesn't really do men, and he took a risk with me at the Academy Awards last year when I was nominated for Puss in Boots. And since then, we've just been like, he's gotten so many people who say, I want you to make my outfit like Harvey's outfit from the Oscars. I want you to make my outfit from the Met Gala. I want you to make my outfit from this. And so I think that fashion's for everyone. That's from the Critics' Choice Award. So there's something that we can all be a part of. It's inclusive, just, you know, not for queer people, but just for everyone. We're here celebrating Pride and living your authentic self. So in fashion, I think it's for everyone, and no matter what body size you are, you know?
You mentioned Puss in Boots, too. I mean, a lot of your voiceover work is so great.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I didn't think my first nomination for an Oscar would be playing a dog in a film. But there we are, and I was there with Salma Hayek and Antonio Banderas and everyone, and It was fantastic. I mean, today we're honoring Disney as the official Pride Prince outfit. So this is Christian Siriano's take on that, and I love it. And
was that your idea?
Yes, it was. I was like, we're doing this for Hulu. We're working with Disney, obviously, and I work for FX, so of course I would come and represent, you know, the company that's given me so much in the past. So
the corset is everything.
Corset,
I've been puffing up your sleeves all day.
You've been helping me so much all day. It's fantastic.
You know what I love about your career? You have this, but you also have vampires, reminding the world that queer people are everywhere in every fantasy.
That's what I love, that in our show, all the vampires are queer. People forget that. Our show is very queer. Every vampire is either bi, pansexual, bisexual. Guillermo's gay. So we actually are a very, like, gay show, and people forget that because they're having such a good time peeking into these lives. And that's what it's all about, reliving your authentic life. Who cares who you love? You love who you love, and let love and just let it be, you know?
I love what you were saying earlier, and we should repeat that for people who might be tuning in just now here to ABC News Live, because you were talking about this idea of, for you, it's not coming out, it's about letting in.
It is, because the idea of coming out, it means that, you know, you're letting someone know that you're gay or you're queer or part of the queer family. But people who are queer know who they are. You know, you were that little boy or little girl who was asking themselves, why do I feel different? Why do I like this instead of that? Why? So letting people know who you are isn't really coming out. It's letting them in. Because you already know who you are. You know who you are inside. So when you come out to someone, per se, you're letting them in. You're letting them into your world, into your heart. And what they do with that information is very important, because sometimes people who let people in destroy that, you know, and it makes them feel uncomfortable. So today we're celebrating Pride. Look at all these people celebrating their authentic lives. So when someone lets you in, please be gentle with their heart. Let people in.
Well, that's a great piece of advice. It's beautiful. Absolutely.
Oh, Harvey, well, thank you so much, because we've absolutely loved having you here. And we've got more. There's still more time with you.
We're not letting you go. I'm not letting you go. We're not letting you go.
No.
I want to thank you. Especially since San Francisco is underway, right? And we'll take you there in just a few minutes. So stay with us, because Pride across America continues just on the other side of the break. Hang out.
All right, let the dogs out, please. I want to make sure that we all learn together.
We are so grateful. You changed our world.
It is a beautiful thing to see. As you rehabilitate the dog, you'll rehabilitate you.
Get ready, America, every Friday.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes!
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA. You're going to love it.
There is a price to be paid every time a survivor shares their story. I will not be silenced.
Do you feel the church accepted abuse?
I wouldn't say accepted it as so much pretended it didn't exist.
Yep, that's him.
Yep.
Ready? Kira Phillips with ABC News. Does your church protect sexual predators?
The powerful new Impact by Nightline. Secrets of the 2x2 Church.
There's nothing pretty about hearing this.
Now streaming on Hulu.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag not a carrying it. How important it made to USA. Great work.
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismael? David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different.
The critics agree.
Hated the Brat Pack. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense?
Andrew?
I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything.
Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium.
1985? I think we could have.
Welcome Welcome back to Pride Across America here on ABC News Live, the loudest and proudest streaming event honoring the LGBTQ+ community.
And they are out in force today here in New York City, but also in Chicago and San Francisco, all celebrating in the streets at this hour. It's such an exciting time out there. Everyone showing their pride, showing it loud and proud.
And we're going to head out to San Francisco's Pride Parade as well.
That's right. So 3 prides, 3 cities, and we are all covering it all live. Christian Cordero in New York City. Let's start with you. How's it going?
Harvey, I love how you say my last name, Cordero. It's amazing. Yes, it's going great. Of course, we have Irish pride walking up. Rainbows are already kind of synonymous with Ireland, and so it just fits. But this energy that you see right here, it has not let up for what? We've been going for 3+ hours now. It's been just incredible to see, and so fitting to New York City. It's like one float after the next can be so different from the one before, or so different from the one after, but they're all here to celebrate it. It feels like, in a nutshell, like love is winning today.
I love that.
Christiane, thank you so much. And let's go to Alex Perez in Chicago right now. Alex, how's it looking there in the Midwest?
Hey, guys, check this out. I got the street pretty much to myself. Our parade here actually just ended. We had 150 floats, the 53rd annual parade kicking off here in Chicago without a hitch. All 150 floats making their way down the 20 blocks, winding through the north side of the city here in Chicago. It was a fantastic parade. We talked to so many people here, and we heard the same thing over and over, guys. No matter where people came from, they came here because they feel that this is a place they can be their true, authentic selves. My first Pride Parade here in Chicago, you know, this is my hometown, was about 20 years ago. And back then, I remember feeling that energy, sensing that energy, and I can tell you about 20 years later, the energy is still here. In fact, it's even bigger, I believe. People are coming from all over the Midwest so that they can appreciate this iconic event. The Pride theme this year for our parade was Pride is Power, and that's a nod to the power that this march, this parade has on the community. People come here because it helps them begin sometimes a new chapter of their lives and sort of open up to the rest of the world. And that's what we saw here today, guys. So I'm going to send it back to you in New York, standing in the middle of the street. The parade is done here. You don't get to do that often. Everyone here is still excited, though. Well, Happy Pride! Happy Pride! Happy Pride! See, the parade is done, but the celebration's still continuing, guys.
Well, Alex, that's what I was going to say. Like, the parade is over, and yet those streets are still lined with so many people because they don't want it to be over, all right?
That's exactly
Thank you, Alex. Appreciate you. No. Now let's go where the parade is very much still going. Zach Fuentes is in San Francisco. What's going on there? I bet it's a party.
Oh, it is absolutely a party. When I was with you guys earlier, the parade had not yet started. We have started here, and the party is just going to continue going and going through tonight. This is Market Street. This is really the main street here in San Francisco. We have so many people out here. We have more than 200 parade contingents. You hear the energy right now. It is popping out here in San Francisco. Our theme this year is Beacon of Love, and I really think something that San Francisco does, it speaks to the possibilities. It speaks to the possibilities of hopefully one day all communities around the world being a safe space like we are in this city right now. So we hear all of the energy right now. Let me just talk to some people, maybe see if some folks will talk to me. What's it mean to be out here today? You having a good time? From France coming to San Francisco? We welcome them right now. That's the thing, too. We had people from around the world coming out here to San Francisco, and for good reason. We throw the best Pride Party. Sorry, I just said it. We're throwing the best Pride Party out here. How excited are you folks to be out here?
We fucking love it!
Oh, good thing we're on streaming there. You having a good time? Yes, absolutely. What are you looking forward to for the rest of the day? Just celebrating Pride with all these beautiful people. Absolutely. What do you think makes San Francisco different from some of the other Prides out there?
We're the OG Pride Festival.
I love this place. Yeah, absolutely. We love it here too. I want to show you some more of the floats that are coming through right now. One thing we've seen a lot of here locally are the healthcare providers that are coming through. We know that that's something very, very meaningful to our LGBTQ plus community, but especially the trans community. We have healthcare providers that have been out here supporting our communities for years. And so what we are looking at right now is just a show of love, a show of support. I want to show you this right here, Stifter. If we could show them their corgi contingent right now. This is one of my favorite highlights of the parade. Our corgis coming out here. This is something we look forward to every year. The little corgis out here. Let's get some close-ups of them. We're hearing the crowds right now just cheering for the corgis. Look at them, so cute with their little banners right now. So, okay, I wasn't able to hear you guys for a second. I can hear you now, but everyone hearts corgis. That's what this contingent is. This is one of the highlights, but we have many more highlights to come as the day progresses here in San Francisco, where our parade is just getting underway. We have our headliner and Grand Marshal Billy Porter, who's going to be starting later on tonight at the Civic Center. So we have really enjoyed showing you a little bit of our San Francisco pride out here for Pride Across America. Right now, we're going to continue on with the parade contingent. Hello there, and send it on back to you in New York.
That's amazing. That's great. Love the corgis, love the colorful cable cars, love the colorful language. All of it happening in San Francisco right now. Right. Zach, Alex, Christian, thank you all so much for joining us. Really cool to have all of these happening across the country at the same exact time. Stay with us because Pride Across America, it's not over yet. It continues after the break, so stick around.
What's up, y'all? It's Brooke Eden, and I want to shout out one of my best friends, Ford Fairchild. He is a photographer and director and creative director for so many queer artists here in Nashville, Tennessee, making such a huge difference in the country music genre, and he just gives and gives. So I want to give him a shout out this Pride Month.
Whenever news breaks.
We are here in Israel, a nation at war after that brutal surprise attack by Hamas.
On the ground in Ukraine, reporting from Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this little town.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
In Iceland, let's go.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines, from southern Israel.
Outside the Gaza Strip.
In Beirut.
From the FBI.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is. We're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different.
The critics agree.
Hated the Brat Pack. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense?
I mean, I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything.
Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium.
1985? I think we could have.
Babe Ruth, Hank Aaron, Shohei Ohtani, legends of the game. But now the list of greats redefined. From ABC News, Reclaim the Forgotten League, a side of the story of baseball you have never heard before like this. The award-winning podcast is back. Listen wherever you get your podcasts or scan the QR codes you see here.
Reporting from Spartanburg, Pennsylvania, I'm Stephanie Ramos. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Across America is in full swing, and we are the loudest and the proudest streaming event honoring the LGBT plus community.
Yes, New York City, Chicago, and San Francisco all celebrating in the streets and living life. It's such an exciting time here, and everyone is showing their pride.
And I just love being side by side with you, LZ. It's always a pleasure. But, you know, we want to turn to a slightly more serious topic on Pride. According to the latest data from the CDC, more than 1.2 million Americans are living with HIV. But thanks to modern medicine, preventing and treating the disease is now possible. However, we all know that the stigma attached to the virus persists.
In an op-ed for the Los Angeles Times, I revealed that I, too, am living with HIV and have been for years. Here's part of the conversation I had with ABC's Steve Osasami.
It was a lot like coming on over again. I found myself apologizing a lot.
For?
Keeping secrets.
The secret that LZ Granderson has kept for nearly 15 years.
I just keep thinking responsibilities.
Is one he hopes that by sharing now will save someone's life.
I am HIV positive and have been for a long time.
Can we please stop it with this narrative that you gotta have yourself and no one else to win a freaking chip?
He explains that for an openly gay sports reporter, writer, podcaster, and TED talker, who way back in 2013 was even called a hero for living his life so openly.
Thank you very, very, very much for this award.
That it stings him today to think that he ever let fear and shame hold him from sharing such an important truth with nearly everyone in his world.
I used to hide my pills before the housekeeper shows up.
Wow.
In my socks.
You hid your pills in your socks before the housekeeper because you didn't want your housekeeper
I didn't want my housekeeper to find out.
You were afraid that she would tell someone?
I just didn't want anyone to know.
Yeah.
If he wins this time, this will be his 7th Wimbledon title.
He says he remembers once cutting it close, getting to the Wimbledon Tennis Championships in London, because he was too afraid to go out and get the pills he needed there.
There were people dying of AIDS jokes in my environment, in my atmosphere, so I kept it to myself.
Were you worried you were going to have to share that with people, or people were going to ask, or you would need those answers?
I was worried I was going to shine a bad light on my community.
He describes some of the shame, fear, and secrecy that help explain why HIV is still killing nearly 5,000 Americans each year. There's a daily pill called PrEP that prevents the disease, and still more than 36,000 people were diagnosed with HIV in 2019.
It's killing all of us, but it's really killing Black people. And it's killing Black people because we're afraid to talk about it. We whisper about it.
Yeah.
And so you have queer Black people who are dying, you have heterosexual Black people who are dying, and no one's talking about it.
He happily shares that he was inspired by the mother of the world-famous Beyonce Knowles, who flew to a Black journalist conference and told the story of her nephew, Johnny, who died of AIDS.
I was just like, I have to do my part.
When did you learn that you were HIV positive?
So, we were in Grand Rapids. I was with my partner, who's now my husband, and I was getting my hair done. And I started to get like this huge wave of heat. And I started to sweat, and then everything went black. And the only thing that came back was that I was positive.
He has a son who was a teenager at the time, and they kept him from seeing the test results.
The thing that went through my mind was the fact that my son was there in the room. I remember saying to God, I'm not done yet.
And you weren't by any means.
That was, it was like, it was just about him. I had to take care of him.
Yeah, I hear you.
So that's the only thing I was thinking about.
Outside of a hip, he's worn down playing basketball.
That's the thing I've always wondered.
LZ Granderson is in great health. His son is now a successful and grown man, but only learned about his father's health condition a few weeks before this interview.
It went really well.
Okay.
The first thing he said was, wow. And then he says, I'm proud of you, Pops. So I'm very grateful that God kept me.
He says if just one person hears him now and goes to get the medicine they need, or starts thinking of people with HIV as having a medical condition and not a moral one, then revealing his truth will have been more than worth it.
We can stop this, we can take care of ourselves, we can live healthy, productive lives. We can't do any of that if we don't get past the shame to ask for help.
Now, I know your son said to you, I'm proud of you, Pop. We're all proud of you, LZ, but tell me about the reaction that you've gotten since this has aired all over.
You know, it's first of all, thank you very, very much. It's been absolutely incredible. Particularly from the sports community. I've had a number of current and retired athletes reach out to talk about the loved ones who have passed away in their lives from HIV/AIDS that they don't talk about because people don't talk about HIV/AIDS, right? So all that love and the family history of those individuals are also in those shadows as well because no one talks about them. And they said because of the essay, they will now.
And they talked in the piece about how all of these deaths are due to stigma, but we also know that there are medications available. There are incredible advancements in medicine. We've been able to save millions of lives with the use of HIV/AIDS prevention drugs like PrEP and PEP and DoxyPEP, right?
Absolutely. And joining us to break it all down is our friend, ABC medical correspondent, Dr. Darian Sutton.
Happy Pride.
Happy Pride.
Happy Pride.
Now, you just heard Juju break down all the different sort of medications, PrEP, DoxyPrep. What are the differences?
So, as Juju was saying, a testament to the amount of research that goes into understanding HIV and awareness. So the differences. So PrEP stands for pre-exposure prophylaxis. This is an antiviral medication that, if taken regularly, can reduce your risk of contracting HIV from sexual encounters by up to 99%.
Wow.
There's also DoxyPEP, which we give for patients who are of high risk, and this can help reduce your risk of bacterial infections, chlamydia, syphilis, gonorrhea. And then we also have PEP for patients who might have had an encounter, an exposure, might not have been aware of their risk in that moment. We can provide medications after the encounter that can substantially reduce their risk. All of these are meant to be used with other forms of protection, but nonetheless, a testament to the amount of research, effort, and awareness that goes into this, understanding this diagnosis.
But 99% of efficacy, that's incredible.
It's absolutely incredible. And I think one part is really just simply awareness. And as LZ was saying, a lot of what we have to fight in medicine is not necessarily the virus or the diagnosis, it's the shame and the stigma. That's what keeps people from getting tested. That's what keeps people reluctant to share their diagnosis. And that discrimination compounds. So we have to make sure we do more of this to have more and more people understand and be aware of this diagnosis and what it means today.
And we know that it's had so much impact, right?
Yeah, absolutely, especially what it means today. You know, you asked about the reaction. A lot of people were praying for me and checking in on me, and I wasn't, you know, grateful for it. Of course I was, but I'm healthy.
Yeah.
And that's the point of me sharing this, is that you don't have to be ill. The medications work. I live a completely healthy life. And my question to you, doctor, is how can we get from the shame element to the people who need this medication having access to it so they too can live a healthier life?
You know, LZ, I think you're doing it right now. I think that the statements and the story that you share and sharing your truth and sharing your journey helps more people to realize that this is not something you don't just live with, you can thrive with it. And understanding the benefits of these medications and understanding what it means to have HIV today is very different from what it means to have HIV in the past. So I think awareness, more training of professionals, and simply more understanding of patients to be more forthcoming with their medical histories, their social histories, so that we as providers can provide them the best techniques to reduce their risk.
It's incredible. And honestly, breaking that stigma is through the kind of storytelling that LZ's doing and sharing all of that.
Absolutely.
Well, that you're doing, that we're all doing. You know, it's all about all of us pitching in and using our platforms to try to help people.
Absolutely. But thank you. You're a hero among as always I've known. But I think in sharing your story, you're even a greater icon and a hero in my life. So I appreciate that.
I appreciate it. I definitely did not do it for any titles. I did it to try to save lives. And I think it's important that as we're talking about, you know, the election, that we're also thinking about this aspect. You know, when I was covering the conversations that were going on about the new budget, for instance, and we were really focused in on the fact that conservatives didn't want the flags flying during Pride around the ambassadors' offices around the world. But what we didn't talk about was the fact there's actually been cuts that have been proposed in HIV/AIDS funding, and the medications that you're talking about, a lot of that is subsidized by the federal government. And if we get those cuts, what may end up happening is that the epidemic may return. or at least you see an uptick in infections.
And when you have those cuts, the most marginalized will become affected. And so when we talk about black queer youth and their risk to HIV, we represent a smaller percent of the population, but one of the highest percents in terms of new diagnosis. So those cuts are vital. They're important to protecting and saving lives, especially for people who look like you and I.
Absolutely.
And I must say, in the olden days, we used to call it silence equals death, and you breaking the silence is incredible. Thank you so much for sharing your story. Thank you, Dr. Sutton, as always, for joining us with such wisdom.
Of course, of course.
And of course, we'll be back with much more. You can learn more about the history of HIV and the impact of prevention. Stream Viral, A World Without AIDS, now on Hulu. Stay with us. Of course, we have much more Pride across America. It'll continue just on the other side of the break. Stay with us.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. Police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
All right, let the dogs out, please.
I want to make sure that we all learn together.
We are so grateful. You changed our world.
It is a beautiful thing to see. As you rehabilitate the dog, you rehabilitate you.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
Hey, good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Are you ready? They are ready. Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here this morning.
You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be there.
I am here and so happy.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
Michael, George, Clara, Ginger.
Hi, I'm Andy. And I'm Sabrina. And we're moms, juggling tons of stuff every day, like all you moms out there. And you know what we love? Really love? Pop culture. So listen now to our new podcast, Pop Culture Moms, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Pride Across America, the loudest and proudest streaming event honoring the LGBTQ plus community.
New York City, Chicago, and San Francisco all celebrating in the streets. It is such an exciting time right now.
It is such an exciting time, and we've been shouting them out all day long. Let's do it again, because none of today would have been possible without NYC Pride organization. Just an incredible organization, the Heritage Foundation.
It absolutely does. It boggles the mind how many volunteers it takes to put this show on the road, right? It's a bit of history, though, we want to share with you about NYC Pride and their journey to this annual event.
How is it going with the permitting?
It's the final stretch of planning for Sunday's New York City Pride March, an event the nonprofit Heritage of Pride has produced for 40 years.
It's a 40-year legacy of being entrusted by the community to keep the spirit of the Stonewall riots alive.
Sandra Perez is the group's executive director and didn't always participate in the march. She now organizes.
There was a point in my life that the New York City Pride March felt like it was for others.
And not necessarily for a Latina from the Bronx, but that has changed. The march now reflects so much diversity.
Really being able to represent all of the intersections that our community has is really a wonderful experience. Yeah, it's a privilege to serve here.
The first Pride March was in 1970, the year after the Stonewall Uprising. Heritage of Pride began producing the event 15 years later, helping it become the powerful and inclusive march it is today. This year's theme is Reflect, Empower, Unite, and the march is dedicated to young people. Heritage of Pride also puts on events for children and families.
This is about love, so we do it with love and generosity. We invite everyone into the space with that same spirit, and we hope that's what people will take away from being at the march or being at Pride Fest or any one of our events.
Events that take place year-round because Gay Pride isn't limited to just the month of June.
And thank you to our friend Lauren Glassberg of our ABC station here in New York, WABC. And a major thanks to NYC Pride, an incredible organization, really making all of this possible right here today. And when we come back from New York Pride to World Pride, next year the global event descends on our nation's capital.
And we'll give you a peek at what you can expect from next year's festivities. And before we go to break, though, let's take a look at all the fun that we had at LA Pride earlier this month.
Oh, it was fun.
Oh, yeah.
It was fun.
Whenever news breaks,
we are here in Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike, ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland, let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere.
I experienced a lot of rejection, a lot of heartache. I'm a tough woman, but it's not easy. You're gonna feel lonely. There was a lot of personal stuff in my life that was really falling apart. But Mom and Daddy didn't raise no quitter.
Not everybody makes it.
It's taken me a really long time to even get to this moment.
The CMA Award for Album of the Year for Female Vocalist of the Year.
Entertainer of the Year
goes to Lainey
Wilson.
That was a mic drop.
The Entertainer of the Year, baby!
What she is doing right now is changing country music.
I'm proud of myself. I really am. I have worked my ass off. Now it's time to see what's next. I do see the bell bottoms and the hat as my superhero outfit.
Babe Ruth, Hank Aaron, Shohei Ohtani, legends of the game. But now the list of greats redefined. From ABC News, Reclaim the Forgotten League, a side of the story of baseball you have never heard before like this. The award-winning podcast is back. Listen wherever you get your podcasts or scan the QR codes you see here.
Reporting from Harvard University, I'm Selena Wang. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
So say what you say, expect me to fade. I don't think about
Welcome back to Pride Across America. As we mark this momentous day for millions of Americans across the U.S., buckle up, because next year, the largest LGBTQ plus celebration in history is coming to our nation's capital.
It's going to be Bonzo. It's going to be World Pride 2025. It's going to be held in Washington, D.C. It's a 2-week-long celebration beginning on May 30th and stretching all the way to June 8th.
That's right, and it's set with an impressive lineup of events, including a sports festival, human rights conference, and the World Pride Parade and Festival.
And earlier today, we had so much fun speaking to World Pride's marketing and media manager, Markia Parnell, and community engagement and partnerships manager, Tiffany Royster. They are a riot. They are so great. They have important messages. Take a look at this. You are visiting from D.C. right now because Washington, D.C. is the home of World Pride 2025. But it's also special because this is the 50th anniversary of Pride at the Capitol, right?
Yes.
So what should we expect?
Baby, you should expect, listen, you should expect to come to D.C. and have the time of your life.
Okay.
Okay, you should expect to come to D.C. and have love all over you. You should expect to come and be able to experience our culture, be able to experience D.C. not only being a political city, but being a city that thrives in the arts, that thrives in having this big, beautiful culture and is this melting pot of people and things to do.
So all I can say when I look at the two of you is, I want rainbow eyeshadow. I think it's so good, ladies.
He said, I bet.
I know, right? But I didn't realize that World Pride has already taken place in 8 different cities around the world, like Rome and Jerusalem, and of course here in New York City. What's it going to be like? Why is D.C. the right hotspot for next year?
Why not? It's our 50th anniversary, and we are the political stage that sets the tone for most of the world, and we would love to share what we have with the rest of the world and come join us so that we can move our rights forward as a whole globally, not just in the United States.
You know, one of the stories that came out of the budget was that the flags, the Pride flags, would not be flown during Pride Month around the world. Can you talk a little bit about why it's so important that events like World Pride and other ways of marking international pride are so important to our community?
Yeah, definitely. Just based off of what you just said, flags are not being flown. There's still space for us to be seen. There's still space for us to be heard. There is a lot that's happening around the world, unfortunately, where it is still illegal to actually be queer, to actually love who you want to love. And so with Pride, it's important for us that we show up, but for World Pride, it's even more important because we're talking about people everywhere. We anticipate having 3 million people from around the world, from countries that do not get to be in the space like that.
Isn't that so special, though, that people will have a safe space right there, even though at home they may not?
Exactly. So it's extremely important that we have these celebrations still because they're still fighting. There's still a lot of people fighting for their lives. So we're excited to just kind of be, the catalyst to make this thing happen. Being the gayest city in the nation.
Whoa, that was impressive. That was impressive.
It's statistically proven. We're going to toot our own horn. Beep, beep. Yeah.
When you think about everything that's happened around the world, because we are talking about World Pride, how much of an impact do you think our struggles with equality impacts the way the rest of the world view the conversation?
I mean, if we are not taking our own lead and pushing for our own rights and standing up for ourselves, how can we expect other people to do the same? We need everyone to basically live in their truth, be themselves, not be afraid, and without people advocating and pushing for change, nothing's going to happen. So we love the opportunity to have this platform that we have, being in the nation's capital of one of the biggest countries in the world. A lot of people look to the United States to see what we're doing. And if we're not setting a good example, then how can anyone else? We got to be front and center with this. And so we're excited to have the opportunity to be able to do so.
Well, thank you both very, very much. We're looking forward to next year, but first we're going to party today.
We're so excited. You'll catch us on the World Pride bus, honey. Waving from the top. And y'all better make your way to D.C. Yes, and I just want to say also that it'll be a 2-week celebration, almost 3 weeks.
Wow.
Going over a span from May 23rd through June 8th.
Wow.
And we are pulling a lot of other local LGBTQ plus organizations with us, including DC Black Pride, which is the first Black Pride in the country and has been around for over 30 years.
Amazing.
Wow. So we want to make sure that we are highlighting that. We have Latinx Pride, Smile Pride, Trans Pride, Washington, D.C. Who am I missing? I think you said everybody.
That is a lot of Thank you so much, ladies, for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Makeup tutorial later?
Got you. Yeah, gotcha.
Rakia Parnell and Tiffany Roysters, thank you so much.
What fun. I mean, they were such a blast,
They
right?
were so fun, yeah.
They were so fun. They're so passionate about World Pride that's coming up. So no doubt about it, it's going to be an amazing event with them at the helm of it.
Oh, we're going. We're absolutely going. Yeah, I already have my outfit picked out.
All right.
So.
Well,
Better get your Airbnb picked out.
Listen, it's been such a blast here, but the fun does not stop here because it just continues and continues and continues. What has been your favorite part so far?
I don't know. I think seeing the floats go by and seeing the joy on everyone's faces as they're dancing or running and just joining in the march. I mean, every time I turn around, I see another really important organization that's representing their members with such, again, unabashed joy, unabashed sort of being here, celebrating their love. All of it is just so special. It's so fun.
Why have you been such an ally for so many years?
It's such a good question. I grew up in the Bay Area during the AIDS crisis. It really hit me as something important to be in allyship with. But it didn't really strike me as something that I needed to do reporting on. It was just organic. One story led to the next story, led to the next story. And it's undeniable, the issues around trans rights right now in this country. It's just once you tell one story, it leads to the next story. And it has led me to be this sort of out and outspoken ally for the community.
Yeah, because for so many years you have told for so many stories across our ABC News shows, especially the show you anchor on Nightline.
On Nightline.
Let's, Nightline anchor, folks. Excuse me, what a title. Harvey, what about for you? What has been so special for you at this particular Pride?
I mean, my first Pride in New York City was last year, and I was happy to live. I was living here, and just to be in the audience and seeing the energy of the city come together, and today being a part of this with all of you has been so wonderful. Thank you for allowing me to come and join. It's just the energy of the city. It's like there's a crackle to New York City in the summer, especially during Pride, that people fly from all over the world to be a part of that, to be a small part of this huge message. And it's been lovely to be a small part of that.
Oh, no, you're a big part of it because you have such a beautiful message to share. And I think that just permeates everywhere, right?
Absolutely.
And LZ, not only are you a part of the LGBTQ plus community, but so is your son. And that's a different perspective for you as a father, isn't it?
You know, it's funny because I was so busy just trying to make sure he was a good person. I wasn't aware that the example I was trying to set that an ability for him to find comfort in everywhere else through the prism of being good first. So for him, just watching him thrive and blossom and grow, not because he's trying to be an advocate or because he's trying to make a political statement, because he's just living his life.
Yeah.
And I didn't try to infuse anything of him. I just try to tell him, be a good person as you live your life. So that's the fulfillment for
Well,
me.
you raised a good son.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I like to think so, for sure. Yeah.
And that's what I love about all of our guests today, Gio, is that it isn't about just being gay. It's about being who you are first and foremost. Gay joy, gay excellence, just gay humanity.
Yeah, and it's really special that this is what you're feeling here today, where it's just a celebration of so much love. The West Coast is still partying right now, and after the break, our ABC station in San Francisco picks up the coverage. Happy Pride to all of you, and keep it right here on ABC News Live. Stick around.
Happy Pride!
Happy Pride!
Happy Pride!
I'm Anthony Mackie. Like most fishermen, sharks used to terrify me. If the shark gets too close, I should hit it in the nose.
Well, you don't need to hit it.
I'm on a quest to find out why these apex predators, that's amazing, are swiping fishermen's hard-earned catches. What? You saw that?
Shark Beach with Anthony Mackie.
Woo! That's our fish. Look at that.
Part of the sharkiest 4-week celebration this summer. Shark Fest starts tonight at 9 on National Geographic.
I experienced a lot of heartache. I'm a tough woman, but it's not easy. You're gonna feel lonely. It's taken me a really long time to even get to this moment.
And the CMA Award for
Entertainer of the Year
goes to
Lainey Wilson.
That was a mic drop.
The Entertainer of the Year, baby.
I do see the bell bottoms and the hat as my superhero outfit.
Wild horses.
All right, let the dogs out, please.
I want to make sure that we all learn together.
We are so grateful. You changed our world.
It is a beautiful thing to see. as you rehabilitate the dog, you rehabilitate you.
Get ready, America, every Friday.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes!
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA.
You're gonna love it.
There is a price to be paid every time a survivor shares their story. I will not be silenced.
Do you feel the church accepted abuse?
I wouldn't say accepted it as so much pretended it didn't exist.
Yep, that's him.
Yep.
Ready? Kira Phillips with ABC News. Does your church protect sexual predators?
The powerful new Impact by Nightline. Secrets of the 2x2 Church.
There's nothing pretty about hearing this.
Now streaming on Hulu.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions.
Nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag...
Not a carry in it.
How important is made to USA?
Great work. Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismael? David.
David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different.
The critics agree.
Hated the Brat Pack. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense?
Andrew?
I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything.
Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium.
1985? I think we could have.
LGBTQ history, teaching about all of the laws that are being put out specifically, not just LGBT, but black LGBTQ folks. He's one of the foremost amazing authorities when it comes to recognizing, supporting our LGBTQ elected official, black LGBTQ elected officials.
Okay.
And they also do put out a policy packet every year. So be on the lookout for their policy packet of how you can advocate and support each bill, who you need to call, who you need to write, all those things. And once again, they did not pay me to say that.
Not
Caroline,
sponsored
you're
content.
a source of information and wisdom. Thank you.
Come on, educators. SF Unified School Districts. Empowering.
Right behind
our
us is the
cities.
Town School for Boys. Love is Love, marching with SF Pride.
Happy Pride! Happy Pride! Oh, I remember we had the Town School for Boys last year.
Yes, we did. Right behind them is Live Oak School.
I just want to just kind of express how powerful it is to see school organizations within a pride parade.
Yeah.
Which is something that did not happen when the four of us were growing up.
Absolutely not.
And I think that makes a big difference just to be present here.
And absolutely. I went to school and I remember when gay marriage was on the ballot and having a teacher that openly was disgusted with the idea of gay marriage and was able to just say that in the classroom.
Yeah.
Not realizing that the students that he had in the classroom should reflect that community.
Of course.
And now here we are.
Or worse, realizing it.
Right, exactly. Or caring.
Or caring, yeah.
You know?
And yet history continues to repeat itself. We're still seeing legislative actions mobilized across this nation that are trying to erase queer people from even being discussed in a school setting.
Or to have us in the library.
Exactly. Our books are being banned. Our history is being erased. We can't even say the word gay in some parts of this country.
And not just the youth. Remember how that also affects, number one, it affects children to have a teacher who is LGBTQ in the classroom. It's important to have someone that represents you being your educator. But also, a lot of these bills don't just target the kids, they target the teachers themselves. They target them for actually teaching. The kids might not be in it at all. But if a teacher brings a certain book, if a teacher says a certain word, like Pearl said, that is actually affirming, they can get in trouble in certain states for doing that and get fired.
Right. So they can't bring themselves to work either, which is horrifying. And it's great to see these families and these kids in the parade today.
It's so inspiring. It just makes me think about, like, what if that was me?
I know.
What if that was me?
Right.
You know?
How would that have changed the trajectory of your life?
Right.
We love you the way you are.
Yeah.
But imagine us minus a little bit of trauma.
Right.
What else could we have
A little
done?
bit more warm, a little bit more soft, a little, you know.
I always say, well, imagine if I didn't wait until 25 to come out. What if I was just out in high school and junior high?
Oh, my God.
How much fun would I have had?
Yeah.
Good, clean fun, though.
I can completely resonate with that. If I could have transitioned medically a little sooner, socially a little sooner.
Well, queer people are nothing if not resilient.
Yeah.
That's right.
There you go.
We will always make what we can with what we have.
Yeah.
But it's awesome to see these kids who hopefully won't have to go through quite as much.
Amen. Happy Pride!
It just gives me so much warmth in my heart. This is the future of our movement, y'all.
Yes.
And shout out to these parents who took the time to come out here with their kids.
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing.
Passing right now is Pacific Primary.
Pacific Primary is a nonprofit preschool community established in 1974, 50 years ago, by a group of passionate parents. The school celebrates diversity in its many forms, including adoptive, LGBTQ, and one-parent families that are cherished and engaged in our ongoing commitment to equity and belonging.
They've got a lot of people. I love this.
And they made some real cute signs.
Celebrating all families.
As you all know, having been in the Pride Parade, you have to kind of like measure your energy level, right?
Yeah, you have to get through this entire parade, honey.
Yes. That is 1.5 miles of Market Street.
Imagine doing this entire parade in heels. It is your feet, I've done it, are...
Like, how do you train for that, you know?
Her whole life.
Her whole life. Her whole life, correct.
Also, as queer individuals, it is our responsibility to take the shirt that our corporate parent company gave us and to make it into our own.
Yeah.
And so I'm loving seeing the crop tops.
Yep. You got to make it fit you, honey.
I'm waiting for the jock strap. Where are we going to see that?
These men from the Build Out Alliance are turning up and turning out.
We don't think about it a lot, so we have, and then I'm bringing up the Build Out Alliance. Build Out promotes and advocates for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer community within the building, design, and construction industry. We talk so much about diversifying our building and construction trade. Our LGBTQ community members still have issues and traumas within that industry, so everything that we can do to make that industry more diverse, we need to do that. So I have a particular new passion for Build Out Alliance.
Yeah, I'm going to repeat what I said earlier. We are everywhere.
Everywhere.
In every industry.
There you go.
A hammer and a disco ball? Yes.
Yes. So wholesome. I love it.
The Built America is real, y'all. Thank you. Build Out.
Okay, how high are these hills, Pearl?
These heels are at least a good 6.5 inches.
Oh,
maybe
honey,
7.
Look at those.
That platform, honey.
That's talent. My ankle feel like it's twisting just hearing that.
And wearing those platform heels is the Latino Wellness Center, formerly known as Latinos de Ambiente, is comprised of Instituto Familiar de la Raza and the Mission Neighborhood Health Center.
You better roll those R's.
They work together to advocate for LGBTQ Latinxs in San Francisco by providing HIV prevention services and mental health support for adults and youth.
They're bringing the costumes and the energy today.
You know they have to.
A little bit of carnival at the Pride Parade.
Always.
Can never have enough carnaval.
They bring it every year. I love it. Look at these wings.
I love seeing the representation of all the countries. Mexico, Puerto Rico.
Oh, and you love love to see all the national flags there. Look at that.
Yeah.
A tapestry of culture, diversity.
Move, I'm gay. I need that fan. Where'd that come from? I love it.
Oh, we got some real carnival dancers coming up.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
All right, drums. Let's get these drums.
Oh, are we going to get a little show?
So marching by right now is the Golden Gate National Association of Hispanic Nurses. They actively promote opportunities for community outreach, volunteering, leadership, and social events across all of their social media platforms. Their inclusive nonprofit organization welcomes individuals of all races and ethnicities, including nursing students, nurses, and other healthcare workers who share an interest in supporting the Latinx community and nursing.
All right.
It's the cultural diversity for me.
I love it. Coming up right behind them is the Hilton.
All right, Hilton.
The Hilton is beautiful. If you guys have never stayed at the Hilton, check them out. They're
one of the longest running and loyal sponsors to SF Pride.
We have a couple of them here in this city. If you haven't checked out the one on Kearney, oh, they have a beautiful spa. They have a beautiful bar.
Oh, you know
dining.
that.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
they're
hey.
beautiful over there.
And the Hilton SF Union Square has the iconic Cityscape Lounge at the very tippity top of that hotel.
It's the best view of the city.
46 floors up, and I believe it is the city's largest hotel by room occupancy.
And it's in great proximity to shopping. I just want to say that because that's my favorite part.
Oh. Sundresses.
Sundresses and heels for Carol.
Sundresses and heels. I'm scared. Pearl gonna hold me to that. I'm scared.
Yeah, I will.
And under the same Hilton umbrella is the Park 55, also a great Union Square hotel. And another
Oh,
sponsor.
yeah, they are beautiful. They are absolutely beautiful.
And right behind them is Casa Doulas. The mission of Casa Doulas is to create a network of resources to help and support women in the process of their pregnancy. So many friends that I love are learning more about the doula space, and so many people are opting to have doulas for their pregnancies and for their deliveries. So I'm glad to see people becoming more culturally competent and safe in those spaces.
That's right.
Is this them coming up right here? Oh no. So next I have a friend actually in this one, John David and Wade. It's the they're the Gay American Indians. Our Native American gays and two-spirit.
GAIs. Their work started within the organization through facilitating mutual aid and creating a network for their members. Once the group became more politically active, GAI members became involved in organizing for prominent indigenous issues like land rights, water rights, and fishing rights.
And they are going to be our last contingent before we go to a little break. But don't worry, our coverage continues at abc7news.com/pride right after this.
What's up, guys? It's Jordy, and I just want to say happy Pride.
Whenever news breaks,
we are here in Israel, a nation at war after that brutal surprise attack by Hamas.
On the ground in Ukraine, reporting from Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this little town.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
In Iceland, let's go.
Traveling on with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines, from southern Israel.
Outside the Gaza Strip.
In Beirut.
From the FBI.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there.
You're streaming.
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different.
The critics agree.
Hated the Brat Pack. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense?
I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything.
Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium.
1985? I think we could have.
Babe Ruth, Hank Aaron, Shohei Ohtani, legends of the game. But now the list of greats redefined. From ABC News, Reclaim the Forgotten League, a side of the story of baseball you have never heard before like this. The award-winning podcast is back. Listen wherever you get your podcasts or scan the QR codes you see here.
Reporting from Monterey Park, California, I'm Robin Roberts. Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Happy Pride to everybody here in America. Everybody show some love, spread some love, give some love. Love on your children, love on yourselves. Happy Pride.
Yeah, don't forget to love on yourself.
Please do.
In fact, let's put self first today.
Absolutely.
Welcome back to our Pride Parade coverage. If you're streaming us on our website, thank you. On your phones, on our ABC7 News app, on your TV. We're so glad that you're here. I'm along with Pearl Tees. We have WinFam. Carolyn Weisinger is at the end of our little row here of hosts, and we're just having a great time out here today.
Right now, I believe this is the Southeast Asian Community Center.
And before then, we had Genentech, one of our longest-running sponsors, 20 years as a sponsor of SF Pride. And they were pioneers of LGBTQ plus healthcare research as well.
I just want to point out, this is the first contingent that is here to give us our flowers.
Oh, yes.
Come on, flowers.
Speaking of flowers, y'all, the sun is really sunning right now.
The sun is sunning out, girl.
Feel that.
She's coming through these Market Street buildings.
Yep.
This is Aaron Peskin's. Aaron Peskin's float. He, of course, is on the board of supervisors currently, running for mayor. That election in November.
Look at this. If you take that off.
Are we going to Drew? Let's go to Drew.
Oh, thank you.
Come here, Jeffrey. Come here, Jeffrey.
Look at
I'm here live with Jeffrey, president of the Harvey Milk Club. How does it feel this morning?
It's amazing. Harvey Milk marched this parade in 1976, 1977, one of the original marchers, and we're proud to be here 48 years.
48 years. So much has changed, not only since then, but in the past couple of years. What does it mean to see Market Street lined up like this right now?
It's amazing because it used to be a little itsy-bitsy gay pride parade. My great godfather used to tell me they would line up in their 5-piece suits on Sunday after church and watch the gays go by. And when I asked him, what did you see? And he said, not that much. He saw a lot.
Yeah, he did.
But, it's about liberation. It's about making sure that we're seen, registering voters. It's an election year, making sure that we get our message out. So it's important.
Well, you know what? Happy Pride. I hope you have a wonderful day.
Happy Pride. Thank you.
Take care. Enjoy. Go enjoy the parade.
Happy Pride, folks.
I still have the opportunity to steal your jacket.
And coming up next, behind the Harvey Milk Club, is Raphael Mandelman.
The supervisor of the Castro.
That's right. District 8 Supervisor Raphael Mandelman. That's my supervisor of the Castro.
Happy
we
Pride
love you, Rafi. Always a staunch supporter of the LGBTQ plus community.
Out and proud on that board of supervisors.
Gay himself.
Oh, and thank you for playing Madonna.
Yes, well, Madonna.
Come on, Diamond Heights.
They have signs of all the different neighborhoods. They had Clem Park up there earlier. the Boat Triangle.
Now, Raphael always talks about how there was a time for 4 years he was the only gay supervisor on the BOS, but he's not anymore.
That's right, there's
and coming
3
up
now.
is Joel Engardio.
Joel Engardio is the city supervisor representing the Sunset out where I am.
That's your neck of the woods.
It's my neck of the woods, honey, right by the beach.
That's what we call Pearl Country.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Pearl verse, honey.
The Pearl.
And you know, Supervisor Engardio definitely practices what he preaches. He's very proud of the Sunset. I believe he just held the first ever 4th of July parade up there,
Yeah.
I think yesterday.
He's actually joined by his husband, Lionel.
Oh, they just had a little kiss.
Yeah, Joel was the first openly gay supervisor elected in a West Side district of San Francisco.
Come on, West Side.
Joel launched the first ever Sunset Night Market inspired by Taipei markets of his husband's hometown. You guys, look, we got our flowers. Do you see the flowers?
We literally got our flowers. Now that's a first. Is that a first?
This is a first. Well,
I love it.
I mean, in this way.
In this way. That's what I mean. Yeah.
Floral history here.
Now, I believe it was Carolyn Weisinger who earlier was complaining that she wasn't getting anything.
Right, now she got flowers. I told you. We got 200 more to go.
In the church house, they say, give me my flowers while I yet live. So thank
There you
for
go.
the flowers.
This is a great flow.
And right here we have Benefit Cosmetics. Love loudly,
They
love
just
loudly.
came to say hello.
Famous for their brow bar in Union Square.
Oh, get into a brow.
Okay, brow.
Shout out to everyone who got their brows done before Pride.
Right.
I got my brows done. Did you get your brows done, Reggie?
I didn't, but I did before Memorial Day.
Okay.
I don't know. That's not close
Well,
enough.
you know, we did our show on Friday. I said I had to get my hair cut, and so I got my fresh haircut, and I got my eyebrows done.
You got it all lined up.
No,
Yeah, the
all
only thing we're
lined up.
missing is a little sundress.
You know.
Someone's actually juggling in the parade, and I love to see it.
Yeah, a few of them are juggling.
We love a good circus art.
You know?
In the community, the community.
The LGBTQ.
We've got flagging.
Is that the Heavy Petting Zoo community party car?
You know, I got in trouble last year when they came up this, so I'm going to leave that to you, Reggie.
I just went ahead and said it. That's
Too much
the name
heavy
of it.
petting?
Or
Or not enough?
I would never say that publicly.
Is that who we just saw, or is that coming up? Oh, that's still coming up.
They're coming up.
Oh, they haven't come up?
got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
HPZ, not to be confused with the other one.
Oh, she might have to get her glasses, girl. The sun is out to play.
And you know, as they say, HPZ, you know me. You down with HPZ?
They do say that, don't they?
I think so.
I love that.
Someone does.
In a minute, it is going to be sunglass time.
Honey, yeah.
Oh, so you're going to wear sunglasses, and I'm going to be out here squinting.
Well,
you got to suffer.
That's right. I have to suffer
Be
for my
fair.
art.
Yes.
I'll suffer with you, Reggie.
Thank you.
pull one of these.
Solidarity.
I also brought a parasol just in case.
Ooh, they have those here, right? Ooh, I want one.
Oh, no, I guess they do have parasols. Yes, they do have one for us as well.
This song is a bit of a throwback. This is Fetty LeGrand. Let me think about it.
This is the Heavy Petting Zoo
Yes.
community party car
Good
right
choice.
here.
I love this song. Come on, HPZ.
Look at all the stuffed animals.
All right, rollerblades.
So this is a Burning Man art car, in case you're wondering, what the heck is this?
Yeah.
So they go to Burning Man every year, and this is how they represent.
That's right. The Heavy Petting Zoo has a passion for building community by embracing the Burning Man principles of radical inclusion and radical self-expression. Anybody here been to Burning Man yet?
Not yet.
I had the occasion to go one time, 2017. One of the hottest years on record. I think I didn't leave my yurt for about the first 3 days. It was so hot.
I support all of them from afar, from my not air conditioned condo.
With running water.
With running water and a bathroom.
Yes.
Reggie, they're singing your song.
You know what?
It's not right, but it's okay.
Here comes the copyright.
And that's all we can do. I just went to a whole meeting about this. Shout out to the ABC7 lawyers.
I feel like I'm on The View when they get the little legal note.
Yeah, legal
We only did 15 seconds. So
7 seconds.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
All right, we have another school coming up next. Love to see that, the San Francisco Waldorf School.
That's right. They've been helping students gain the gifts of independence, self-knowledge, and a reverence for the world's beauty and wonders since 1979. They do have a GSA.
A Protect Trans Kids sign I see over here.
That's right. Their GSA, their Gay Straight Alliance, or Genders and Sexualities Alliance, is a place where students come to feel understood and to eat snacks, be teens, and paint their nails.
Paint them.
Come on, Waldorf.
You want to paint them?
Come on, gels.
Come on, acrylic. Sun's coming out, y'all.
Yep.
And just because you don't go to a physical building doesn't mean you can't be a school in the Pride Parade, because these are the homeschoolers, y'all.
Yes.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
A home for all homeschoolers.
Yes, these are the Homeschool Association of California, or HSC, their first time in the SF Pride Parade. Welcome.
Oh, cool. We're so glad you're here.
San
Francisco Opera passing by right now.
Come on, Opera.
They have been in San Francisco since 1923. They're known for commissioning numerous world premieres, training some of opera's greatest young artists, and creating innovative programs and events to inspire a new generation of opera goers.
I didn't realize it had been around so long.
Oh, opera's been around for a minute, honey.
Oh, yeah.
Man.
And the Opera House, y'all, iconic building. So for performance art space, I believe it's the largest in San Francisco.
And it's so beautiful.
Yeah, most of our performing art spaces are around like 1,000, maybe 1,500. SF Opera House can hold up to 3,400 people for any given performance.
And right behind them, we have another one of my favorites because they feed me so well. Safeway.
Safeway.
We earn the loyalty of the people we serve by first anticipating, then fulfilling their needs with our superior quality products, a unique shopping experience, customer-focused service, continuous innovation, and just being open late, because sometimes you need some late-night chicken, some bread, some something. So shout out to Safeway. Woo!
And some of these people have not been skipping the gym. Oh. My goodness. They've been getting protein shakes at Safeway.
No, they got them.
They do.
They do have them.
They sure do. All right, Safeway.
And up next, we have the Jewish Family and Community Services East Bay, or JFCS, guided by Jewish values and in collaboration with the diverse communities that they serve. The JFCS East Bay contributes to the resilience of communities, families, and individuals through advocacy and comprehensive support services at every stage of life.
Next up, we have the Rainbow World Fund. RWF's mission is to promote world peace, unity, and hope by leading the LGBTQ+ community to participate in humanitarian relief efforts. And they have a handy-dandy QR code, so if you're looking at them right now, see if you can scan it. Get more information.
Right after that is Supervisor Asha Safai.
Beautiful name.
San Francisco Supervisor.
And he believes that change begins at a local level in our neighborhoods, where people are most affected by government policies and programs.
And is one of the folks running for mayor this year. So we'll be on the November ballot.
Somebody is wearing a really beautiful cologne.
Someone is wearing some cologne. And, you know, Mom said if it smells like cologne, leave it alone. But I don't know if mine was right.
I mean, I always smell like cologne. You gonna leave me alone?
No, I certainly am not.
I'm just saying.
All I'm going to do is continue messing with you your entire life.
Buckle up.
Okay, it's
Happy Pride.
I've got a glass as well.
It is going to be a very competitive mayoral race.
Very.
And we are really getting into the thick of it now, that we're basically knocking on the door of July.
Oh, yes.
November is when we have our ranked choice voting, so this should be very interesting to watch. Polls have shown an extremely tight race.
5 major candidates, and I don't know if I'm not allowed to say this on camera, but today is an important fundraising deadline, so if you've already picked a candidate, give them money. Raising money for a candidate is the most important thing you can do besides knocking on doors.
The future of San Francisco is really going to be determined by this next mayor,
Yes.
so we shall see.
And if I wasn't supposed to say that at ABC, give me a legal note.
Sonny Hostin will be calling you.
Okay. Community Grand Marshal Xander, is it pronounced Breyer?
Xander Breyer, that's right. Xander Breyer, very big in the harm reduction movement here in San Francisco, especially as it pertains to LGBTQ nightlife. They have a passion for healthcare as a social justice movement.
And can we please give a shout out to the San Francisco Community Health Center?
Yes. Incredible.
SF Community Health Center?
Yes, I do their
Show of Hope gala
every year,
right.
the Show of Hope, and proud to do it. They really do so much for the community in the Tenderloin especially, but throughout San Francisco, for the LGBTQ community, they have a real focus on the trans community as well.
They do.
That's right. They run Trans Thrive.
They run Trans
on
Thrive,
Polk Street, led by Executive Director Lance Thoma.
We love Lance.
Fellow AAPI representative.
Next up, we have Supervisor Catherine Stephanie, who's also running for Assembly this year. Stephanie's focus of work on the Board of Supervisors includes public safety, revitalization of neighborhood small businesses, good governance, and affordable housing. Good luck, Supervisor Stefani.
Yes.
Or Stephanie.
Stephanie? Stefani? Stephanie?
It's Stephanie.
Oh.
Again, Supervisor, don't blame. Charge it to my mind, not my word.
You got it right the first time.
Oh, okay.
Because then there's also Miss Gwen Stefani.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Which
you know,
it's
I'm
always,
a 90s kid,
no,
so you know.
I get it.
Right behind her
You're
is
a
the San
hollaback girl.
Francisco Public Library. The staff from the queerest library ever, along with their family and friends, celebrate the LGBTQIA+ books and the joys of reading in a colorful musical contingent.
That's
no
right.
shushing in this library.
And
the library is open, by the way.
Yeah, with reading.
And especially
fundamental.
Hello.
Within the SF Public Library is the James Hormel LGBTQIA Center that houses most of the LGBTQ subject matter, a beacon of love, shall we say.
I was formerly a Hormel Fellowship. They do a fellowship where they bring in artists who get to just explore the library, explore the exclusive content that they have in the stacks that other public can't gain access to. An amazing, amazing collection that everyone should check out if they have a chance. One time in life, at least.
This is a Cub Scouts, and something that's really cool about the Cub Scouts is that they are a co-ed Cub Scout pack.
All right.
Oh, wow.
Okay, gender inclusion.
And they're from the Bayview. That is Cub Scout Pack 88. We welcome them to the Pride Parade.
Hey, Cub Scouts.
They've been
Happy Pride.
in the parade for 3 years now.
Right behind them is Scouts for Equality, the Golden Gate chapter.
And right behind them is the third of our 3 openly gay supervisors here in San Francisco. This is Supervisor Matt Dorsey, who's an out gay man who joined the other 2
to form a trifecta.
To form a trifecta.
Trifecta of gay.
I cannot.
Elizabeth
Gay.
Not this. Okay.
All right, Supervisor Dorsey.
Oh, and right behind the supervisor is the iconic world's first LGBTQ chorus, the San Francisco Gay Men's Chorus.
Not the Gay Men's Chorus.
I know so many people in the Gay Men's Chorus. And believe it or not, it's more than just gay men in the chorus. They also have
All right.
trans individuals, both trans men and trans women.
Yeah.
That's right.
And they're about to go on tour.
Yes.
They famously did a tour to the South a few years ago and made a whole documentary about it. This year they are going to do a Midwest tour.
Oh, beautiful.
Throw the baton.
And they are helmed by CEO Chris Verdugo and Artistic Director Jake Stensberg.
We love them. Jake was just on our show recently and was telling us they're going to the Midwest specifically to communities that may not necessarily have a lot of LGBTQ representation.
That's right.
And so they want people to see them.
That's right.
And behind them, the people who are the reasons we are awake. Starbucks.
Come on, Starbucks. Oh, you know
With
what?
every cup, with every occasion, with
These are
every
cute.
community, we nurture the limitless possibilities of human connection through coffee. I added the through coffee.
Shout out to our Starbucks right by the station. Thank you for keeping Drew and I awake.
Thank you for the coffee. All right.
Drew and me awake. See?
There we go.
I haven't had my Starbucks.
That's right. Direct object.
Thank you. D.O.
Is that Miss? That is Miss Mercedes Monroe on the Starbucks float. Come on, Mercedes Monroe.
Okay, I love the Starbucks
Look
float.
at
This is
Mercedes
good.
Monroe. That is absolute Empress of San Francisco.
Mercedes got a ride.
Monroe.
Yes. Beautiful.
Oh, I love our people.
Oh, and then we have the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence, led by my girl, the most photographed nun on this planet, Sister Roma.
Okay, Sister Roma in these plaid pants. Come on.
You know Sister Roma's always going to give you a hug.
All right.
Drew's going up there to... I need to hear from Sister Roma. Drew, please let her spill the tea.
Yes.
Happy Pride, Sister Roma. How are you doing?
I'm amazing. This is such a beautiful Pride. Look at this weather. Look at this crowd.
Well, I want to say, first of all, you're welcome.
Yes, oh, yeah, that's all. It's all up to Drew. We always have to turn to Drew for the weather. You've done a great job this year.
What is it like seeing Market Street just lit up with all these folks and the energy?
You know, that's what Pride is. It's just the love. It's the pride. It's the adoration. That's what our community does. We support each other. We cheer for each other. People love each other. That's all we want the world to do, right?
Spread all that love.
Yes, spread the love.
Well, I hope you have a wonderful Pride.
Thank you so much. We're having a great time. It's our 45th anniversary.
Happy anniversary. And look at all your friends behind you.
Yes, here they come.
Happy Pride.
Happy Pride.
Sister Roma was out by the main stage yesterday. Absolutely amazing and always stunning.
I love your pants.
We love you, Roma.
Reggie had to go around and give her a hug because she was just so iconic.
Yes.
I'm having a blast, beautiful. How are you? The Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence are always doing great things for the community, raising funds for all of the things within the community.
Bye, Roma. Yes, the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence, they are a leading-edge order of queer and trans nuns.
All right, boobs.
They believe all people have a right to express their unique joy and beauty. And this year marks 45 years of the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence.
We love them.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, are these all cities where sisters are?
That's
the sisters are all
They have
around
chapters everywhere. Look at that.
Houston, Texas. All right, Houston.
Okay, Greensboro, North Carolina, Chicago, Illinois, Fayetteville, Arkansas.
Coming up right after the Sisters is Sony PlayStation. Y'all know I'm a gamer.
Oh, yes.
PlayStation and Crunchyroll invite you to join them as they play out proud and celebrate their vibrant and diverse community at San Francisco Pride. Pride at PlayStation is dedicated to inclusivity, both in the workplace and beyond.
So do you play Madden, Pearl? Can we play Madden together with Christian McCaffrey on the cover this year?
Carolyn, you would have, it would have to be football or something.
Of course it would.
Lord.
Come on, stereotypes.
Right.
They exist for a reason.
Oh, God.
Well, that's a really cute float.
Beautiful.
I like those shirts, those PlayStation shirts. Anime is for everyone.
You know, don't sleep on PlayStation or any gaming console for that matter.
And
all
right
that technology
behind
ain't no beauty, honey.
Is Supervisor Myrna Melgar. Myrna Melgar is the supervisor for San Francisco District 7. An immigrant from El Salvador, Melgar is the first woman to serve as District 7 supervisor and the first Jewish Latina to serve on the Board of Supervisors since district elections were implemented in 2004.
And right after Supervisor Melgar, Planned Parenthood, Northern California. They provide expert health care to people of all genders and sexual orientations, including everything from STI testing and treatment to gender-affirming hormone therapy. They serve 20 Northern California counties with 17 health centers and telehealth services. Yes, body autonomy, reproductive rights. These are all things that we should all be standing for.
Yep. I remember 2 years ago, I was here with ABC and they were riding down this street chanting "Abort the court." Oh, so powerful.
Planned Parenthood.
Tell her you saw me.
They have a large contingent.
They have a very large.
They got a big bus.
partner them to show all the different services they provide. HIV and STD testing, infertility services.
Just empowering people to live freely and safely and well in their own bodies.
This is the San Francisco Humane Services Agency next.
That's right, SFHSA, Human Services Agency. Providing social services and funding to 1 out of every 4 San Franciscans. A quarter of the city is touched in some way by the SF Human Services Agency.
Right behind them is the Champions for Progress, New Friends. New Friend has an ERG dedicated to creating community and supporting LGBTQ+ colleagues, and has partnered with San Francisco Pride for numerous years, specifically for the San Francisco Pride Golf Tournament. New Friend has actually donated $10,000 to the SF Pride Tournament for the last several years.
That's right, and the SF Pride Golf Tournament was founded in 2019 as the first ever PGA-endorsed LGBTQ sporting event. New Friends has been a partner of us funding-wise, and yet it's their first time officially marching on our parade, so welcome to New Friends.
And I want to get in SF AIDS life cycle really quick because they make that trip every year, 7 days long, from San Francisco to Los Angeles. They've raised more than $300 million over the years.
Incredible.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
And probably the most visible program of the SF AIDS Foundation is the AIDS Life Cycle.
The AIDS Life Cycle. I can see you doing it.
Oh, you can see me doing that? Oh, well.
And all these rowdy people you see coming up, this is the Apple contingent.
Now you know
Apple's
Apple has to come with the folks,
Yes.
girl.
Apple's mission is to bring the best user experience to customers through innovative hardware, software, services, and continuous updates to my iPhone. Thank you, Apple. Thank you, Apple.
And
I
my
love
iWatch.
Hi.
And the iPad.
Throw out an Apple. Throw out an iPhone 15, won't you?
Habibi.
Pick up your phone. Why don't you?
As Kumasi was telling me the other day, the 2 of our phones are still not teenagers yet, so we need to upgrade.
Oh, girl, same. Actually, same.
Mine is barely a teenager, so I need to upgrade ASAP.
Yeah. Well, they're getting very into AI, so this next one should be interesting.
Oh, you know, I love a little
AI. Just a little AI here and there, you know.
Apple really revolutionized the way that we communicate and connect with each other, didn't they? Back in 06, 07, the iPhone completely transformed how we engage with technology and content and with each other.
And who needs a knife when you got AI? You know what I'm saying?
Who needs these cameras when you have an iPhone? There's whole movies now being shot on iPhones. They're that good. By the way, camera people, I love you. I'm not really trying to get rid of your job. iPhones can't do what y'all do.
Yeah, but be careful what you say.
No. Technology is just getting sharper and faster.
Also, I'm really curious about these kukui nuts that they're wearing around their necks. I've never seen them wear that before. That's very Hawaiian. My people.
Yes, I feel like I should take these off.
Woo, this is a big contingent.
Oh, the Apple always comes with such a big contingent. They always have so many people
coming through.
And so many fresh faces.
And as I said it in one of the other contingents, a lot of these people are Apple ERG members. A lot of them are allies and friends, but the ERG really does a lot of work keeping them active in places like San Francisco Pride and other LGBTQ organizations.
That's right. We love our allies, and SF Pride, as always, is open to all LGBTQ+ people and allies.
It's funny that it looks like Carolyn is actually on a float when they take that shot.
Yeah.
I'm bouncing like a float.
Yeah.
I'm bouncing like a float. Oh, we got rhythm and motion.
Ooh, we got choreo.
Rhythm
Come on,
and motion.
choreo.
The dancers group is right behind them.
Wow.
They really choreograph it.
They bring us 150+ community dancers ranging from the ages of 16 to 70+, which reminds us that music and dance is healing.
Should we get out there and do it with them?
Come on.
I'm down.
Are you guys?
Oh, we're really gonna do it?
Yeah.
Y'all know the choreo?
I don't know the choreo.
Is it Pride or is it Pride?
I'm not
y'all better go.
people, I'm not gonna do a dance that I don't know. My family won't like that.
Okay.
I'm gonna sit closer to you, Pearl.
Oh, girl, they're getting out there.
Wait, where are they? Oh, there they go.
Oh, they're really gonna... Okay. Hi, how are you?
Hello. Zach is joining us. Zach, so now that Reggie is out in the streets, you get to sit here and chill?
I get to chill now. I was getting my workout in early.
You got your
walking up and down,
didn't you?
Oh, yeah, but it was so much fun. Let me tell you something. There's nothing like being along that route with the contingents and stuff.
Oh, my God.
And just the energy before they actually come out onto Market
Oh, my
Street.
goodness.
It's so revved up back there. They got the music playing already. It's a party in and of itself.
Have you ever walked in the parade?
No, last year I was at the stage, the Civic Center stage, doing coverage from there. So this was my first year actually getting to come out on the parade contingent. And so I had a really, really good time with that. My feet are tired.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Try doing this in heels, honey.
I can't imagine.
But those side streets, I think you said it earlier, Zach, they are a party to keep everybody's energy up, ramped up, so they don't get tired out there. Because some of those contingents don't start until right now. They've been standing there since 10 a.m.
Since before 10 a.m.
Since before, you're right, before 10 a.m.
Yeah, and you don't see that energy diminish one bit as they make it to this point along the route.
Absolutely not.
So it is just so exciting. Such an incredible vibe.
So this is the Bay Area Young Survivors. Our goal is to support young people with breast cancer in the Bay Area. Bays provides a welcoming, safe community for young breast cancer patients, survivors, and thrivers. Good work, y'all. Another lowrider.
You know you love your lowriders.
I love my lowriders.
Oh, I do too. We have in the South Bay, generally report in the South Bay, and they lifted the cruising ban there. So we have a lot of lowriders that come through there now. They have different events there now, and so lowriders definitely bring the energy too.
I would love a little gold or a little pink.
I'm going to presume, not stereotyping anyone, that this is the Dolores Street Community Services. Dolores Street Community Services supports San Francisco's LGBTQ+ since '83, fostering wellness and collective power. They offer tailored services like Jazzy's Place and Co-Inn residents. Join their mission for equality and resource access, shaping a brighter future for all.
And this song, let me tell you, that's playing right now. I don't know if they can hear it at home, but any Latino party you go to is not complete till this song is played.
Listen, we be out there salsa and don't know what we're doing, but it looked like we just start moving our feet. Just start moving our feet.
Incredible. And I've loved actually seeing the Hispanic Latino contingents coming through here too, because you know it's so difficult in that culture for many families to accept, and for those who are LGBTQ+ to be accepted in those communities.
Absolutely.
But we're seeing it grow, and we're seeing that change, and that's what matters most. That growth is happening.
Here's a huge flag.
Absolutely. I was saying just a second earlier that like it's so incredible to see so much support for like trans youth.
This looked like, remember when you were in elementary school and you did Challenge Day?
Where trans folks are currently under attack.
No, absolutely. But we're seeing a lot of support here, and just that little bit just speaks to the hope that we have that things will change up. This year, yes, I remember the parachute in elementary school. That was my favorite thing, and seeing the rainbow colors like this represented. Just incredible.
I don't think this is...
Who are you looking at now? I don't have a list in front of me, but I know they look cute.
This is City College.
Okay.
City College is coming up. Free expression. What will you do with your free tuition? If you live in the city of San Francisco, you can enroll in free classes at City College. That's actually how I got my degree in LGBT studies.
Wow. And that is what's incredible, too, is that it's such a gateway for people to be able to get their education and be able to continue it. So you cannot take that for granted at all. This is a nice fire.
This is University of San Francisco Pride alumni. As a community, we empower and hold accountable our students, faculty, librarians, staff, administrators, alumni, and community partners to be persons for and with others, to care for our common home, including the native lands on which our campuses reside, and to promote the common good by critically, thoughtfully, and innovatively addressing inequities to create a more humane and just world. That was a lot of big words. University of San Francisco.
Meaningful ones. Yeah, I love seeing the education coming through here, because we know education is a great equalizer for so many marginalized communities. And so that access and equity within that, so critical, so important. And we're seeing that represented out here today. It's a beautiful thing.
Right behind them, we have UC Berkeley, the home to Gender Equity Resource Center and the Queer Alliance Resource Center, along with many other organizations serving LGBTQ plus campus communities. Girl, GenEC is a campus community center focusing on gender and sexuality, committed to fostering an inclusive Cal experience for all.
Go Bears. All right, East Bay represent.
We're talking about UC Berkeley Bears right now.
Wait. I'm sorry.
That took you a minute.
Every time I come on this program, I get in trouble. Berkeley Bears, y'all. The mayor pro tem would not be thinking of anything else. And behind them coming up, oh wait, they're waiting to take their place. UC Merced. UC Merced staff, faculty, students, and alumni are excited to partake in this year's SF Pride Parade. As the newest UC campus, we are both grateful and honored to join you in celebrating and empowering our LGBTQ plus friends, family, and colleagues. Happy Pride and go Bobcats! No funny joke about Bobcats?
No funny joke about Bobcats right now. I ain't got nothing.
You can claw it up.
Their motto this Pride is first, further, and forward with pride.
Go Bobcats! So this is clearly University Road.
Yeah, right behind them is the University of Pacific. Sacramento, San Francisco, and Stockton.
And another fun crowd with them too. Like, yeah, all the colors. That's what I'm just loving right now. The rainbows everywhere. And you know, when I was further down the road here on Market Street, I was amazed at how far people are coming for this. I spoke to some people who came in from France.
Yeah, no,
wow.
absolutely. We get San Francisco. We get
Go Tigers.
Literally from all over the world.
Yeah.
All right. Now listen. Here come my people. They get me from point A to point B. Here is BART. BART's mission is to provide safe, reliable, clean, quality transit service for all of our riders. I'm so proud to live right next to the El Cerrito del Norte BART station. And shameless plug, ABC people, you can cut this out if you want. We are getting ready to build a whole new El Cerrito Plaza BART station, transit-oriented development with a library and all the things. They're doing great things in all of these communities to make them more transit-oriented and building housing around all of them.
This BART station's gonna have a library?
It's gonna have a library. Well, we got to vote on it.
Oh, wow.
But it's gonna happen.
I love that.
It's gonna happen.
They have the coolest little, I don't know if you call it a float or a little mini BART train.
It's a mini BART train.
every year.
I absolutely love, I love this shot we're getting of it right now, too.
You think it got AC?
Oh, look at the little man-made BART train. All right.
You think it has AC?
I don't know about the AC. Yeah, that's a good point.
It has
I don't want
AC,
to be the one to find out.
honey.
But you know what? Yes, transit is so important because if people can connect to other parts of the Bay Area, that can get them to places of education, to jobs.
Yeah.
It really increases the opportunities for people.
And right behind that is FAM, the Soul of Pride. Soul of Pride seeks to unite and represent LGBTQ plus community of the African diaspora in the Bay Area and beyond. They're paying special tribute to Peggy Moore, who we tragically lost, an important black lesbian political trailblazer, and also led by Lisa Williams, wherever she is, also a black lesbian trailblazer who received an award this morning, actually at the Alex Democratic Club breakfast. So congratulations, Lisa Williams.
Congratulations.
We're all tied up here, but in a good way. We're tied up with mic cords.
Because Drew Tuma is now joining us up here on the stage, coming back from the road.
Yes. Also getting off the streets.
You know, she's off the streets.
I love that you guys have gotten off the street.
Into a comfy chair.
Lady in
streets very well.
But let me tell you, the streets are alive.
They are.
They are. I was saying to Reggie earlier, it feels very much like 2019 again.
Yes.
It feels very full.
Yes.
The energy is here. I want to say that the weather's adding to it. The people are just hyped that it's sunny and it's warm.
And you really feel the theme of this year's Pride. beacon of love. You can feel that in the air.
And I believe, and if Wynn was here, I know he went to dance and now he's taking a break because the girl is tired. But I think one thing that goes to what you said, Drew, is every year from the pandemic, we get a little bit more brighter and a little bit brighter. I was still the board president in 2022 when we first came back from the pandemic, and you still had some challenges here, some challenges there, and every year we're able to add more and more, get those streets back alive, get more people out here to support. So it's just beautiful to watch.
What we got to do earlier, and I'm not sure if you guys are aware of this, but we were part of Pride Across America, which was ABC News' Pride Parade coverage. So we were being shown here in San Francisco, across the country, along with Chicago and New York. And one of the things I was talking about with the folks on that stream was that San Francisco really speaks to the possibilities of what can be seen maybe in communities around the country, around the world.
Exactly.
Even, is that we can have safe spaces like this. We can have events like this. And, you know, it's taken work. It's not been easy to get to this point that we're at right now. But this is the possibility.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
They say it every time. Pride started as a riot.
Yes.
You know, it's not something easy to we just have.
And on the street, you know, there are people that were here 54 years ago, and they are taking it in, and they are saying how cool it is to see it evolve over the past, 5 decades from what it was in the 70s to now. And it's just nice to see people filled not only with love, but also just like a love for the city. And a love for what the city stands for.
And if you want to learn all about that history, where do you go to get a book? Amazon. And this is the Amazon contingent.
Yes. Let me tell you.
Amazon's mission is to be Earth's most customer-centric company. This is what unites Amazonians across teams and geographies as we are all striving to delight our customers and make their lives easier. One innovative product, service, and one 24-hour delivery. Let me tell you, at a time.
This shirt I've got on, Amazon.
The way you wove that in so seamlessly.
Eventually, I'm going to get Drew's job, y'all.
I'm going to call you up one morning, tomorrow morning, being like,
and I'm going to be like, girl, I'll be right there.
Here with the segues. Appreciate it. These prime trucks, yeah, they're, gosh, we see them all the time in our complex, and I always know it's something from my husband.
I know, I see them outside, I get them all the time. I see them outside.
Do you ever feel any shame when you see more packages like, oh, no?
Why would I feel shame about that?
You know,
some for that, girl.
Yeah, it's a free.
Excuse me, they don't just come and drop it off.
Some people I got a problem.
Out of the kindness of their heart.
In the middle of the night, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. How can I learn more about global transit?
You've been watching Pride Across America. It has been such a fun day here, and we are just so glad that we got to share it with all of you.
And I'm honored to be sitting here with you guys, honestly. And Harvey, you've been totally fun, and I've enjoyed getting to know you. Thank you so much. What did you think about today's?
I mean, I had a blast. This was like the best experience of my Pride history, I think, ever, because I get to be here in New York City with such energy, with all of you, with everyone just celebrating out loud. So thank you so much for being so kind and proud.
You were awesome. You were absolutely awesome.
Thank you very much.
Can I borrow this when you're done?
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Hey, and it was really breathable, which is like, okay, Siriano, you got this. You got the message today.
It'll be the traveling pants, but instead it'll be the traveling prince costume.
That's right. But Gigi, we didn't get a chance to ask you, what does Pride mean to you?
Oh my gosh. Well, Pride really means friendship, allyship for me. And to be able to see everyone come out here having love win, all the things that we talk about, the joy, the pride, the absolute unabashed sort of individuality that you see in the tens of thousands of people marching across the street. It's amazing. It's so much fun.
It really is just so amazing. And, I think about all of, even me as a kid when I was watching, not watching because this didn't exist. Right? And so I think about being that little kid and sort of being afraid that this part of who I was would sort of limit me. And instead, here at ABC and ABC News Live, it's very much elevated and celebrated. And I think that's really, really special.
That's beautiful.
So it really is so special. But what about you?
I'm going to put on my sports cap for a second because we had history on this set. Carl Nassib, the first openly gay football player to come through.
Sure.
Absolutely incredible. Growing up as a kid who loved sports, never having a role model, not only did we have Carl, but the NBA float went by. And we also have the NBA.
Oh, yes.
And Jason Collins was on that float. So we're seeing more and more of the sports culture.
And we saw women's soccer represented.
And we saw women's soccer
well.
represented. Exactly. And the WNBA was part of the NBA's float. So it's wonderful to see sports be part of this conversation in a healthy way.
We saw nerds represented. We saw entertainment.
That was a great line from you. And it was because a quote-unquote nerd said that he's represented here. Thank you all so much for spending your time with us here on ABC News Live. Happy Pride, and enjoy the rest of this Pride Sunday.
Happy Pride!
It took so long for me to see it. Feels so good to be yours. And what was all the waiting for? Now I'm thinking that you might have been the reason. When the feeling takes over, don't need to tell me
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning.
To
catch you up with what happened overnight.
Police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters. What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about, the migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward,
with some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
All right, let the dogs out, please.